Hey everybody, nice to see my sound is working. Hopefully it's working well. It's been weird lately, so I don't know. We'll find out as the stream progresses. But anyway, thanks all for being here. We are going to have all black everything roundtable. Stick around for that. Let's see if the black people showed up. They haven't. Okay. One has, but I'll just wait until they actually showed up. Okay, well, that's fairly predictable. Okay. What we'll do is our usual thing. Wait for the black people. Um, yeah. So we'll look around at some news stories. So there was a news story about a teenager, um, who went missing 4 years ago. An Arizona teen. She ran away apparently 4 years. Oh, let me off the music. Um, she ran away 4 years ago, just before she turned 15, from her house, and then showed up like at a police station like last week or something. And you know, now she's 18. I imagine just about to turn 19, maybe. I don't know. Uh, and she and people were like, what happened with this girl? Like she was gone for a long time. So like her family's glad to have her back, it seems, but the question is like, what happened in those intervening years? She was uh, described to the police as autistic previously, right? Um, and but like high functioning, you know. So but she just ran away. She left a note saying apparently that she ran away. So I'm glad that she's back. It was described by her mother as a miracle, but I don't think it's a miracle at all. Like the she wrote a note that said like four sentences. It says, "I ran away. I'm sorry. No, so I ran away. I'll be back. I swear. Then I'm sorry." For four sentences, and she fulfilled her promises. She said she'll be back. She was back. Why she ran away, I don't know. She might have a good reason. Kids run away, and yeah, I think it's kind of like internalized. Like, oh, the get some kids just having a tantrum. They've run away, and you just gotta get them back. The kids run away for some oftentimes really good reasons. Like people like run away like into a scary world by themselves because they feel they gotta. I don't know what happened with this situation. I'm glad she's safe, but I know it's a miracle. Christians kind of interpret things as miracles, just like mundane things as just miracles. Um, yeah. Uh, let's see. Did any other black people show up? That's two. We're still waiting. Um, yeah. Okay, Facebook users siloed to significant echo chambers in 2020 run up vast open data study reveals. Okay, I imagine what this is going to say is that this article, oh, it's a long one too, so I'm not sure how much I'm going to read this, but I imagine it's going to say that Facebook is good at just grouping people into like moving people into their like ideological groups and keeping them there so they don't like have like talk to each other and don't interact with people who might disagree with them. So like it just kind of keeps reinforcing their their ideas. A landmark study of how Facebook shaped the news a user saw in the run up to the 2020 election has found the platform resulted in significant ideological segregation in regard to political news exposure, specifically with conservative users who researchers found were more walled off and encountered far more misinformation than their liberal counterparts. What a surprise. Could have guessed. Looking at aggregate data from 208 million US users. It's too many, too much of the population. Fucking Facebook. Researchers found untrustworthy news sources were favored by conservative audiences, and almost all 97% of the political news web pages rated as false by Meta's third-party fact checkers were seen by more conservatives than liberals. All right, so Facebook has fact checkers that looked at these sites, and the ones that were rated false, conservatives were all over. um, rather than liberals. Oh man, is I mean it's saying water is wet, but yeah, and there's no way that the other side will accept this. Conservatives will say like, who gets to tell us what's actually trustworthy, and which is not an unfair criticism, right? Like who watches the watchers here? Um, like just because Facebook says it's untrustworthy, is it actually untrustworthy? Okay, that's an argument. However, the misinformation, that's real. The misinformation that has come out of whichever site you were going to, that's fucking real. And the way it shaped people's ideas about the world and who they should vote for, and what makes them unbearably angry. It's new too. That's real too. So, like I don't know. This is it's important to have a study like this. In fact, I want to kind of find it so I can have it for myself. Important to have a study like this, but it's also important to realize that like its impact is pretty minimal. It'll just get people on the left like me to shake their heads and like, well, see, I told you so, and then people on the right to say this is complete bullshit. This is more fake news. So, like it how that works. All right. Still waiting on. Hey, Candor. That's some kind of book opening type of shit. I mean, it makes sense if you're a group people property. They'll use the site more and get served more ads. Indeed, yeah, because then they're not being challenged because the Russian influence in the election. Watercasa, I mean, many of them trust a source run by a Tai Chi cult. A Tai Chi cult. Sorry, Waterka, you'll have to tell me what that reference is. I don't know what you're talking about. A Tai Chi cult? Cult. Is Tai Chi a religion? Like a or even a cult around that? Maybe I'm misunderstanding Tai Chi. Like maybe there's more to it than I know. Yeah, it's possible I don't know enough about Tai Chi. Mm. Okay. Anyway, right. Ba, 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 ba. Um, and if you're just tuning in, I am just waiting. I'm waiting some articles. So just I'm waiting for our crew to show up. But soon enough we'll begin. So please stick around. And I'm just looking at this article about Facebook. Overall, the research led by Sandra Gonzalez Balon, a professor at the University of Pennsylvania's Annenberg School of Communication, found that Facebook's pages and groups, more than users' friends, contributed more to this ideological segregation and polarization. In general, it included that conservative sources dominated Facebook news ecosystems. That's really interesting right there. So it's not just because we have like physically segregated ourselves, like we're physically sorting ourselves out between like blue states and red states, and like blue cities and red everywhere else. But like so we physically segregated ourselves, but they're saying it's more than that. Just like the people in your circle, um, that it's the Facebook groups and pages that people subscribe to. And that's where a lot of this misinformation is being pushed out. So like Facebook is good at presenting you with those types of pages, and people jump into those things where their ideas will be reinforced. And that's what's pushing that like level of um, polarization. And then they'll argue, I guess, with their family and friends, like who are telling them, "Yeah, this shit is fucking crazy." Um, it's not clear whether the segregation was caused more by algorithms or user choice. That's yeah, okay. And that's another thing, I guess. Yeah, it might be user choice, it might be algorithms. It's not entirely clear, but like still like it's because it's hard to tell, right? Because like Facebook can present me with something and then I can just choose not to click on it, right? Like can present something within the algorithm, within their feed. and I could just choose to scroll past it, ignore it, not click on it. But if I do click on it, then was it Facebook fault, right, or was it my fault? You know, and how many is, of course, how many people are actually looking for that stuff, going to Facebook specifically to do it themselves rather than the algorithm? Yeah, it's difficult. These feedback loops are very difficult to disentangle with observational data. Gonzalez Billen said these require more research. The study is one of 4 published Thursday, 3 in the Journal of Science and 1 in Nature. They were part of an unprecedented partnership between a group of prominent independent academic researchers and researchers at Meta with the aim of studying the impact Facebook and Instagram had on the US users during the 2020 elections. So Facebook took up a part of that. Okay, interesting. Surprising. The project included 17 academic researchers, 12 universities who were granted deep access by Facebook to aggregated data. The researchers collaborated with more than 2 dozen researchers, engineers, and legal analysts at Meta, which is still a dumb name. They shouldn't have changed it. Anyway, the independent researchers were not paid by Meta, and the social media company agreed not to reject research questions for anything outside privacy or logistical reasons. Fair enough. Meta also relinquished the right to restrict or censor the researchers' final findings. In the interest of transparency, the collaboration was monitored by an independent rapporteur, whose report was also published in Science on Thursday. All right, well, it sounds up and up. Like, it sounds pretty up and up. They had deep data, like deep dive into Meta's systems. So yeah, this is pretty up and up. But like again, not gonna be this shit is not gonna be accepted on the right. It's just gonna say, hey man, like uh they just gonna be like, hey, this is um uh fake news. That's all it is. Uh, that this is liberal media ad again. It's not going to make a difference, unfortunately. Like, I mean, that's part of the bubbles. The bubble just can't be pierced by anything, right? No matter how much data you throw at them, how much research, it's not going to be pierced by that. It's just impossible. Once you're inside, you are inside. It's so strong. The conservative media ecosystem was a thing that was actually specifically built, and is my understanding. And I don't want to get any facts wrong, but like I believe it was like um not Rupert Murdoch, the other guy who ran Fox News, who died a few years ago. He's a piece of shit. Um, fuck, what's his name? But the guy who actually ran Fox News, not the guy who owned Fox News, but the guy who ran Fox News, um, was an awful human being who got like kicked out of Fox News because of sexual harassment claims. He talked about how like there needs to be a specific goal to making a conservative media ecosystem, like that. Like the conservative project really can't succeed if its base is allowed to interact with outside ideas. So you have to create that ecosystem, and Fox News is going to be a big part of that. Like it's going to be the centerpiece, right? Of that, the base, and from there it sprouted. Like that, like was a specific aim. Like not like didn't incidentally form. Like there was a push to have it like this, and to make it so that the users wouldn't trust anyone else. That's why they tell you, like, liberal media is fake news. Um, or by liberal they mean just anything else that's not them, of course. Anyone in chat know who I'm talking about? I can't remember his name. Roger Ailes. Thank you, Aiko. Thank you for that. Shout out to my man Aiko. For that. It's really fine. Yeah, Roger Ailes is the exact one. And again, if you're just coming here, we're waiting on the black people to show up. Because they're not here. So here again. Yeah. But yeah, so that was a specific goal, like a stated thing. We're gonna do a big project, and they got money. They have money to throw it out, to throw out this issue, right? Like they have billionaires who like, yes, let's get the masses of like working class, middle class people who have nothing in common with us, right? With the ultra rich, they have nothing in common with us. They don't share our same goals. They don't have the same interests. Let's get them distracted, worked up, angry, and mobilize them to serve us, right? Like this is great. Like, and in the end, this will be a long-term project, no problem. I'll throw millions, billions of dollars at you to do this. In the end, it'll help undermine uh, a reality there, right? Undermine our democracy and give us more power. It's a great deal. It's actually for relatively cheap. They just like get these puppets to dance. So simple. It's so simple. It isn't to say, right? I also don't want to make it clear, like, I'm not saying that, like, conservative ideology is complete junk. It has nothing to offer and it's a complete grift. It's not. I don't believe that, right? I think there's things that sometimes I talk to conservatives and I change my mind about things. Like, oh, okay, yeah, I haven't really looked at it that way. Because we have, on the left side, we all have our own bubbles. So there's definitely value in the conservative side of things. Absolutely. I want to make that very clear. Um, but the overarching goals of the conservative movement as it stands today is like extreme, right? Like it's so extreme. Our right wing here in the States. And it's like moved our politics farther to the right where we can't even contemplate some social programs that they have in like Europe, like it's shifted us so far the Overton window that like our political system can't handle like very basic things like socialized medicine. And so like it has an effect. Um and that effect again is to serve the rich. Absolutely. So let's see more of this. Together studies the deepest together the studies offer the deepest look yet at how news flowed through across Facebook and a more limited idea of how that news may or may not have affected political polarization. The research is also limited in scope. And we're talking about Facebook right now. A big research study into Facebook, which is super interesting. The algorithm experiments were conducted on only two platforms, Facebook and Instagram, over 3 months, a relatively short amount of time at the height of the contentious presidential election. Political content has traditionally been only a small part of what Facebook users see, and the platform has since sought to reduce how much political content is shown to users. In 2021, the company said it was doing initial tests on reducing political content in its news feed, culminating in an update in April, which the company said was continuing to refine its approach to such content and moving away from rankings based on engagement. Okay, moving away from rankings based on engagement might be interesting. Posts linking to political news web pages amounted to around 3% of all posts shared on Facebook, according to the Gonzalez Balin study. So this is interesting. So, first of all, like you're reducing political content in your news feed. Well, then what constitutes political? When people use the word political, oftentimes they mean like divisive. That's what because everything is fucking political, right? If it's a news feed, then almost everything I think can be safely called political. It's just whether we're fighting over it or not, right? Like, that news feed could have like, oh, there's like a disagreement among like the MLB Baseball Players Association, and the owners, right? And just be presented as a sports story, and it's not divisive, but of course it is, right? That's, I mean, it's not political, but of course it's political. Like that's something that's important. Um, Even though people might not like view it as like a liberal left thing, especially when we're talking about sports, but it is. um, so like it's weird, right? Like to say that we're just getting politics out of there. So it's just meaning certain subjects are going to be de-emphasized. That's kind of what that is, right? I don't know. But moving away from user engagement, so like the things that are most engaging are the most divisive, obviously, right? Like they just say some crazy shit, put it on a website, push it as an article to Facebook, and it'll get clicks, right? Just the craziest fucking thing you can think of will just get you more clicks. Either by the one side who agrees with it, going, see, this is what we thought was true, and it's true, take a look. Or by the other side, looking like this is insane. Like, how could you guys believe that? And like arguing back and forth and then like linking it all over the place, and it's so easy. It's so easy. So like to move away from like things that simply get the highest clicks, will be interesting. I'm curious as to what they're gonna replace that with though. That'll be interesting. Like what'll be the new metric that gets things to the top of feed. Okay. It looks like we might have enough people to actually get started. So I think I'll do that. 1 second, guys. Let me get myself together here. Um, um, oh, hey, Remy LeBeau. Thank you for, god damn it. I hope you're still around. Remy LeBeau, thank you for the kind, $8 Australian content tip. Thanks for making work bearable all the time. Hey, thank you. $8 Australian, which is $5.37 in case you want to know in real money, real big boy money. But I'm just kidding, of course. But thank you for the kindness. For tipping us on giving a super chat on YouTube. Shout out to them. Like, I'm not sure if you're still listening. But thank you for supporting the channel that way. It's like really important. When people do. Okay. Let's continue. Let's see if we. All right, so I think we got enough people to get started who gathered. All right. There we go.
That's one area in the house for a smoke detector, and it's in my bedroom, and it's not on the roof. So I have no idea where
It has
it's
to be in
It's
the
not on the
kitchen
roof.
or
You can
somewhere
find that
else.
sound. It's so close.
Yeah,
It's not
And
on
your
the
mic
roof.
is picking it
find
up.
it.
It's actually in the room you in, to be honest.
No, it's not
Probably
in the
no.
room that I'm in. It like whenever it
This house
beeps,
probably echoes.
it comes. It's a small apartment, very small. It's like if this was my other apartment, I probably would never have noticed it. But this apartment's so small. I go to the kitchen, which is where I thought it might have been at, because that's where I took the detector off the wall and I put it in the drawer in the kitchen when I first moved in. So I went in there, I opened it up, I pulled that out, I looked at it, seeing if it had a battery in it. No battery in it. I tore it apart. I put it underneath the bed in my bedroom, and it still sounds like it comes out of the kitchen. But there's no spot in the kitchen for a smoke detector to even be put. I looked inside the cabinets because somebody told me maybe they have one inside the cabinets underneath the sink. So I looked underneath there, can't figure it out, can't find it, have
It
no
has
idea
to
where
be
it's
on the
coming from.
ceiling or in like a
Well, if it's on the
closet.
ceiling, then he would know. Like you can look at the ceiling. That part's easy.
But what it's gonna be? He's gonna tell us in like 3 weeks.
It's
He's
in
like,
the
oh, it was right
floorboards.
above me. Like it's
It's-
gonna be in a very obvious place that you should have known.
No, somebody snuck into Pace's house because he cut him off in traffic or something, put it under the floorboards, and it's just there.
That would
Yo,
be
my best friend, well, not my best friend, but one of my best friends, he came over because he heard it while we were playing Uno, and he heard it. He's like, "I'm gonna come over and help you find it." He came over, and we tore this place apart looking for it. Couldn't find it. He says it might be inside the attic, but
It's in the walls.
I'm not opening that attic because it's apartment. Hell, I don't know how old this apartment is. There might be God knows what up in that attic. And plus it's 112 degrees outside. So I'm like, I'm
I
not opening
don't.
that attic.
God.
My question is not where this thing is, right? Like I've given up on figuring out where it is. No, my question is, how is it still beeping? How does it still have enough
that
energy?
low battery thing can go for a
I
long time.
It's been
I haven't the
months.
slightest idea. I haven't the slightest idea. And you know what? When I'm in the back working in the daytime, never hear a damn thing. Never hear it. But when I come into the living room at nighttime to play my video game or get on or record a show, I start hearing the beeping, and I look for it, and I can't trace it down anywhere.
Yeah, man.
So I looked it up because I feel like they'll beat for literally ever, but it says at least 7 days, which is on Google, which is like a terrible.
It's been over a month.
Yeah, right.
Oh hell, it can't be 7 days. And look,
Ooh, is that Yu Yu
I'll
Hakusho?
show. Yeah, it's Yu Yu Hakusho. But look, this here, this is the only smoke detector that I've been able to find in my house, and as you can see, there's nothing in it.
Yeah, but
This
hold on,
is-
hold on. What I want you to do is like put batteries in that smoke detector and put that up, please. Like I don't want anything to happen to you, friend.
No,
So-
I'm anti-smoke detectors. We don't need those.
But-
It's
Like-
the government. It's a conspiracy.
But,
You
like,
need an
see,
old
this-
priest
like,
and a
my
young
issue-
priest.
My issue with this smoke detector is there's only one spot in this house for a smoke detector, and it's on the roof in the bedroom behind the door. But the smoke detector sounds like it comes out of the kitchen.
Well, there should be one in the kitchen. It's going to be
But there's
where
no-
you detect smoke.
But there's no spot in the kitchen for a detector.
There's one there. You haven't found it. One there. It may be in like a pantry closet or something, but like you're gonna have a smoke detector close to your kitchen because it's gonna be one of the first places that like people
That'd be
expect
weird
the
to
fire
put it
come
like
out
in
of.
the pantry closet. You want it,
And you know, whenever
or
you
there's
know
more
what, whenever the
circulation.
kitchen smokes, because sometimes I'll be in there cooking something and I'll forget that I'm cooking, and it starts smoking. I don't think I ever heard the detector go off.
This is before all this started happening.
Yeah, it's before the beeping started happening.
All right. Well, you should get us. Okay. I'm not sure if that smoke detector is effective, the one you have in your hand, but one way or the other, you should get a smoke detector that isn't effective, like a new one. You should test that out, and then you should also like freaking install that. All right, and then separately, shut up.
Well, I'm starting to believe the Prime is like actually working now for the government.
Hold on. I need to make sure. Bam, are you serious? Like, are you seriously
Of course.
against smoke detectors?
Smoke detectors are how the government tracks you. This is how they listen to all your conversations via smoke detectors. This
No,
is
it's your
100%
phone. It is your phone. Get rid of your phone.
The phone is the mobile detection. They need a home detection system for elderly people.
Where's your
This is
phone right
smoke
now?
detectors.
So I'm just gonna assume that Bam just wants to troll the fuck out of me today.
Like people
So
leave their
I'm gonna
phones in
leave it
their
alone.
cars when they come in the
Again,
house. Get out of here.
it's an old system, but it still works. It like they didn't have cell phones forever, but they've had smoke detectors forever. It was like they made think like, oh yeah, if you're gonna build an apartment, if you're gonna build a house, you gotta pass the fire and safety code. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We're tracking you. We know everything that's going on.
All right. I don't know.
So
what
I
I'm
was
gonna do with
watching this movie.
Debate Queen, thank you for the kind 4 months. Resupping here on Twitch. Shout out to you. But go ahead, Warfly.
This
Absolutely.
movie just popped up on Netflix called They Clone Tyrone.
Yes, it's really good.
Jamie
You should absolutely
Foxx.
watch it.
And yeah, it's like this government op. This is why you're talking like that.
It's true.
Are they underground
I'm
doing
serious.
stuff?
Wait, what is it
I mean,
about?
watch that
Tell,
yet?
tell us what, like a basic, very, very basic overview.
Very
Homie
basic.
dies after going to try to collect money from a deal that he made, and some dudes pop him, and he wakes up the next day and he's
dies.
perfectly fine. And everybody's like, "Yo, we saw you die. What is going on?" Then they find a house, and wackiness ensues. And Jamie Foxx is playing a pimp who I actually believe is the main character of the movie, because the main character has zero personality. Homie is tabula rasa.
It's what you call it from Star Wars, Black Star Wars.
From the
The
sequels,
new- Yeah,
the black guy, the black
Yeah.
stormtrooper.
British.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Anyways, yeah, it's really good, and it's got a deep message. The message is, you're the clone. You're the problem. You're,
Well,
you're ruining your community.
Oh, I thought you were gonna go through the what was that Arnold Schwarzenegger movie with the clones?
Terminator?
No,
No.
not Terminator wasn't clones. The fuck?
Oh,
No.
okay, I know.
Well, they sort of were, but not really.
No, they weren't clones. At all. Like that's saying that when I have 2 shirts from the same manufacturer, these are clones. No, they're just machines.
Okay, yeah. let me put it
Yeah.
that way.
Someone knows in the chat knows what I'm talking about. There is one. It's an old movie.
That's old.
With
What would that be
Termina-
the first clone movie you think of? It was Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Well, yeah, because the message that
Total
you guys
Recall?
Total Recall. I think it might have been. Is it
That
Total
sounds like a movie that would be about clones.
Is it Total
Well,
Recall?
He was a clone.
Yeah. Okay, then it's Total Recall. But in any case, it's like I thought you were going to go in a direction of like, well, do you know if you're the clone, right? Like, like who's actually real, what makes you real, and that was the interesting part of that movie. It's like, am I the clone? Are you the clone? And at what point does that even matter anymore? You know?
Well, I mean, this movie kind of deals with that, but as far as like what the viewer, is supposed to feel, it's supposed to feel that like basically, and like none of this spoils anything really. It's really more of an
Oh,
experience.
he's about to
This movie's
spoil
too
us.
weird.
No,
It's
it's
like
not.
trying to spoil Cabin in the Woods. It's like it's kind of difficult.
You got to see it. It's about the experience, but like basically, like the movie's called "Who Cloned We Cloned Tyrone," so you understand that this clones the concept of the movie, but and it's even in the trailer. But basically, the drug dealers, the pimps, the worst people in the communities were clones set up to keep the community poor and bad.
Even the
Um,
preacher.
So the concept is like, oh, okay, like if you are the person that's hurting the community, you're the clone. Like you're not real. You don't have a personality. You're just doing bad for the sake of doing bad.
Yeah,
Oh,
So
I
that's
could-
why he didn't have a personality. That explains a lot.
that makes sense. Like, well, because the government actually did like flood black communities with drugs. You know, that like some of that is like it was an effort to destroy black like communitarian life. So that we wouldn't rise up, like the underclass wouldn't rise up against, like the FBI specifically. That's what they wanted to do.
Mhm.
And then
And
the
that's literally
CIA
how the movie, like how they overcome, is the hood has to come together. Like
Yeah.
that's kind of the concept. Like you're holding everyone back, and like you're like the police allow you to thrive because you're like
my
that's what
problem
it's all.
with that though, my problem is that like it's not simply that they're holding the back. Like there are realities, economic realities that make it logical for a person to become a drug dealer, right? Or to just engage in criminal behavior in general. And that may not make it excusable, but like there is historic disinvestment in these places where you should start hard to start a business, hard for you to go out and get an education, hard for you to even get to a job because there's like no transportation to take you to more wealthy places and then bring money back to your community. And so when there's all these overlapping ways of disinvesting from that community, like the one place that's always hiring is the drug game, is the black market. They're always hiring. So
I mean, it kind of addresses that too, like subconsciously, like because it's like the white scientists that are doing the cloning. So like these people, you made me this way. You created, like literally, you manufactured this problem.
Did any of the white scientists look like my friend Aiko?
No.
Any of the? Oh, okay.
No,
Actually, I would say the main guy, if Aiko like cleaned up, which Aiko look clean, but like
I
a
think
clean
that
cut.
did look like. I thought that was Kiefer Sutherland until I realized it wasn't. Just being real, I guess, sort of, kind of, maybe.
But yeah, it was very clearly, it was a movie I think anyone can enjoy, but it was very clearly like black people were like the target audience. Like it was a movie definitely for us.
Yeah,
and that's what enjoyed it. Other random, well, I guess media thing. Has anybody seen Secret Invasion?
I
got 2 episodes in and it sucked.
It feels like a terrible show. Like I haven't been able to make it through an episode without falling asleep, but it seems like it created a question in my head. Do we think that Rhodey's definitely a Republican, right?
Is Rhodey a Republican?
Probably.
Why?
Like, you think they're gonna give like the
think...
military super weapon? Like he's like, I picked the countryside. Like my country.
Not necessarily. There are a lot of quote unquote. I think even asking that question like falls into a trope where the left gives up patriotism. They're like, well, of course, the quote unquote patriotic person is a right winger. And not necessarily the case. He could have all kinds of like liberal leaning tendency, but also be like, hey, I'm going to defend my country.
Well, Sam Jackson defends his country, but Nick Fury defends his country, but I don't think Nick Fury is probably a conservative.
I don't know if it's a terrible show. I'm on the 3rd episode. I think there's 5 episodes, and I just haven't.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't been able to go to the Disney Plus account that I pay for and watch the movie legally or the series legally like I usually do. I haven't had the time to download it from Disney Plus. And
Wait, what movie or show is this?
Secret
Secret
Invasion.
Invasion.
Marvel Secret Invasion.
Secret Evasion?
Invasion.
I'll
Invasion.
It's on
admit,
Hulu.
I'll admit, I already
Invasion.
have a bias because I hate every single Marvel storyline that involves
Oh,
Skrulls.
well, I
do
mean,
not like
hey,
Skrulls.
you have a Disney
know.
Plus account and I have internet. Can I like have your Disney Plus email and a password and let me create myself a little
You
profile on your Disney Plus account. Hey there,
you
Prime.
can absolutely share the account that I totally for real have. Absolutely.
I love these qualifiers.
I mean, it's not like I'm gonna go share it with anybody. It's just, just be like Queen's profile, and I'm not gonna
I
touch anything else but my profile.
I definitely trust you to adequately manage my totally real
Real.
Disney Plus profile.
Absolutely
Yeah.
real.
I feel like
I
Prime
mean,
would
like
jailbreak
if
it,
you
and it would
if
just
you
be
really
titties on Disney.
if you really need a Netflix account, I'd be happy to share you mine.
I do
Oh
have
no, you can't do that anymore. That's way too expensive.
yeah, they're actually cracking
Well,
down on that.
I get
Netflix
it.
sharing.
It's free or discounted or whatever on T-Mobile, so
Oh really?
makes it easy. Yeah,
Is it?
It's the only reason to ever use that phone company.
Yep, pretty
I
much.
would.
basically.
T-Mobile Tuesday is the
I'm
only
at
reason.
What company do I have?
I
again?
mean, like you could
I
go
got
to
Verizon,
like
so Disney Plus is
Verizon.
free.
Yeah,
Cricket.
Verizon has Disney Plus, which I thought about, but I'm like, I really watch like Netflix a lot more than I watch Disney.
I rarely watch Netflix, but then I did today to watch that movie.
What movie? They
They
clone
clone
Tyrone.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone keeps talking about it. Don't tell me anything about it
And they
because
just got Baki on there, so I got to watch Baki, and then I'm done.
Yeah, I was watching Baki.
and Inuyasha's on there too, which is still on my like playlist. And
Oh yeah, you're just like
I
35
still
years late.
haven't got. Yeah, I just haven't like watched it all the way through before. Like I've seen different like episodes, so like I know generally like watching
Yeah.
them off of like Cartoon Network.
Yeah.
The story plot and like everything, but like I want to get deeper because I used to love that show.
A few years ago, like 2 years ago maybe, I like watched like the whole thing through like from beginning to end. That was my first time ever done because I had never seen like the final saga. And because that released later, right? There was the initial release, and later they did the final saga. So I watched the whole thing through. And yeah, there's a lot of Kagome.
That's why you don't listen to it in English. They don't do that in the.
Okay,
in the
so
sub.
basically, you're
they
telling
do
me
that in
that
sub.
I
What the fuck are you talking about? Of course you're doing it in sub.
I don't remember it being that bad in the sub.
Okay, they did it all. No, but they said the words all the time. Like they said the names. Like they can't get around that. Like, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Queen. And we're just waiting a little bit longer for other people to show up, but then we're probably just gonna get started very soon.
I put something in the group chat if we want to talk about that.
Ooh, let me throw stuff too.
Okay, Ice Cube's Tucker Carlson interview leaves many fans disappointed. I haven't seen the interview though.
It hasn't come out yet, has it?
I believe it did.
Yeah, it's out.
Okay, well, 1 second. Let's just get started. Hey, all. Thanks for being here. This is the All Black Everything Roundtable, which we start at 8 p.m. or whenever these Negroes decide to roll through. Yeah, thanks for being here. We are, if you've been enjoying our talk so far, hit that follow button in case you haven't done so already. If you're on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. Remember, hype chats on Twitch and super chats on YouTube are read out loud here. So if you have a question for us or you want us to talk about something, because this is going to be a free discussion day. So if you want us to talk about something, put it in a hype chat or a super chat, and we will read it out loud. Maybe we can discuss it. Now's your opportunity. It'd be great actually if we had audience participation and you guys wanted to, hear about something in particular that's catching your eye, you wanted to like maybe get the panel's input, here's the time to do it. So hype chat on YouTube or Twitch, super chat on YouTube, and that'll help out a lot. Keep us channel up and running. All right.
Do you have a Discord place? I'm sorry, not to cut you. Do you have a Discord place for people to drop topics?
Not a paid way to do that. No, I don't. Bam.
No, I'm just saying because it seemed like it would help you out in general. Like, oh, like the increased viewership. Like, what do you guys want to see?
Nope. So
Okay.
anyway, but yeah, so my problem is Waterkai is that like with the Ice Cube thing, we haven't seen it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either. I just know it's out.
Yeah.
It's mostly
go
him
ahead.
not really appreciating Obama much and not appreciating vaccines were the key takeaways, and also being willing to meet with Robert F. Kennedy.
Ice Cube's not nearly as political as he thinks he is.
But he's trying to be, and it's in a way that's distasteful to a lot of people. So that's why I thought it may be interesting.
It's a shame that Fnatic is in here because Fnatic, I'm not sure if you
Big
remember this, Bam, but like Fnatic was a big fan of Ice Cube's, like
Plan for Black America.
Yeah. He put like some sort of, I don't know what you would call it, but like a political document. I don't know, right? And he puts this forth as something that Black America can work off of. Like these are the goals that we should be working towards, and like this is how maybe we should do it. And so he put this out there a few years ago, and I know Fnatic fell in love with that shit. I tried to read it, and I don't think it was all that special. But
it was, the thing is he dropped it like a month before the election, and he did it like, the thing about lobbying is lobbying started like for the next election started like last year. Like the lobbyists start putting in for like, hey, this is like you have to be able to put money behind it or votes, like some sort of like.
I think you mean activism. So activism.
No, I mean lobbying. I'm saying because what at the end of the day, what Ice Cube was asking for was a form of lobbying. He's saying like, if you add these things to your platform, I'll be able to translate this into either campaign dollars or votes. Like, and Ice Cube had neither to offer, and it was too late in the election cycle to try to like garner like try to like add this to Biden's campaign, to anyone's campaign a month before the election.
Oh, I remember that one too, but I don't think it had anything to do with him trying to lobby for it. If you're listening to what he said,
if you want the black vote, this is what you need to do.
well, yeah, that's what he's saying. But he called it a contract for Black America, and issued at the time people were trying to get him excommunicated because he was speaking with Donald Trump. But at the time, if you listen to what his interview was, I think at the time, I'm not sure if it was Tucker on Fox or if it was Sean Hannity on Fox that he interviewed with back in 2020 or 20, I think it was 2020. When he interviewed on that one, he said that he reached out to both campaigns, but the Trump campaign was willing to speak with him, and the Biden campaign said that we'll talk after the election, and then they never spoke on anything. And he was just trying to get his ideas out there on what he considers the contract for Black America, which, going deeper into what his plans were and how to get those things set up, those could have been a really nice thing. But from what I hear, he's had a new recent interview with Tucker Carlson, and then I haven't seen that one. So, do you have a link for that one, Kai, so I can kind of read over it and see what that one was about?
I put the one that I was talking about in the group chat for ABE.
Okay, let me look at it real quick.
Should be the last thing in there.
Yeah, like so. Again, trying to base this off of what he like. Oh, the Trump campaign spoke to me. Like it was all just like he didn't speak to Trump directly, and it was all sort of just a virtue signal. The same thing they did to Kanye, the same thing they did, they attempted to do with Colin Kaepernick. They were like, "Hey, yeah, I'll let you sit in front of me and say words, and I'll nod my head, and then some more black people are going to vote for me. I don't have to do anything. There's no promise made here. There's no agreement to come from this. It's just I sat in front of you and let you speak. And like I said, do I prefer the way the Biden campaign went about it either? No, not necessarily. But at least they weren't like fake with them, like a month before the election, like, oh yeah, we can add these to the campaign. They probably just said, like, bro, what are you doing?
Yeah,
Like,
but saying that that's fake is a bit ludicrous, because when you look at what the Trump campaign actually managed to do in Black America with their opportunity zones, with the
I went on the
with the
list.
first with the First Step Act and those things, what they were doing when they were bringing Black people to their office and speaking with them, like when they did the First Step Back and they released that woman who was in jail on a marijuana charge, a grandmother. She was there for almost like 10 years on a sentence that was completely overcharged. And it took
Everyone else.
it
The
took
the
some, what was it? Kim Kardashian brought that to his attention,
the
and then he
First
looked
Step
into it.
Act was bullshit, but I don't have an article to like lay out. I had an article previously. I don't know where it is. But to just lay
it
that
called?
out, that like
The First
the
Step
First
Act.
Step
I actually
Act,
liked it.
The
that
First
was
Step Act
no,
was a very good thing. It was able
it
to
was
stop recidivism on nonviolent offenses and first-time drug offenses, particularly for lesser drugs, not
if I
hard
can find
drugs,
it.
but lesser drugs like marijuana and things like that.
One of the
I'm pretty
few
sure he just didn't fund
Trump's
it.
administration had.
Yeah, something like
Well,
that.
they funded it, and it was a bipartisan deal. I remember Van Jones from CNN, who used to be a Obama campaign official, uh, helped on that particular one. There was Tim Scott. There was some Democrats on the Senate side. I'm not sure if there were any Democrats
Yeah, it was a
on the
bipartisan effort.
on the floor on the House
No,
side,
I'm not
but I
saying
know
they
the
didn't
Democrats on the
pass.
Senate side, they they went through there and they went very uh very I won't say it was all comprehensive and inclusive, but they went pretty in depth on various ways. And so far, 90% of the people who have been able to take advantage of that have been Black men. And I think so far over 1,000 people have been able to take advantage of it. So you're looking at
No,
over
it is a program that had zero funding. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying it didn't pass. I'm saying the next year when it came time, like to do when they were doing the
Do more.
budget, it got like zero towards the budget. Like, it wasn't funded at all. It was a program that like just basically like they passed the bill. And I thought the bill was okay, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't exist as a program.
Like here's
I
here's an
don't think it
here's an
needs.
origami tiger. I hope you like it. Is it cute? Okay, we're not funding it anymore. That's
I
Yep,
don't
pretty
think
much.
I don't think a plan like that needs funding. It just needs implementation on state boards, because it's largely a state issue of how they disperse that. And so they put a federal program in place, but it's largely a state-based thing. The federal government shouldn't be involved in funding those types of things because these are state things, but they're offering federal opportunities to go back and relook at these things, which the state can then take up.
It's a federal recidivist. Like, it's supposed to like help people get jobs. It's like basically a federal job program, and to a
Yeah.
degree for criminals. It's supposed to
You
help
need
people
funding
like
for that.
get find work and get like help prevent them from going back to jail. To do that, you need people in positions to like run the program, which takes funding. But they didn't put any funding or any employees towards it, so I don't think the program exists. Like, as
The
that they
way it
actually
should.
do follow what it's supposed to be
Like
doing.
it's there, but it's basically just a skeleton. Basically.
Maybe that's what I was thinking of about the First Step Act, that it wasn't funded. I don't remember, honestly. It's a long time. But oh, we got another person here.
Well, looking into it right now, looks like it only had about 1 year for it to go into effect until the Biden administration came in. It was passed in December of
2019.
2018.
So
Oh,
it
yeah.
went through 2019, and so 2020 came around. Trump lost, and it's up to the Bidens
And
to.
they had all the wasn't there.
Trump was the president at the beginning of the 2020.
It
Let me
was
see,
the
like,
president at the beginning of 2020, but when you take a look at who was in control in 2020 of the purse strings, which was the
I'm not
Democrat
saying it's
Congress, they were the only ones that had the power to put any funding towards it. And at
Yeah,
the
it
end of
look- I look-
2020,
they got
they
14
blocked
million.
everything.
They got 14 million on a nationwide program. That's how. That's what the budget was towards it.
And so far from what I've seen, so far, Congress still hasn't convened to add any money to that budget since
So
then.
I want to kind of move past this part because I just didn't come prepared to talk about
Nah,
the
we're
first
not
half.
moving past this. Y'all not gonna speak ill on Kanye West.
Oh, here's the
You
thing.
think we just
Okay,
Who
so
brought up Kanye?
Wait a second here.
that's not what we doing.
What the
We not
hell are
gonna-
you wearing
We're
on
not
your
just gonna
head?
say that. I
I
heard
wasn't gonna
some. I
say
think it was
anything.
Bam.
Like
heard
you,
Bam say
you,
something
you
like-
went on
negative
vacation
positive
and
attention
came
things.
back
Some
with
pictures with
locks.
Trump.
Are you supposed
Huh?
to be
Bob Marley.
part of
Oh,
the
yeah, I've been
reggae
growing my hair.
operation? What's going on here?
I've been growing my hair out, man.
Went on vacation,
I
came
don't
back
think you
with
grew
locks.
that much hair in about a month's time.
Why,
brother,
Juan,
this
you
is-
look
How
like
was
Batty
your
Boy. Them.
vacation?
But this is my lock
And
what
and
are y'all
and
talking
where
about?
and where is my keychain?
I'm gonna need to know what your secret is,
I'll
GSU,
get you one.
because in a
Bomb
month
wave
I
cream.
can't get my hair to grow that much at all.
So
With long
okay.
hair, then man, them look like Batty Boy.
Oh boy. All right.
Exactly.
Let's have. I'm glad we're all having fun playing dress up. All right. I wanted to like
Wait, why you
recenter
think
the
it's dress up?
conversation though, and not move away from what Gambit was trying to imply.
I mean,
So
I could always
like our friend Waterkai brought up an interview, and I haven't seen it. And I think most people here haven't seen it. But like interview between Ice Cube, the rapper, and Tucker Carlson. And apparently, Ice Cube says some like out of pocket things that like are like pretty conservative leaning or whatever. Again, I haven't seen it, so I can't judge it for myself. But and then our friend GSU Gambit, I'm happy to have him here, like brings up that grifter Kanye West. So what I wanted to talk about is like celebrities, right? Like how much importance should we be putting on their words, and how important are they to like bringing attention to black concerns or concerns in general, really. But and like, should we allow them to be the center, the center focus of any sort of political movement? And what do you guys think?
Are you
I
going
think
around the table?
in the
You
black
can just
community,
talk.
I feel like it's just open thing. In the black community, I feel like they unfortunately have to be one and the same, because basically the people with the money and influence to affect change in the system, at least as far as black people goes, are going to be celebrities. We don't have necessarily a separate class of like a large class of like rich, wealthy black people who aren't necessarily celebrities. We're all kind of like first and at most second generation.
Disagree with that. I think there's a lot of upper echelon, upper middle class black people that are not celebrities.
Wait, is it me or
Lawyers,
Dream is low?
doctors.
Yeah, you're low, buddy.
How about now? Is it
Kinda
my
normal
better?
to me.
No, you're using the
No.
wrong mic.
This mic.
Yeah, there
There
you
you
go.
go.
Yeah. Way better. Okay. I was like, I thought it was just me. I'm like, what?
Makes sense. Okay. There we go.
I just mute him, but go ahead.
I was saying, I think there's a lot of upper echelon black folks that are like doctors and lawyers, especially in Atlanta, and some in LA. I know there's a lot in New York, DC. But from what I can tell, a lot of them are really involved in politics. They help campaign for their local electorate. It's just that it's hard to win for black people on a national scale because white people are obviously the majority. So it really boggles down to what you can do locally, and then we really have to do a homegrown situation where you have to build up the next candidate, which a lot of people just want to vote for the one that's already in there, but you really have to raise candidates to be, to like take over the current leadership. So I
But
don't
mean,
think
I'm not talking
I
about
don't
middle
think
class black people.
Yeah, the more influential black people that I know of that are not entertainers per se aren't really into politics. So like your Neil deGrasse Tysons,
He's not into politics. That nigga
I
talks
have
about
not
politics.
heard him.
Science.
I have not heard him really talk politics.
That nigga always talks about politics.
I rarely hear him talk about politics. It's mainly
I
about
can't
his.
say
It's
that.
mainly about his science.
Well,
The science.
obviously,
the
it's mainly
Astros.
obviously
Yeah.
mainly about his science because he's an astrophysicist, but he
Yeah,
always talks
that's-
about
And
politics.
then you got people like Cornell West, who is into
Probably add,
politics
like,
and
very
is
little.
running.
Cornell West is a joke.
That
should never be
entertainer.
that's a
He
joke.
should never be
but
mentioned.
Yeah, no.
He's not a joke.
Why is
personally.
Colonel
He's not
West
a
a
joke.
Yes, he is a joke.
I'm
Cornell
saying,
West is a
I'm saying
retard.
like
He's-
I'm saying
Stop,
like
stop.
he's a joke candidate. I'm not saying like him as a person or like
No,
in
him as a
politics.
person is
He's
a
a
joke.
good
saying
person.
like
Hold on.
No, he's not.
the
Damn.
party that he's running under isn't really like
That's a
one that's
joke
like
party.
going.
Running
Yeah,
as a
that's what I'm saying. Is that's the
Don't
joke
say-
party?
Him-
hey,
He's part of
like,
the
That's
Green
not a-
Party.
no,
He's
no,
running part
no,
of the
that's-
Green
that's
Party,
not
and
a-
the Green
that's
Party
not a
is
joke.
People's
Party.
Party.
That's
DeAndre,
not
don't
a
say
joke.
that.
Running
Sorry,
running
hold
on
on, sorry,
a
hold on,
running on a
sorry,
third
hold
party
on,
ticket is
hold
not a
on,
joke.
hold on. Too many people
But him
talking at
himself
once.
is.
Hold on, Razor, what did you just say?
I thought like he said he was running as like part of the People's Party.
Green
Yeah,
Party.
that was
Yes.
before, and then he changed to the
Yeah.
Green Party.
Okay. I missed that.
Fair
missed that
enough.
switch.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but
Um,
him running on a third party is nowhere near a joke. Thinking that black people only have to vote for one of the two big parties is stupid.
It's the one on
The- we-
rights.
We need
Vote
more
to count.
more parties.
You
But
say have to, but that's just chaotic.
but Cornell West, he's a horrible person. He's very
How?
disingenuous. He's a horrible academic. Any black person that disagrees with them, he'll go on live television and call you the N-word on live TV. He was having an argument with Leo
Any.
Terrell.
Let me guess against like people like Jesse
He was-
Peterson or Candace Owens.
He was having an argument with Leo Terrell, who at the time was still on the Democrat side, and Leo Terrell disagreed with him on I can't remember the case it was. It wasn't anything too big. I think it was a case about something legal, and Leo Terrell being a
He
defense
switched
attorney.
to Republican in 2020.
Leo Terrell being a defense attorney. This was in 2018 when they had this argument. Leo
Okay.
Terrell being a defense attorney was saying something about a particular case. I can't remember what it was about. And Cornell West comes on there and is on live TV and tells Leo Terrell, "You need to check your privilege, Negro," on live TV.
What's
Like
wrong with that?
Cornell West is a disgrace.
He says Negro all the time. Negro is
Yeah, he's a disgrace. There's no
Negro is
reason
not a
for-
bad word, bro. It just means black
Right.
person.
Okay,
He's a-
that's
he's
a
a
more
distra-
respectable way to say black person,
Agreed.
especially
Yeah,
like
it's the way
you
it's the
know.
way my grandma
Yeah,
says
okay,
it.
right, Negro, please. Let's
Yeah,
be
it's-
real.
You talk. You this
You
nigga
look-
just
you look
Unless,
Negro
uh,
like
said the
that's term I've
N-word.
heard.
And
you
let's
said the N
and
word,
let's
and I
say
knew you was lying because Negro
let's
is
say
not the N word.
if a white person called you Negro, would that be okay?
Depends on the
They're both
context.
black.
Of course
No.
it would. Of course it
What is-
would. It
what is
doesn't
the-
matter.
hold
It
on,
doesn't
where's the
matter if
connection
they're
here?
That's
It
not.
doesn't matter
it's-
if they're
this
both
is
black.
only something that
doesn't matter
really
if
is
they're
only
both
said
black.
in our community. It's
I
not
said
something
depends on the
that's
context.
really like
No, it's
said
not
out.
something
What?
that's
No,
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 it's not.
white
It's
people
not
aren't
something that's
like being
only
like,
said in our
"Oh,
community.
you Negro." Like, no. Let's be real. They're
It-
gonna
the dash-
call
It's not
you
said-
the,
it's not
the
only said in
real
our
N
community.
word.
It's
Depends
not
on the
only
context.
said in our community. Negro was never a term that black people created. It was a
I'm
term created
saying
by
right
white people
now. I'm
used
saying
towards
right
black people.
now in 2023,
no.
it's
Creation-
used
Right
in
now in
our
2023,
community
black people.
No.
exclusively right
DeAndre, it's a
now.
classification. So
Yeah.
white people will be Caucasoids. We're Negroid.
Who
So
the fuck ever
Negro,
called white people Caucasoid?
I
that's
have.
just
A
what it is.
lot of people.
I do that all the
That's
time.
not a lot of people.
Just
Have.
is what
I've
it
never
is.
heard that word.
Nobody
I've
never
never
heard
heard
it
the word
either. No
Negro
one
or
has ever
Caucasoid?
said it.
90%
one's
of
ever
people who
said it.
heard that have just heard that word. Just FYI.
Negro?
It's a stat that's on.
It's
It's
a
on.
Caucasoid.
peer-reviewed article.
Caucasian?
Oh, I've heard Caucasoid before, but like it's very rare that
Yeah.
people will ever.
Yeah, people will rarely use it seriously.
The Caucasus
That's
Mountains?
like
That's
super
only
like
in the
old school.
leftist of left.
It's an old classification.
Oh, I know. I'm not sure if it's a
Yeah.
leftist space thing. That's like a
It's not. It's
super
mo-
old school like racial.
It's not an old
term.
No,
classification.
Yeah, like
They didn't.
like
White
it's
people
on.
didn't start using the word Caucasian until until recently, about the last 100 years or so, because they never thought that they needed a classification.
No.
Wait, you
I
said
don't know.
He's
Disagree?
on
First of
the
all,
It was talking about
right.
caucus, not
this
Caucasian.
this classification was invented, I believe, in the 1700s.
Right.
Been
I had
around
to.
for a
I had
long,
to
long
ask.
time.
I had to ask real quick for that Cornell West versus Leo thing. Were they talking about police? Because I think I found the article
It,
about.
I was
it
just
may
looking
have
at
it
it.
may
Yeah.
have been
Hold
because
on,
it
wait,
was
y'all
it was
coming
some
for
it
Cornell
was
West?
something
What's
for
that?
a defense.
No,
It was
this
No,
is
something
we
for a
new.
defending
Defend us
Cornell
sometime,
West.
and
DeAndre,
GSU.
DeAndre's
Leo
like,
was
how
making a
dare
defensive claim.
DeAndre had no argument. All he said is like, this guy called another black
Cornell
person Negro on live TV.
Cornell West is a complete
That's all you
laugh.
said.
It was
Basically,
related. It was
I've
Give me
related
an
to George
argument.
I've
Floyd.
looked at
Give me an
I've looked at
argument, bro.
with and it turned
I've
into
looked
a
at
thing
Cornell
about like
West's works. I've listened to what Cornell West has been saying for
I
years, and
can
nothing that
say,
Cornell West has ever said has been helpful to anybody.
I mean,
Okay.
he's definitely helpful if you got hired by Harvard to teach. So you can't say that.
So
Harvard
That's not
hires
necessarily true.
Harvard hires a
I
lot of
won't put
people
that
that
as being enough.
aren't needed.
Why would Harvard hire somebody if they don't think he will help Harvard get more students and want to take his classes and then pay him? Why would I pay you if I don't think you're helpful? Please help me understand that, Bam.
Again,
Well,
I
why,
don't think. 'cause
why,
I-
why
from
would you
ev-
do
Hold
why would you
on.
do anything when the government gives you an incentive to
Oh,
make
oh,
more money
hold
for
on,
hiring
hold on,
people
hold
to
on,
meet a
hold on,
target
hold on.
quota?
This is simple. Oh, okay, I don't know
What?
about hold
So
on,
that means I helped.
I'm gonna
meet the
ignore the
target.
quota
Hold on.
thing. I'm gonna ignore the quota thing for a second. Okay, so what I just like you said your argument was why would Harvard hire someone if they didn't think they would be useful to them? Well, you could say that about any employer anywhere, right? They hire employees because they think they're going to be helpful, but they also fire employees all the time because, like, oh, I'm wrong. So just because that Harvard hired Cornell West doesn't necessarily mean that that was a good decision. But like that doesn't mean I'm
didn't say
against
that.
Cornell West. Okay. Well,
I didn't say that.
Okay.
Obviously, I didn't say that it was. I'm not talking about whether or not it's good or bad. I'm talking about whether or not he helped. So
will help ever be bad?
The same.
I feel
Yeah,
like this is
you can help people do bad stuff. Are you okay? Are you
I
okay?
mean, from
Like,
their
seriously.
perspective, from the perspective of the person you're helping, I don't think it would ever be bad.
Are you okay? I'm just asking.
Yeah, good. I don't
Okay.
think helping can ever be bad in any context.
Yeah.
If someone's saying I helped you,
So it's about perspective. So if I help somebody do something bad, then
the
it's good
person
for
being
them,
helped is
bad for
good.
others.
I helped you until wood
So
chipper.
we're not. So when
Obviously,
somebody
Bam,
says
Too
you
whether or
know
not
early
that.
it's
to
good,
be
so when,
going into this
when
rabbit hole.
when people talk about whether or not something is good, obviously they're not talking about, oh, well, it's good for the person they helped, but then ultimately, no, nobody's talking about that. When people say whether or not something is good, that conversation is about objectivity.
I don't know.
Whether or not it's
Okay,
objectively good.
I don't know if anybody has that conversation that way, but
Oh, you
like,
think so? You anytime you're like, well, is this a good thing?
I don't
If
think
it
people
helped
are
one
speaking in moral
person, therefore it's
objectiveness.
good. If it helped one person, if we're talking about whether or not something's a good thing,
I don't think
according
that's
to
how.
you, it's therefore good.
Dude, no one. Oh my god.
That's what he's saying. That's
I
what
don't
he
think
said.
people. I don't think people speak like.
No, I
casually,
think people
moral
speaks like that.
objectiveness.
Yeah.
No, that's what
Well,
he said. I agree.
No one speaks like that.
That's what he
well,
said. I
going
agree.
No, he's not.
Okay. You
He
saying
just
Pace said
as
that?
long as that helps one person, therefore it's a good thing. That's what he said.
Yeah,
Well,
I think that's
would
generally
say
how
that.
people
But
feel.
That's
You
how
see what
Going
I'm saying?
on,
Sometimes.
Who talks like that?
Most people.
going on to
If you
answer
like,
your
if you
question,
help me rob a
Brian,
bank, or like, hey, thanks for helping me, like sneak out the house, like sneak out my mom's house, like,
It's gonna be seen as good to them, yeah.
From
No,
their
it's
relative
not about to
perspective.
them. It's like, hey, is
but
this a
that's how
good
people
thing?
talk.
That's-
Like,
yeah.
no one speaks in
I
moral
want you to
objectiveness.
just listen.
I have
Just
to think
listen.
about the world.
Yeah, okay.
still.
Let
listen. You're not
let Dream go.
This is really so. If we were to say, was the Holocaust a good or bad thing, and then bam, according to Bam's like, well, it helped the Nazis, therefore it's a good
to
thing.
the Nazis, it would be a
What?
good thing. To
It's
everybody
not-
else,
no,
it
no,
would be a
Kind of
bad
screwed
thing.
them over in the long
No,
run.
no,
so it was a
no,
bad
no,
thing for
stop.
everyone
Jesus,
involved.
hold on, listen. Jesus
Uh-uh.
Christ,
I'm listening.
No.
Hey, there
That-
can't
that's
be
a
anything
bad-
good that comes from
that's
this.
a bad what?
I don't know where we're going, but it's
Bad
it's
argument.
not going to be
Bad
a good
argument.
thing.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's what I'm trying
That's
to
like
say.
the-
Take a wild guess.
No, it's a bad argument to try and
That's
make.
obviously what I'm trying
Oh
to
my
point.
God, guys,
I'm trying to say
guys.
it's a bad argument.
So much crosstalk.
to
Okay,
make
so
your point.
I want to make sure, hunt guys. So let's try to do our best to understand what Dream's trying to say, because we might be like jumping the gun here. Okay, so Dream, I think now, if I'm wrong, please correct me. Right? Are you saying that Bam, the way he's talking, is the moral objectivist way, and that no, you're saying he's a moral relativist and saying that anything can be good even though like it hurt other people? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, it's not. It's less about moral relativism. It's about when you hear question whether or not this is a good thing, you don't immediately go, well, I'm going to calculate whether or not this is a good thing if it helped one person. At least if it helped at least one person, therefore good. That's what he's saying. When I
No,
hear the question,
Oh my God.
No, guys,
Why are
guys,
you
let
saying
him
that?
finish. Let him finish. Let him
that's
finish.
literally what he said. What
Okay,
I'm
just let
saying
him
is,
finish, please.
when I hear the question
Killing
whether or not
Razor.
something is a good thing, I think about the overall good of it, whether or not it was good for the, and whether actually it was a good thing, like deontologically or like the negative in the positive calculation. He's saying as long as it helps one person, therefore you can say it's a good thing. I don't think so.
No, I'm saying
Who
I'm
did
using
you learn these
moral
ancient
relativism.
techniques from? Why are
Again,
you
Nobody's
creating aneurysms?
disagreeing. Nobody's disagreeing.
Oh,
Hey,
God.
if somebody did if somebody helped somebody, it's good for that person. No one's disagreeing with that.
But I'm saying
The
that's how
beginning of the
people-
conversation,
Okay,
you went there.
I
The
thought
beginning
I'd
of the
let you
conversation,
go.
Yeah,
you went there. But the
let-
beginning of the conversation was the question itself. What do you hear when you hear the question? Is this a good or bad thing? You don't hear, well, it's
Yo,
helped one
Bam.
person.
Yo, Bam, that was amazing, dog. That
Yeah.
was lit. That was lit. That needs to be highlighted and called out, and like we don't have to spend more time talking about it. We can just let Bam go now. That was lit. That was
Yeah,
lit.
let's Bam finish. But
Yeah, again, I am speaking about moral relativism. And I don't even know, this isn't even a part of the topic, but I'm just saying when people talk like casually about whether something was good or bad for them, generally they're just
Not
speaking
for
from
them.
their perspective. Yes, because that's how people
Thank you.
people usually speak from their own perspective. Like, oh, I like dropped out of school, but I got a job, so it's fine. It works out. Like I don't know if they're thinking of like objectively in the scheme of the world if this is a positive or negative thing. They're just
Yeah.
saying like from my personal perspective, like things
Yeah.
work out.
No, bro,
Because-
because this
That's
is
how-
really,
That's just how people talk.
That
no,
literally is how
we're
people
not
talk,
talking.
yes.
Jesus Christ, this is what I'm saying. Like,
That's
you're
what he
diving
was
in-
talking about.
All right, bro. I'm
That's
talking
how he was
about.
talking.
I fucking quit.
You're trying to go back to saying
No,
the
I'm
entire
not.
world.
You don't even know what I'm about to say because you interjected.
You were just doing it. Go ahead.
Listen, I'm saying that no one's disagreeing about moral relativism. That people talk about, hey, if it's helped me, I think it's good for me. No one's disagreeing with that. I'm talking about when you hear the question whether or not something is good, not whether or not something is good to you. That's a different question. Those are two different questions. So when somebody hears whether or
To the
not
layman,
something is,
no, it's not.
all right, go ahead, bro. Go, you got it.
To the
Hold on, yeah,
layman, it's not.
Hold on. Just let him finish the thing, and so he can.
Let him cook, y'all.
Let's.
Because I want to move past this, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying
Gotta get
if
food
I
later.
hear the question, hey, was this a good thing? Like if we were talking about a historical event, was this a good thing? Obviously, the undertone is under my moral barometer, my moral theory, whether or not, my personal moral theory. That's the moral relativism. That's what you're talking. That's what moral relativism is, that you have a personal moral theory that is not observable in the real world, like objectively. That's what moral
Okay.
relativism is. What I'm saying is when people hear the question, is this a good or bad thing? They're thinking, okay, well, it hasn't helped me. It has nothing to do with me, but let me still see whether or not it's a good thing. When you hear that question, they're not thinking, well, as long as it helped one person, therefore we can claim that this is a good thing. You can only claim that this is a good thing when you qualify it to them. This is good for them, that the person that's helped. But we're talking about when people hear, was this a good or bad thing? What do you think? They're not thinking, well,
Okay.
it helped one person, therefore it's a good
Okay.
thing. They're not
Okay.
thinking that. They never thought
Going
that.
in
And you don't
circles.
think
I
that.
don't know if you're
What's
repeating,
the
but you're gonna
actual
say we
point
cutting
we're
them off
trying to
again.
get to?
Yeah,
You
I,
don't think
Just
that,
move
bro.
on. Just go on.
I don't. I just kind of want to
This
move
is-
past this
Well,
question. So
well,
we can,
Prime. I hate to go on with the are they
no,
good or
please don't.
bad
Please
thing,
don't
but
do it.
in answer to your question that you posed earlier about celebrities and the black community and their position, I have always been of the position that, for the most part, uh, ethnic leaders, black, white, or whatever, have never really been good for the community that they supposedly represent because uh, they don't stand to gain anything by stopping the paranoia that they're causing. You look at Al Sharpton and you look at Jesse Jackson and what they've been doing for years is playing on the race card, staying relevant, and they get to continue to make money while keeping black people paranoid. So some people, I think, are necessary to push an idea to the forefront, but trying to have a celebrity or some person that's seen as the leader of the community be the foreface of everything is never going to be good, because then that person has to keep those people paranoid in order to keep making money.
So okay,
Is it?
oh, you're
Sorry
right. So
about
no, I'll go straight to you. So
Okay.
when I said celebrity, I meant like musicians and like basketball players, like LeBron James. Like sometimes he'll say something political. He'll pretend like Oh, sorry. I won't go deeper into
Even
that.
then,
But
that's just to make money.
But hold on, yeah. So I'm just gonna. So anyway, that's what I was talking about, right? And I want to use this opportunity to attack Kanye West because I never gave up on those.
No, we're not doing that.
But but
So we
You
not
kind of
doing.
have to do that.
I'm a
but
Kanye
Yeah.
stan. Let's go.
you brought
No.
up those perennial quote unquote civil rights leaders. You brought up like a guy like Al Sharpton, and Al Sharpton's an interesting case. Because he has been very much criticized for the things he's done. And I'm not sure if it was the Watts riots or is it a different riots, where there was these riots, like I think it was in New York actually, where there was like black people who ended up like in a conflict with like the Jewish community, and it was bad, right? And there's like a whole history that like led to this moment. And Sharpton showed up there, and he made it worse. Right, like he encouraged like bad impulses when he was there. Now later on, he ended up apologizing for this, but like the idea that this one guy who becomes like he's a celebrity preacher, and he gets to be the focus of this thing, and he gets to put his face on it, and his words rise above the words of anyone else. Like, is that a good thing or not? So if you want to go jump into that, Razor, and then everyone else.
I just real quick had to ask: is it paranoia when the thing that they talk about ends up being fully real? Like saying the
What
different
did what
oppressions
did
that black people, like
what
the
did they
like
say
the
that
different
was
type
fully
of
real?
oppression, like the type of oppression that black people are facing on the daily.
What
Because
type of oppression are we facing on the daily that Sharpton said that was real?
I don't know Sharpton well enough.
Job application oppression.
Job application oppression. You can look at the data on that, and that shows
Yeah,
it
the
wasn't
data
true.
shows that black applicants get tossed to the side more often if it's a
Oh
black
yeah,
sounding
and
name.
then I mean we can also talk about like this. I'm sure Al Sharpton probably talked about was like the lack of jobs in the black community and like how we are like usually have the highest unemployment rate of any other race. There's
lack of-
that.
Well, you can
Of
look at
course, the
that,
oppression
but you
by
can
the
also
police
look.
and
But
everything.
you can also look within the
Yeah,
community that
police
we're in right
oppression.
now. You can also look in the community that we're in right now, and you can see where jobs, big business are afraid to go in these big communities, because if you look at Chicago, for example, they're complaining that Walmart just pulled out and took all their jobs with them, despite the fact that they just spent the last 2.5 years boycotting Walmart and big business and stealing all of the stuff in the businesses, and to the point where these
We're
businesses
not
no
going to
longer
use
feel
one
safe.
example to
Well,
disprove
no, you don't have
the
to use
general
one
truth.
example. You can look at Target, CVS. You can look at
Okay, we're not
all
going to use a few examples.
you can look at
Ah.
all of the buildings and stuff that you go into
Oh.
now that have all of their stuff hidden behind glass plexi cases, because at certain particular inner city areas where black people tend to live the most, it's not just black people are the problem, but in inner city areas, these stores are all leaving out because they're running into problems. And
Here,
it just so happens
I'll word that a little bit better for you. Poverty-stricken areas.
they're not poverty-stricken areas, because the inner cities, up until
That's where they
recently,
usually are.
There's poverty.
the inner
There's
cities are
poverty.
not poverty-stricken, because the inner cities up until the early 90s were the wealthiest places that you could get because of the sheer job opportunity. But when you now have
Why you say it wasn't?
total
Why are you talking about the
disregard
past? I'm so
for
confused.
the law of what's going on, and we're seeing repeatedly in these areas where crime rates have increased and these job
It's
opportunities are
usually due to
becoming lesser,
gentrification, where
because
you'll end up having class struggles being
no, that's not what's
Redlining,
going
all of
on there.
that
You
shit.
have
Like,
Talking about now, you're talking about, well, it was rich back before the 90s.
Wait, let him get through one point, because every
Yeah.
time you say something, he like
My bad.
switches points.
Sorry,
and I will
please,
respond
please
to like
Go
continue.
ahead,
Please,
Bam.
please
Please.
continue.
Look, when you're looking at the series of events that have gone on in these areas where jobs are plentiful, and every year where we have protests, we have people that are refusing to work. They aren't showing up. They're stealing things. When they do show up to work, they're not doing the job appropriately. And then now we have in these areas, particularly like I'll use Chicago as another example, where their mayors and their officials are passing laws that make it impossible for the employer to protect their business, to protect their supply chains. It affects everybody that works in the area because if let's say if Walmart and Target can't do a lawsuit or can't hire security to prevent somebody from stealing something, and they can't have their employees search people and prevent customers from stealing stuff, what's the purpose of staying there if they're losing money and they still have to pay these people
What?
that are working for them, and they're losing money because they can't sell product and their product doesn't get sold? They're losing money. They're losing a contract with the person that's putting it on their shelves. What are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to just stay there and lose money?
Well,
I
the
don't
the
understand.
you're speaking to
What
different
kind
people.
of classist shit is that?
Wait a minute. There's multiple things. Let me respond to this directly because there's multiple things. One, Walmart wasn't losing money in Chicago. They just weren't like as competitive as other stores.
Yes, they were
Across
losing
the
money
nation.
when you're
No,
when
there
they're when
wasn't
they're
enough
getting
theft in Walmart
when
that
they're
they were
getting
like a
things
non.
stolen from them. They're losing money.
Respond. Whoa, come on, let him respond. Go ahead, Bam.
Yeah. Walmart wasn't losing money, and but when you say losing money, typically what people say is they're saying that it's non-profitable. They're operating at a loss.
They are though. They no. I know that they were though.
No, there wasn't
finish.
enough theft in Walmart stores in Chicago to operate at a loss. Like even when I because I even looked it up.
It's not about.
It just said that it said that the stores were less competitive than their than like other
Those are
competitors
not
around
mutually
the country.
exclusive. You know that, right?
I'm just saying that, and there's not there. You have to prove that then that they were.
Yeah, I saw a
they were at
video
a
about
loss.
it. I can look it up.
But yeah, that's not even that's the first point. The second point is like the city of Chicago may lose some money from Chicago's like from Walmart's tax dollars, but it seems that the citizens that live in these neighborhoods, like you said before, were already kind of in the process of boycotting Walmart. I shop at Walmart. I think that it offers a lot of convenience for a lot of things, and it's one of the like biggest stores in my local little town area. But in the larger cities, it seems that those communities, or at least a lot of the black people in the communities, I can't speak for like all of them. It's just there's a segment that seems that would want Walmart to go and would actually prefer to have more local mom and pop shops that they could and smaller grocery chains.
I wish they would, but no,
Those
they
local
really
mom and
don't.
pop shops can't afford anything now either because they can't afford to work in those areas. You see, when you have areas
There's a Walmart.
that are high in that type of crime, that creates a high risk area. It's hard to get insured for those types of areas. They can't afford the
It wasn't
insurance.
insurance.
They can't
Insurance
wonder
isn't
what
enough
happened
to
to
prevent you from opening a
insurance.
store. No, you do need business insurance to open a store, but
They
business
can't
insurance
afford.
isn't enough to prevent. Like if business insurance isn't going to make the difference when you open a store, or not like
Yes, it is. Yes, it
Bus-
does make the difference because
business
if you're
insurance
in
is
a,
like $2,500 a
you're-
year.
no,
Like
that's
and
no,
even in
it's
high
not
risk areas.
$2,500 a year. When you're looking at areas like in areas like this, you're paying about that much a month, and in some
No, they're
cases
not.
in these areas, you can't qualify for insurance at all. Period. And you can't be
No.
That's not
insured.
true. That's not
And
true.
then you
That's
and then you
not
have laws.
true.
Yeah, actually, it is true. I have in
Here,
front of me
I
about
sent the link.
300 pages of insurance paperwork from property casualty insurance and theft prevention insurance in front of me from when I sold that insurance policies to businesses. And you can be denied insurance if you live
certain
in a high risk
companies.
area.
Yes, a certain company might not approve you, but there's no such thing as opening a building that no company is going to approve you to start a business somewhere. High
Right,
risk insurance
right.
companies exist, and they are a little more expensive. But again, you're talking about like I'm talking about like on the highest end, and Walmart may be different, but I'm saying for like
Hell, Walmart
a
lost
brick and
millions
mortar
of
mall
dollars.
store. The mall and mom and pop store type store. We're talking about like $4,000 to $5,000 a year. That's not making or breaking whether you can start the business or not. Like
Right.
So
like
Or
pretty much,
you have to make
I
you have to be
have
able to
this
make
similar-
that.
DQ, when you
I-
can, put yourself back on camera so people know where your voice is coming from.
Yeah, sorry. It's just really hot, and so I gotta,
Yeah.
the fans underneath my hijab, basically.
Waterkai, go ahead.
Okay.
So I have to somewhat agree with Pace. So you have mom and pop stores that can't compete with the price point of Target, Walmart, and other big box stores. So when those mom and pop shop, well, if Walmart leaves, they're still not getting the price point. So the problem is they're not going to make the same amount of money. The stuff's still going to cost more. So people are going to leave the area to go to a Walmart or a Target because the items are going to be cheaper. So either way, mom and pop shops don't win. And like you were saying with the insurance, they will get insured, but it'll be at a higher premium. So that's
And they're also getting, and they're also
disagree with
been,
that. I
they're also
disagree with
been
that.
stolen from at a larger rate
Yes,
than
Amazon's another
Walmart
issue.
are.
The thing about mom and pop shop is that they have an advantage in terms of location and convenience. So it's like you could travel further. Okay.
That
My bad.
when
You made
people-
the point. I shouldn't say
when
that. My
people
bad.
have vehicles, they convenience for going to a mom and pop store versus going to a big business
I
is
want to hear from
out of the
Dream.
door.
I want to for Dream, and then I kind of want to move on from this because, like, I don't know how we got on this. I would really like to move away, talk about something dealing with the
It's
community.
because I
sorry,
dared to
Dream.
say about the.
We can move away. It's okay.
Okay, all right. So I kind of want to try to move it back to that question.
Move it back to
I
what we
had
were talking
before.
about.
All right, so like I'll do it. I'll start us off. Okay, all right. And we'll go from there. Kanye West is a terrible human being. Kanye West has
Shit, Kanye's a goat. I couldn't hear
nothing.
You sound kind of low.
Terrible.
You are
terrible.
delusional. Just like your man, Kanye West. Do I
Whatever
find,
that
actually, I don't
hair
know.
is.
I don't know. I might
He says
actually
that with that
sound
crazy
low
thing on his
because
head.
I've been having
The
trouble
power
with
of
my
delusion created that hair.
audio, so that I might actually be.
Or not.
Yeah, you do sound really, really low.
Does
could
my
be
audio sound low to everyone?
It
A
sounds
little
fine
bit,
to me.
But
Sounds good.
it's okay for me. But
I mean, maybe I turned you down when you were
Hey,
saying
Chad,
some
how's it
bullshit.
going?
No, you had 126%.
I mean,
Okay.
Kanye,
But no, it's fine. It's fine.
Kanye could be the
I'll
GOAT
raise
and the
my
most
volume
horrible view person.
a little bit.
He can
Sorry.
be both.
I don't even like his music that much.
Kanye could be a horrible person and the GOAT. He could be both.
His
I
music's
mean,
not
in
even
terms
that
of
good.
his music, I'm not saying anything in terms of his music. Like
Yeah, I
I
know.
think he's had some.
No, I don't
hot-
think Gambit is saying the GOAT person.
I mean, shit. I mean, it's close to it if he
the
not.
GOAT person of all time.
So
I mean, personally-
Abdul-Jabbar, that's probably Kareem.
Personally,
okay.
I don't have a like or hate relationship for Kanye. I've only listened to really one song of his,
So,
and his
Jesus
other
Walks.
views.
oh my
No,
god.
not Jesus Walks. The only song of Kanye West I ever even heard was fucking Gold Digger, and that was because of Jamie Foxx being in it.
Well, okay. So let me just get this out. All right. So
Interesting.
Kanye West, awful.
Yep.
Kanye West has proven to be like a moral pariah, and his like stated love for Hitler and the Nazis, and
my
hatred
God.
for anti-Semitic views from the Jews. Right. So like my problem with having a person like him is that like look, there are going to be black people who exist who have those views, right? He's not the only one. He just isn't. And it no matter how strange that might be, but he's not the only one who has that. But and that's not a problem until he gets $1 billion, and then everyone is kind of forced to listen. That our society says, well, because
Well, he
this
lost
guy is
500
rich
million the same month.
and famous, that
Yeah.
means that he must be
That's
worth
probably-
listening to beyond his like sphere, right? In terms of music, I think it's very much worth listening to Kanye West, right? Like listening into like his thoughts on music, or anywhere else that he's proven himself to be like successful. But beyond that, we take that to, well, this person must have some sort of wisdom, and let's listen to his political views. What? No, that doesn't mean that he knows anything about those things. Doesn't mean he's qualified, right? But we just let these people have this spotlight, and that's my issue.
Let me know when you're done.
See
I-
that.
I-
Hold
done.
on, wait.
Prime- hold on, you have
Wait. Hold on, wait.
All right, I'll go right after you.
Prime is showing.
Underline.
Prime is showing that he doesn't understand why people like Kanye West. When
Okay.
you go listen to All Falls Down, when you go listen to crack music, when you go listen to the songs that everybody likes Kanye for, it's because of his takes on either social or political things that's happening within the black community. So it just shows that, Prime is just not aware of why people consider Kanye one of the greatest of all time. But secondarily,
Man,
secondarily,
I promise. I'm so self-conscious.
yeah, exactly. Y'all should listen to All Falls Down. It's like
I
it's
didn't even
literally
like him when
beautiful.
before he said that stuff. Well,
I don't like his beats.
Oh, he has
He's
a
got
bunch of
good
songs,
beats.
man.
So you didn't like
No,
him
I know.
after All Falls
He's got
Down?
good everything. He's the
No,
total
that song's
package.
kind of
But anyway,
trash.
I rarely
Wow.
listen to rap into the. I rarely ever listen to like any like rap or anything like that.
You just watch
like,
Furry.
Okay. So then let's
Yeah,
just
but
but
break
to
it down
move-
to that point.
to move past that though, because
Yeah.
we all know Kanye's top 5. But anyway, to move past that, yeah, Prime was highlighting how he's talked about certain issues that exist within the dynamic between Black economic power and certain small demographics of people.
the Jewish
and-
people. He's talking about
that-
Jewish people. Okay.
No, I'm not
moving
talking
on.
about Jewish people. No,
Okay.
don't put words in my mouth. I'm talking.
Wait a minute. You already
Specifically
admitted
about
before that
a-
he was anti-Semitic.
I'm talking about a hyper small selection of Jewish people, not Jewish people. The only thing I
I
told
see.
you I took a
okay.
problem with from Kanye was the fact that he wasn't a little bit more specific with some of his words.
Okay.
But I think we all understood what he meant, right? When we say white people are something against Black people, we're not talking about all white people. We're talking about the people who meet that criteria. But people wanted to be anti-Black against Kanye, so of course they hyperbolized what he said. But anyway, Kanye highlighted issues that a certain small demographic of people do with Black people, and the response to that was they took a lot of wealth from him. It was almost like he knew it was going to happen, and then it happened, and then a lot of people, just didn't pay attention, and even though everything that he was saying was true, here we are. So yeah.
Wait a minute. He wasn't being specific. He even said himself he watched 22 Jump Street, and then Jonah Hill made him like Jewish people again because
Yes,
he's
he's
like
all
all
good
Jewish
now.
people.
He's all good.
He said it
You
was
think he
Jewish
was
people
at-
generally.
Do you? No, come
And
on.
this is
dude.
why
Yes,
I
he
said
was
it's
serious.
more like
I'm
You
not
gonna
gonna.
listen-
I'm taking Kanye seriously.
100%.
You gonna say it's a joke now when everything else this man
Isn't it
does?
obvious? Isn't
It's
it
not.
obvious that a fucking movie changed his mind? and
Yeah,
you-
like,
you-
come
He's
on, bro.
fucking
What are we doing?
crazy.
Do you-
He's
Oh.
fucking crazy.
No, this,
Yeah.
okay, this is why.
Do you remember-
This is why
this is-
I
remember-
said that he.
No,
wasn't-
Dream,
I remember.
Dream. You have to be this brain dead to have the takes that they have, though. So you got to understand that they're going to defend their ideology with pure nonsense. Like, you're not going to get some like deep,
this is what I wanted to
reasonable,
say.
intellectual. They're going to say,
Yeah.
"Oh no, he said like the movie changed his mind." Like
This
he
is
was
what-
actually being truthful. I really think he had a moment where he was like, "Oh my God, I do love Jewish people," while watching 22 Jump. That's what they believe. So you got to understand that that's what
This
you
man
have
was
to
talking
engage
to
with.
a net
If-
on TV.
Exactly.
Hold on, Bam, Bam.
Just listen to
What
Bam.
a
No,
bottle
Dream.
of
Just
Yahoo.
let Bam talk. Let Bam talk and listen to
Oh,
Bam.
you
Bam.
Oh, that didn't happen.
Can I wanted to go after you, Gavin. Hold on. I wanted to go
go.
after you for a reason. Because I
Okay,
wanted to give everybody context. Like if you've been
I think
around,
we got the context.
Go ahead, DeAndre, you got it.
Dang, Dream.
All
You
right,
gotta. Somebody might say one word. I apologize. Don't be sensitive.
Come on, Dream. Go
I'm
ahead.
not sensitive. I'm just showing you. Anyways, I wanted to say the context that I see, like anytime I hear Kanye sing some off the wall stuff, I'm like, oh,
Never
okay,
heard
this
that.
is, huh?
Off
No,
the
I'm
Wall
joking.
was a
That-
really
there's a
good
couple-
album by
there's
them.
a couple
Michael
of statements.
The
Jackson.
I was
best
joking.
Michael Jackson album.
It really was. Well, actually, not the best, but it was up there.
The best in my opinion.
Okay.
Please.
It was-
So as
Let
I was saying,
Dream
cool,
go,
thank you.
please.
As I was saying, I think the context that I view anything that Kanye says is off the wall, I'm like, okay, he's probably maybe having an episode, maybe not. But if you've like dealt with enough kids, like I work with a lot of kids, so I see a lot of people that are on the spectrum. And so his speech pattern and the way he talks and how he like describes his experience, it sounds like an autistic person. Like I feel like he even said himself in an interview that he might be a little autistic. He even said
Seems
like,
a little
I don't know, he-
schizophrenic, but
he's
I'm
like,
not going to diagnose
Guys,
the man.
why? Let's.
like what I'm saying is he could be undiagnosed autistic, and if not, maybe like a little bit like out there in that sense. So like everything he like the way he explains himself is like he says it. He there's a point to what he says, and there's truth to what he says, but he says it in such an outrageous way, like an autistic person would, that you just really don't take it that serious.
I'm gonna. cutting that.
What?
We're
what?
not doing
Like he doesn't.
that.
But he says, are you saying he says it like autistic person?
Are you
Or-
so? Are you saying that that because he might have autism, that's why he said all that terrible shit? Please don't do that.
All
For
of it,
real.
really was.
Hold on.
Instead of-
Stop.
For
stop.
real.
Said a few bad.
Hold on.
statements.
Stop.
It should
Stop.
be
Hold on.
more
Are
correct.
you now saying that autistic people don't say insensitive stuff?
Well,
That's
everybody
That
says
level-
it's
I highly doubt the
Like
man is
super
autistic,
insensitive?
but let's be real. He does
Hi.
like he's bipolar, and his bipolar mania is seriously getting in the fucking way. And I think that's part of the reason he needs to deal with his mental health issues. And I get it's hard taking pills and not taking pills, and I get it all. Right.
Oh, especially if you
But
actually do have
but
mental
like
problems, you
that
get
that
paranoid.
should still does not excuse the man for saying Nazi ideology or
Nazi ideology
revering the man.
He's never said Nazi ideology, but
What Nazi
Yeah.
Well,
ideology?
I
First
mean,
of all, I also want to address something that Prime
if you're
said.
revering Hitler, I think that's pretty
What
much
does
counts as,
revering Hitler mean?
Saying
Revering-
saying I love him.
What do you
Yeah,
think he meant? Hold on. I have a question. What do you think he meant by that?
they're
That
not
he
going to be
loved
honest.
Hitler.
No. Let him answer. Go ahead.
They're not going to
That
be
he
honest.
loved Hitler.
What does that mean? What context did he say that in? Do you know?
Wasn't he trying to
It
put the
doesn't
swastika
matter
on
the
some
context.
shoes on his
It
You
does
see how they're
not
not going to give you
matter
answers?
the
I told you.
context.
It's
This
going to
is
be
crazy.
all unintelligible
This is
responses.
crazy.
That's the only thing
So,
you'll
hold
get
on.
back.
We're
You
not
understand-
doing Nazi
hold on.
apologia.
This
We're
not Nazi
doing
apologia.
that.
Here.
It
I'll
is
take
if you,
the
it is
stand.
if you
Here,
if the words that
listen.
come out of your mouth if the words that come out of your mouth are "I love Hitler," doesn't matter in what
I love
fucking
Hitler.
context.
I
that
love
is
Hitler.
straight. If you mean it for, do you actually mean that? Do you
Yeah,
fully
I-
mean that?
Let me tell you why. Can I tell you why?
Nazi. That's not. That's
Let
Nazi.
me tell you why.
You're gonna say because he
He's a
let
Nazi?
it. Let me guess. Hold on.
He's
Let me
not-
guess.
yeah, go ahead,
Because he was a great leader for Germany, right?
No.
Why?
I love Hitler because I love all people that do bad because I want better for them to stop doing bad. And
Well, he's dead. He can't be better.
Didn't he say that? Didn't he say that Didn't he say the Nazis
Jesus
get a bad
Christ!
rap for no reason? Like they like.
No, he
people-
didn't.
I
No.
can
That's
almost.
not true.
I can find
Well,
a
Don't,
quote
don't
he
make
said
up
that.
statements because I know everything that was said.
Oh, he
Don't
didn't
make up
say
that-
it.
did.
He didn't
Don't
say
make
the
that
Nazis.
shit,
He
no,
didn't
you
say that the Nazis
tell
aren't
you.
like as bad as people think they are.
You can
No.
love.
Hold on.
Have you ever heard of-
Hold on, guys. Like you can just look up the transcript, okay? Kanye West.
That
This
is
is Alex
true.
Jones' interview. Kanye West. I like Hitler. Jones. I don't like Hitler. I know you're trying to be shocking with that. Kanye West. I'm not trying to be shocking. I like Hitler. I do not. Pause. The Holocaust is not what happened. Let's look at the facts of that. Hitler has a lot of redeeming qualities, right? Like I'm looking at the transcript right now. Like I don't
I'm
know.
just gonna stare at the camera and
Jones,
hope that Dream's
and you
feeling this.
and you got a little bit of the
He didn't
Hitler
even say anything
fetish going
controversial
on.
yet.
And no, here's nothing else. Alex Jones says,
He did not call it
and you got a little bit of the Hitler fetish going on. Kanye West. It's not a fetish. It's not a fetish. That's a term like, I just love information. Kanye West, no, there's a lot of things that I love about Hitler. A lot of things. Hey, Netan, meaning Netanyahu, I think. The prime minister.
The little net, the physical net.
Yeah,
Netan. What did you think about that Netan? This is insane. You insane person. Yeah. So like he says he loves Hitler. Lots of things I love about Hitler. That's what
Yeah.
he said.
You can say I love.
and then-
this is the
Hold
thing I love-
on. Wait. Hold
There's
on.
no-
Dream-
Yeah, go
Let
ahead.
Prime give his synopsis of what he just read so that
Kanye
he
West.
can have to defend stupid statements.
No, don't
Go
worry.
ahead.
I
Oh my
don't have to
God.
defend his statements. Like I'm just reading his statements. Kanye West during that interview, and he didn't kill 6 million Jews. That's just factually
Yeah, that's
correct.
what a lot of stupid people say, and it's fine. Like
But-
people say
but
that.
for the
There are people that are like,
ADL
"Oh my god, I don't believe the 6 million number." And
Okay.
we can-
Wait, Gambit,
Whatever.
Gambit, you said I was lying because I
Talking
have it
point.
pulled in front of me. Alex Jones, he says that, but we hate Nazis. He's like, you might look, but we hate Nazis over here. And Kanye said they did good things too. We're gonna stop dissing the Nazis.
Yeah, he didn't say what you said.
Yeah, he didn't say what you
He's
said.
he's not anti-dissing the Nazis. He's saying we're not gonna diss the Nazis. What does that
Yeah,
mean?
he's gonna preach
All right,
love,
all right.
love and
All
acceptance.
right, I want
The
to.
Nazis.
love.
That's an ideology.
wait,
That's not a
wait,
person.
Wait.
Hold on.
I want to make.
This is
I
literally
wanna
this
make
is literally
two
Gandhi.
statements.
This is literally Gandhi and MLK.
No,
like,
Gandhi loved people.
No.
It's love
all
the
right.
sin or hate the sin.
Did he say?
Okay,
Did he
love
say
the
we'll
sin.
stop dissing
Whoa,
Nazis?
pull it
And
back.
you know
Stop
for
talking.
a fact that
Stop
he meant
talking. Pull it back.
ideology and not the people.
Whoa, hey, Dream, knock it off. Stop talking. I told you guys stop talking. Knock it off. All right. So I want to give people some space who haven't had a chance to speak. So DQ would like to say something, so I'm gonna give her space. Gambit, I know you want to be able to retort because a lot of that was at you, so I'm gonna give you space as well. All right. DQ, Gambit, who else? Anyone?
Yeah, let me speak after that.
Oh, Waterkai and DeAndre. DQ.
I stand by my point that he is espousing Nazi ideology. He is acting like a Nazi and he loves Hitler. That's just the facts. There is no getting around the shit that he just came out of his mouth. And there's no excusing it either. There's no amount of, well, he's preaching love and acceptance. There's no love and acceptance when, I don't know, a Nazi wants to fucking kill me. As a black person, there's no love and acceptance. I'm not going to be like, I'm going to turn the other cheek so that way you can kill me. Like, no.
If that's what you
No.
want to believe, go ahead. There's nothing
Okay.
wrong with your belief.
Sure. Let's move on to Gambit and then the other two.
I love how you forgot our names.
You're black people. I
Momentarily.
don't bother. Like, you think I put that much thought into
So-
what you want? Sorry.
Yeah, I think most people can understand what Kanye's whole angle in this was, and I think we've talked about this before. Whether people like it or not it's a true statement. But whether I would make this argument the way that he does, I wouldn't. But we can all understand what he means. So what he's saying is that, and he said this in multiple interviews. That isn't the first time I think he said this. I even think it's in a song too, but I can't remember. But he's saying that
I don't like pretzels.
there are evil people, and first off, it's like recognizing that like these people have been entrapped by ideology and trying to separate them from like the bad acts that they espouse, and saying that like everybody is redeemable, and that connects it back to Christianity and how he talks about anyone that's of this bad ilk situation. So there's nothing specific about Hitler that's even important in any of the talks that he's making. The other point that he's making, which he's made multiple times, is how we can talk about the founding fathers, Mao, Stalin, Che Guevara, Alexander the Great. We can talk about lots of people who have committed pure atrocities over time, but there's a specific person, Hitler, that isn't allowed the same level of engagement with them like all these other horrible people. Even black people will defend not speaking badly of Hitler more so than they will people who've been rampantly anti-black in history. And he's making that point that there seems to be a community there seems to be a demographic of people that belong to a community who have made it illegal to have those same conversations that we would have about anyone else with Hitler. And it's like it's interesting, but I don't think I make the point that way, but we can all understand what he's saying. Like Hitler is different from every other figure in history. And I think that like Hitler is terrible, but I also think all these other people are terrible. I think Mao in China is terrible. I think Stalin is terrible. I think Hitler is terrible. I think a lot of the founding fathers and people like that are terrible. But we don't, and you could even say some of them have committed worse atrocities. But we definitely wouldn't say that those people are beyond talking about. When somebody says, "Hey, I like George Washington," we don't immediately go to, "Oh, well, you're probably a Confederate sympathizer and you hate black people," right? Whereas the same when he makes those same statements about Hitler, people jump to say he's all of a sudden anti-Semitic, even though he's not really espoused anything anti-Semitic. So he's showing how it seems to be an outsized control over certain figures in history versus other that were as atrocious or more atrocious. And everybody
Yes.
can see that. It's purely
I-
clear when you look at it.
You
Hold on,
are
real-
so wrong. Oh my God.
hold on.
Thank you.
Let Razor.
How we did this conversation? Why are we
give it-
doing this?
just-
actually?
Just
Listen.
real fast. I gotta ask: did everyone bring like some butter and some salt for these pretzels of an argument, like twisting
Do you
all
have
this
a
shit?
point?
What the hell?
Are you going to be unintelligible again? Everything you say is
he's
unintelligible.
He does
Is
not
it
gonna have
my
a
turn
point.
to tell him
Dad,
how
you were
disingenuous
twisting.
this is?
Oh, so you don't have
It's
any
my turn yet,
evidence?
Prime?
twisting this.
You're literally
twisting
twisting
this. Okay.
history.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Twisting so much shit right now.
Okay, yeah. Can
That's
you make
why
an
I'm making
argument?
a pretzel
Yeah,
joke.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
why I'm
yeah.
making a pretzel
Okay,
joke.
okay, yeah,
Can one of y'all make an
Listen,
argument?
listen.
Let-
Okay, I'll make the argument here.
Dream, not Dream, listen,
Hitler
Queen,
is
sorry.
bad because he killed exclusively 6 million Jews. There
Who said
is
Hitler's not bad?
But it wasn't
You did
exclusive.
kill
like
Hold on.
listen.
We know it was a lot
Yeah, he
more.
killed more people than
Right,
that.
right.
Yeah, he
Okay,
did.
we'll just say
Who said
millions,
Hitler's
right?
not bad?
Right,
Oh, no, he
but
killed
like,
gypsies.
okay, but
Kanye
we're
isn't.
saying
Roman
like
people.
She's arguing with the wall, bro.
Alexander
Let her
the
go.
Great wasn't outside here killing all Christians or killing all Jews that he just so happened to encounter. Like there were battles of war, like we get that, but like that
Huh?
does not equal the same thing as Hitler, as being Alexander the Great or any other person in history. Like if you are exclusively killing people for their like color of their skin or for their like religion exclusively, I think that's pretty bad, and you cannot compare the two.
What about
And
Genghis Khan?
also this weird like what's the word, conflation, I believe is the right word, with talking about historical figures and some people saying, oh, I like George Washington versus saying they like Hitler. That weird like mix, somehow mixing like that's comparable at all.
You're just making claims. Can you please state
He
the
literally
argument?
He
did
doesn't
that.
say anything. I was like
Yes.
waiting, and then I just had to start reading shit because he wasn't saying anything. So I'm letting you know right now. I'm not really.
You are
Okay.
you are.
Cheers.
Why is that a conflation? You have to say, "Oh, this is conflation because."
I was
No, he
trying
doesn't.
to.
No, he just says.
Go ahead. We're all
No, he
waiting.
doesn't. He doesn't.
Let's be patient. Go ahead. No, we want. We
Y'all more
really want to
patient.
hear. This is conflation because we really want to hear it because.
Okay. When it comes to this topic, I'm getting what you're talking about. Speaking on historical people, you can speak about the historical people, be it Hitler or George Washington, the founding fathers. I was trying to think of that last name. Mao, Mao.
The Byzantine
Pol Pot,
Empire,
Pol
the
Pot,
Magna
Byzantine
Carta.
Empire. You can talk about all these things, and you can
Okay.
say, I like studying this history, but if you go, I love Hitler, I'm going to look at you like you're
Well,
crazy.
Do you look at people that say, "I love George Washington" crazy?
People, if they don't know the entire history of him,
Depending
not
on
really.
why.
And with the founding father. Yeah,
Depending
depending on why, too.
If somebody
Oh,
says
oh,
they love
so depending
someone,
on-
when
No,
I
stop.
hear why,
So why don't you give that grace to Kanye?
We did.
Wait.
no,
So,
no,
so,
that's
hold
what
on,
my
no.
argument was going to be.
Listen. So you're
Go
saying
ahead.
depending on the reason why he loves Hitler, then
Yeah.
you'll be like, oh, okay, it's fine. Okay,
Yeah.
so what reason did he say that I love Hitler that you're
That he just loves Hitler. He didn't give a full reason.
I
He
think you should-
literally only said, I love Hitler.
No,
and
Dream. You
someone
think
tried
you're
to
gonna
stop
get
him.
something
And
intelligent?
then someone
Like, you-
tried to tell him, like, hey, no, and someone said, it's like, obviously you don't actually like, no, I love him. Like, what are you supposed to get from that?
He
Did he say something
upsized
about, like,
that
electric
in a
two
brothers or
conversation.
argument. He said, "Oh, this is
Bro,
crazy."
he like I don't. You're digging for like literal
Please,
gold at
please.
this point. It's not happening.
Bro, do you
Okay.
not
You're
understand that
delusional.
you're
Please.
I wanna
you're
address the
contradicting
issue
your
that-
ideology? Hold on, I want to make it. I want to paint the picture.
Kai first.
Okay, you're not the host.
He's become
first.
prime now. He's like, fuck this.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I mean, go ahead and say what you're going to say. I just want to address.
Yeah,
the
I just
issue
want
and
I
you
just want to
on the
make it super clear and maybe not to Brazier because I don't think he gets things, but I want to make it paint the picture clear that how contradictory Razor was. So I bottled down his argument to a core logical syllogism. You're allowed to love historical figures, even though they've done horrible stuff, and I will give you grace and say that your claim of loving them is okay based on
I never
whether.
said that.
Okay, he's just lying. All right,
I never said that. I
Let's move
never
on.
said that. I never said that.
Let's move on. He's just gonna lie.
Oh,
Kai,
okay.
please.
So
What are you
when it
doing,
comes down
Dream?
to Kanye,
He's lying.
if it
What are you
walks like
talking
a
about?
duck and talks like a duck, it's probably a duck. This
Quack.
individual stated his love for Hitler while saying that there was not that many people killed during the Holocaust. while hanging out with a Holocaust denier. These are three things that track. So while he's sitting there saying these exact things and then comes back later and says, I'm no longer anti-Semitic because I watched a movie, these are more things saying that he was being anti-Semitic. He may be being anti-Semitic because he feels that he's being oppressed by these people, but it doesn't change the fact that he's being anti-Semitic. You can co-sign for it one way or
What is the
another.
anti-Semitism there? Can you please explain that one?
Where?
What is the specific claim of
where?
anti-Semitism? The specific claim that
denying the
he said this.
Holocaust.
Doesn't he JQ? I'm about to say
Yes, he JQ.
Basically JQ.
What's JQ? I'm sorry, I
The
don't know.
Jewish
Jewish
question.
question.
What's that? I don't know what that is.
Jewish.
Look it up. Go ahead
Oh
and
my
look it up real
god.
quick.
Okay, I'll look it
You're
up.
you're trying to defend Kanye without knowing
Because this is the whole point. These are talking
Basically,
points.
No, he's
that
trying to
come-
make
okay.
you make
So
points.
he
and
started
try-
hanging out
he's
with
showing
Nick
that you don't
Fuentes.
know what you're talking about. That's
He
what
started
he's doing.
talking with
Well,
Nick
you know what we're
Fuentes.
talking about.
Those
And all of
weren't
a sudden,
genuine
he has
questions.
all the boxed up arguments that come from your normal, everyday anti-Semites. He learned the playbook and started saying the things on Alex Jones. What more do you need?
Listen, the only thing he said
He made
was,
Alex Jones
and
a-
I
That
think
he
this
loved
point,
Hitler.
I think this point is absolutely stupid because nobody's going back in history.
Why
and
is it,
counting
tell me
people.
why it's
That's-
stupid.
but
Please
it's
tell me
the
why it's
people
stupid.
that, yeah, the people that say, "Oh, it was the number wasn't 6 million," and then people say that's
They're
anti-Semitic. So I
Holocaust
think
deniers.
both of these
Who are
people
people
in
that
this
don't say
situation.
this?
Hold on, wait. I thought I let you finish. I thought you.
Yeah, I
were
was
done
just
my bad.
asking the question to clarify.
Okay, so like I think both people in this argument are idiots. There's one side that's like, well, was the number actually 6 million? Was it 4,928,000? Like no
That's
one
not what he's
actually
doing.
fucking
That's
cares.
not
No,
no.
that's
Stop.
exactly what's happening.
Stop. No,
That's
he's
exactly
not.
what's happening.
No, he's not.
You think Kanye's having a math
Hold on,
problem? You think that's what he's doing? He's just doing. He's
Have you not listened to that? All of them say, "Well, was it really 6 million?"
We
That's what all of them
listen
say.
to
What do you think they
him
think? Do you think they think it was 1 or 2, or do you think they think it's a large number that wasn't 6 million? It's a dumb argument. So those people are stupid for making those
God,
arguments,
you
and
sound
y'all are
like you're
stupid for even
like-
entertaining
who
the
is it?
argument.
Do you believe anti-Semitism is a real thing?
Yes, but I don't think.
Okay, what do
it's
you do?
anti-
What is it? Who is an anti-Semitic person, and what makes you feel strongly enough to make that
I think you're an anti-Semitic person when
No, like
your
do you have an
goal
example?
is to purify racism and stupid shit like that. Yes.
Okay, do you have an example of a person who fits
Is
that
that-
definition?
Let's say Hitler. I think Hitler is a good example of that.
You think
you know what
Kanye
I'm
would
saying?
agree with you?
You say
Yeah,
what?
Kanye would definitely
think- you
say.
Do I think
Kanye would agree?
Kanye would say Hitler is a Nazi? Yeah, he probably would.
No, not a Nazi. Do you think he was anti-Semitic, or do you think he was a bad?
Of
person?
course he
I think-
would.
yes, I think
Come
he
on,
would, yeah.
dude.
I don't think he would.
Come
Honestly,
on, yeah.
I think he would say. I think he would say he
That's
was just a
because
man
y'all
defending
have
his
fucking
country.
He was
cartoon
wrong.
He was
characters.
misunderstood.
Like this is what Cope is. You create
This
a
is
fucking
crazy.
cartoon character, and that's what the fuck your
Projection.
intellectual
Because
investment in some of this shit is.
Yes,
Like,
you.
No, here's the reason-
My question is, I wonder if you have been exposed to in our Black community to people who have wondered about Jewish people.
No, wait.
And I
No,
feel
no.
like because I feel like you have been influenced and you're talking in some of those
No.
like characteristics just a little bit.
Wait,
No, I'm
wait,
not
The
saying
basic
like
question-
you're
Wait.
deep, but
Debate
like
queen,
you're
wait.
like, you know, like
No, I asked
but
you
what-
the basic question of who are the people that usually ask that question of how many people actually died during the Holocaust. It's not normal people. It's people that are usually anti-Semitic. The only people in the Black
think that's
community that tend to
always
ask
the
that
case.
question are NOI.
And
I don't
the
think that's-
the
I don't
the,
think
the
that's
only
the
reason,
case.
the thing that leads
There
me
are
to
people
believe
that
that I don't
speculate
think
over the amount of Black people that died during slavery. There are people that speculate over whether Black people were here in
And
America and they
historians.
weren't
Hold
actually
on,
the
hold
slave.
on now,
Like
the
that,
difference.
none of
The
that means that
historians
those
are
people are
racist.
inherently
maybe
racist.
historians, but what I'm saying is the
Thank
reason.
you.
No, none of this.
Regular everyday
At the
niggas.
barbershop.
Golly.
I've heard this at the
Oh,
Y'all
leave
hang
that
out
shit at the
outside.
barber shop. Don't
That-
bring
The
it
Let-
up.
problem is I've been outside and y'all niggas only
Pause.
exist online. Apparently.
Pause.
Like, what the fuck, y'all- These are
let-
everyday, normal, regular shit.
Okay, hey Paul, pause. Bam, finish your point. I do want to get to our friend Pace who wanted to jump in.
I want to respond.
Yeah. So the reason that leads me to believe that Kanye himself may not consider Hitler to be anti-Semitic is because he says that his perspective is on the Nazis is that people consider them to be Jew haters and bad people and anti-Semites. He said when really they were just people trying to protect their country. They're people who love their country. That's
a
his perspective on
reductionist,
Nazis.
dumb way to view it, but yeah,
That's the way
people
he
say
said
So,
it, but
but
yeah.
so I'm
People say
saying
shit
that,
like that.
so Kanye doesn't necessarily consider being a
But then-
Nazi to be anti-Semitic. So that's why I'm saying he might not consider Hitler to be
So
anti-Semitic.
what do you? Hold on, wait. How do you think he defined Nazi?
Again, he describes them as a
How do you
people
think
who
he
love their
defined
country.
anti-Semitic? I'm not. I asked you the wrong question. How do you think he defined anti-Semitic?
I don't know if he thinks it's a thing.
Oh,
Right.
okay. So that's what your real argument is. Okay. So your
No,
real
but-
argument is that he doesn't
no,
understand.
no,
Okay.
But
I got you.
that's a
So I
legit,
asked y'all a
no,
question.
that's a legitimate thing because there's a
Yeah, he doesn't
there's
think
a
it's possible.
there's a
I mean,
large
Dream
percentage of
Rash
people who
was.
wait a minute, we're gonna act like, and you know the dumb argument. A lot of people say that like they don't think black people can be racist. They're like so like there's
Yeah,
people
those
who
are dumb
make
people.
sure, and I
Yeah.
think Kanye's one of them. I think Kanye
No, no.
probably doesn't think you can be anti-Semitic. He probably doesn't think it's a real thing.
Hold on, wait.
Yeah.
You're thinking you're saying this that if
From,
you were
like,
to
power
explain the
dynamics.
definition of anti-Semitism to Kanye and say, this is what we mean by using this word, these syllables that go back one after another, the word anti-Semitism means this definition, and you're like, no, that doesn't exist. He's gonna just reject the definition.
I
People
don't
are
understand
like,
how I don't understand how you talk to people.
No,
How
I'm
you just listen
asking.
to words.
I'm asking.
Because
I'm
that's
just
not
asking.
what.
It's a yes or no question. I'm sorry. My bad. Let me make it clear. That was
Okay,
a yes
what
or
do
no
you-
question.
What no? What do you think people believe? What do you think people believe or are saying when they say that like, oh yeah, I don't think black people can be racist? Are you saying? Do you think if you walk them down this definition, do you believe that
They
black people are
reject the
able to create
definition that I give them. So see how easy
Yes,
that
I'm
is?
saying.
Just answer the question.
What do you-
Oh my god! What?
It's a
I-
yes or
wait.
no question. I asked a yes or no question. Do you think he would just reject the definition when you define it to him?
I guess.
More than likely.
Okay. I
Like,
disagree.
that's an assumption though. Again, I don't know,
Yeah,
but based on
That's why I say more likely.
the body of things that he said, I don't think it's an unreasonable expectation to have of him. That he would say that due to the power dynamics of Jewish people in the United States, and well, he would say
You don't know.
globally, he would say that it would be impossible, like it to be anti-Semitic,
This is laughing.
and he would say that it would be even more impossible for him because he loves everybody.
The only he would say that last part because he definitely would like to troll y'all. But yeah, that's wild. Okay,
Trolled
that's, yeah.
himself out of
We
millions.
just every time we talk about this, y'all have this cartoon fucking character in y'all head, and it's hard to get y'all to believe that.
No,
Cartoons
I'm just
are
going by the
actually
things
real.
that he.
No,
that-
we're going.
He
based
the
is
real
on
a
man is
cartoon
crazy.
character. He had a net and he
He's
was talking
absolutely
to
a
it while
cartoon
wearing bondage gear.
We are talking facts. We are talking actual facts.
What do you think, nigga?
Okay.
The
All right.
things
Let's,
he said.
But
let
hold on,
me-
I wanted to ask.
Go ahead,
I think
please.
Debate Queen was asking an interesting question. I wanted to make sure I understood what she was saying as well as respond to it. What were you were saying? I sound like something, or what? Can you expound on that? What were you saying?
Because some of the people that like what you are saying is exactly some of the same talking points that that anti-Semitics like have. And so I'm saying like you yeah,
I'm
you
joking.
know what
I'm joking.
you know what I'm trying to say.
No,
Yeah.
but what
Okay,
point am
but-
I
but-
saying that you
But
feel
like
like
when
they say that?
you said like is it like the number of like how many people that they killed or what have you?
Wait,
like,
do you
at the end of
understand
it-
why I said that? Because I feel like now
Because
and
you
this is-
because
no, hold on,
you,
wait. I
like,
want to ask you the
really
full
kept
question.
like hammering
ask you the
that
full-
down for a minute.
Yeah, I want to ask you the full question. So, Prime read the transcript, and that was one of the points in the transcript. I wasn't making that statement myself, and I hate having conversations sometimes because people do this straw man. I'm not making that argument for myself. I was explicitly clear that I think the entire topic over counting how many Jewish people were murdered, I think that whole conversation is stupid. I think you're an idiot if you're like, was it actually 6 million? And I specifically said earlier, and I said, I think you're an idiot if you're the one arguing with them over exactly how many people it was. I think we can just recognize, yo, whatever the fuck happened was absolutely fucking atrocious. I don't care if it was 1 million or 6 million. All of this shit is stupid and it's absolutely bad. And that's my point. And now what you're saying is, well, you're making the statements that they make. No, I'm talking about the fucking context of the argument that we're having. And I'm saying that just because somebody says, was it 6 million, doesn't make them anti-Semitic. And that was the same point that I was making against Mordecai. Just because somebody says that statement, just because somebody says, was it actually that many people traded in the greater
You're
the
leaving
slave
out the
trade, blah, blah, blah.
context of him
None of that
mentioning Hitler.
automatically makes somebody
Yeah, that one
racist.
thing alone doesn't. But
I'm
the
talking
body
about
of
all
work.
of it together.
No. Specifically, what you said is what type of people ask this question. As soon as somebody asks this question, you know what type of person they are. You almost said that verbatim. That was your statement. That's the statement I was arguing against. So it wasn't like a whole, oh, hey, I'm summing everything up. It was like, hey, when somebody says this statement, I'm suspect.
I asked that question. I summed it up before that when I addressed you to begin with, was that he came in, started saying he loved Hitler, then said, I don't believe this many people died in the Holocaust, and was hanging out with Nick Fuentes. These are three things that I put together to say this individual is more than likely, saying 99.9% with a 1% margin for error, fucking anti-Semitic.
Okay.
No, that's not
so
true.
Let's peel back your three requirements really quick. Your first requirement was he says that he loved Hitler. We understand that a lot of Christian people will make the argument that, yes, I love Hitler, no matter what the fuck he did. Just like I love George Washington and everybody else. And that argument has been made a million times. Y'all don't accept it, which I understand, but lots of people have said that, and they've made that point that regardless of how atrocious a person is in history. No.
He
I'm
said that
walking you through. So that's the first point. The third point you said was just because somebody hangs out with Nick Fuentes, that like as if he's like important to fucking life. Right, like that's laughable that you think, oh, somebody, I guess Destiny was sitting next to him eating chicken, and all of a sudden he might be a Nazi, right? So all three of your pillars, one, the one about does he love people when he's talking about that in a Christian spirit. Two, the whole argument over the number is stupid. I don't even understand why people engage in it on either side. And the third point about Nick is just
you just said, oh, Nick's not important. You didn't engage at all, but
he's not. Like, to say
the argument wasn't whether he was important.
That's the equivalent of saying if somebody hangs out with some right-wing figure y'all don't like, Ben Shapiro, that automatically makes them a racist.
Again, no, contextually,
we saw this
you
shit
keep going back to
no. If somebody says if somebody says they love the founding fathers, if somebody says they don't know exactly how many people were in the slave trade, and they hang out with Ben Shapiro. Those three things together, that's such a wide base that for sure. I think. Hold on, wait. I think Waterkai said with 99% certainty that person is racist. That's idiotic. I don't believe in that. I think that's idiotic. So yes, if you take these same factors, you take the same three criteria, and you say
slavery was actually beneficial.
No, wait.
Do you want the differences? Do you want to know the differences?
Razor, I'm asking Bam a question. We were having a back and forth. I would like to finish this and ask him a question. Okay, so Bam, if somebody says they love the founding fathers, if somebody says they don't know exactly,
the founding fathers.
You're gonna let me finish. I can't ask you a question. So I can't ask you a question.
I'm disagreeing with.
Am I allowed to ask you a question?
You can, but I'm saying I disagree with your framing.
Are you gonna wait on me to finish?
Okay, but it's not going to count. I'm not going to.
It's not going to count.
You're not allowed.
You're saying you don't know what the question is, but you're not willing to answer.
I'm disagreeing with the framing. You said
just telling me niggas are like, wait, before you ask me, I'm just letting you know I don't want to answer. Like, we know what that means. No, we know what that means. We know that means that you've defended a stupid ass point. No, and when you're presented back with it, you don't want to engage.
Would you wait? No, would you consider the founding fathers and Hitler morally equivalent?
I thought we didn't want to interrupt. Can I ask you a question?
Okay.
You can answer it however you would like. I just want to be able to ask you.
Okay. Hold on. Okay. Go ahead, TSU. Ask the question. After that, Bam, you can decide if you want to answer the question or not. Just get it out.
Sounds beautiful.
Sounds
like conversation. Jesus. Okay. So Bam, you're sitting in the subway. Hopefully it's not a New York subway, you might get stabbed, but you're sitting in the subway, unfortunately. Guy walks up to you and he's like pissed. You're like, yo, bro, what's going on? He'd be like, yo, I was talking to this guy and he said he liked the founding fathers. He said that he wasn't sure exactly how many people were killed or traded during the Atlantic slave trade. And I saw him with Ben Shapiro. I'm 99% sure the guy is a racist. What would your response be?
My response would be, what makes you think that? Because I wouldn't consider.
No, he gave you his 3 points.
I'm giving you my answer. I would say, what makes you think that? Because the founding fathers aren't a moral equivalent to Hitler.
Thank you.
No,
we didn't even mention anything about Hitler.
Because I'm not going to act like we're not having this conversation. I'm saying
I asked you nothing about Hitler
because this question was stupid. I didn't say I was going to answer it the way you wanted it to. I don't. You asked a bad faith question, you get a bad faith answer.
You say you can't answer the question.
I engaged. I engaged directly. Actually,
no, you didn't.
I did. I gave you a dumb question.
You made it your own fairy tale situation.
You answered a question that wasn't asked.
This is all y'all can do.
I'm not going to remove the context of the conversation we're having.
Okay,
you a bad faith question.
I'll try to answer the question. I'll try to answer the question. I'll try to do it.
I want to reframe it.
I'll try to do it. So,
I'm gonna answer the case. God.
What's the worst
No,
slave trade?
Can I
in the world?
look
reframe
at-
it real?
Just
can I
say
reframe
Genghis
it real
Khan.
quick?
Yeah, but
I'll
use
say
Genghis
George
Khan. There's no way they're
Washington,
gonna defend
looking-
Genghis
Some
Khan.
slave masters were good to their slaves, and you hang out with David Duke. That's a better equivalence.
Yeah.
You love George Washington. You
Oh,
think
I don't-
most
I'm
I'm not
slave
gonna
owners
bicker
were
with
good
you
to their
over what the
slaves,
three
and you hang out
criteria
with
are.
David
It's
Duke.
it's obvious once you
Yeah.
ask the question that regardless of the three
No.
criteria on that level
So-
is nonsense.
Pride.
Okay,
I
Go
see
ahead.
it with
so,
a
so
Klan
the
hood.
reason why I think if you had gave me those requirements, so if I'm remembering correctly, it's you doesn't agree with like whatever number of people who were enslaved, hangs out Ben Shapiro. What's the third one? Sorry.
Loves George
They
Washington.
The founding
are
fathers.
have
Cool.
they say that I love all people, so I love George Washington too.
Okay. All right. Sure. I might not think that person is necessarily racist. In a way that I do think that Kanye West is definitely anti-Semitic. Okay, and I'll explain why I think that. Because like these points, right, don't exist in a vacuum, right? It's the Holocaust denial thing that he was doing, right? Part of Holocaust denial is saying, was it really that bad? Was it really that number? Like there's a place within our political spectrum that argument exists. Like and the type of people who tend to take that argument like tend to have other beliefs, right? Beliefs that are extremely harmful and racist towards Jewish individuals. So it's not like saying some statement like I like cauliflower, right? It's like we're like anyone that could have come out of the mouth of anyone from any political ideology. This statement about the number of people who died in the Holocaust exists within a context, and that context like tends to attract people with anti-Semitic views. Going back to what you said about
So you think the people that talk about the exact number of slaves are enslaved?
I was going to address that.
That was the
next thing coming
you
out
don't
of
think
my mouth.
there's a context for that?
That was the next
Oh
thing
my
coming out of my
gosh.
mouth, right? So I don't think that within our social in our society that has the same cachet, right? Like the case is that we don't talk about slavery in the same way. Maybe we should, but I don't think we do. Like we don't talk this like the number of people who are enslaved and who are tortured or whatever is not a thing that's generally even within contention. And so like
Neither of these things are generally in contention. There are masses of people that are talking about how many Jews died in the Holocaust.
there's an idea.
There's a niche community of both of these.
anti-Semites.
There's a niche
A lot
community
of
of both
people.
of these where it
Only
exists.
all those
anti-Semites
communities.
question
Okay,
that.
hold on. Let me back up. So my statement previously about like how these things exist within a context, right? Some statements like exist outside of a divisive context, and then some statements do. Like you agree with that, right? That not all statements are equal.
Yes, but I don't think either of these statements exist outside of a shared context.
Okay, so
I
I think
I don't
the
think
way
there's
that-
many people that are like.
So I think the way the general public interprets it is different, right? Now you can disagree with that, right?
Because of rampant anti-blackness, maybe this is new to me. I'm just making this up on the fly. I didn't know that there's just mounds of people that don't interpret asking
Look,
about
I-
certain parts of slavery as
I don't
like
know.
maybe predatory.
I can pull the 6 million number out of my butt. I can do that. I can pull that out of my brain. But like I can't pull out like how many black people were enslaved. If someone told me a different answer from like the truth, I wouldn't even be able to fact check them because it's not a thing that we discuss like as often or in the same way.
The exact number isn't important in either context.
No, it is important.
They're
the
saying
follow-up
that it was
question-
less.
Wait a
no,
minute.
wait.
No,
I'm
let
talking
me
to
get
Prime.
that.
I was actually talking to Prime.
Okay, cool, but you're on
So
the panel.
Prime,
Sorry, I have
the
one
exact
more conversation with Prime
doesn't
later.
actually matter.
It
What they're
does
saying is
matter.
that it's less. It impacted less people than whatever is presented.
Sure,
so the
but
fact that
they
the
don't-
number is
that's
6
not what
million
they're saying.
versus if the number was 5 million, it wouldn't change context
No,
at all.
that's not what
What
they're
they're
saying.
arguing
But
is
that's
that
a follow-up
whatever
question.
you think the harm was, there was actually less harm that was done than what you think. They
That's
think in
not the
some
question.
ways what the number that you're saying is either hyperbolic or inaccurate.
That's
One
not
of those
true.
two statements.
That's not
usually
true.
it's that they think is hyperbolic.
Because if you ask them that when someone says it's 6 million people didn't die, the follow-up question time after time is always, okay, how many do you think? Because if you're gonna push back against this number, it's because you're
finna make my point. Keep going.
You've heard some research that leads you to believe that there's another number that's more accurate, and they don't have another number. The only point
That's my point. Wasn't that my point? Did you not hear what I said?
No.
Are you an NPC?
No, they're not. No, they're not saying. Oh, it was just.
You're a high-level NPC.
They're creating doubt.
Is that not
in the
exactly what I
existence
said?
of
The
Holocaust.
fucking number doesn't matter. They just think it was less. That's
No,
exactly
not less.
what I said.
They're saying it didn't
Understand
happen.
how propaganda works.
They're saying
Jesus Christ.
they're not just saying it was less. They're saying it wasn't. They're creating doubt in the fact that it happened at all.
So
That's
you
what
think
they're
that?
arguing.
Hold on. So you think like this? Y'all have to be cartoons.
Yes, they don't believe it was
You're
systemic.
Doug Funny. You're fucking Doug Funny. So you think they think Hitler didn't actually kill Jews, while you also think they revere Hitler for killing Jews?
No,
How
they
do you
don't.
believe both
They
of those?
don't believe. No, they
Oh
don't.
my
No,
God.
they don't believe it was a systemic ethnic cleansing. They believe some Jewish people may have died, but they didn't mean it was like a systemic
Some?
ethnic.
Just happened to die.
So you think they have deference toward Hitler because of what he's known for, while simultaneously believing what he's known for is false?
Yeah,
That's
I
what
don't
you
believe.
think.
No, I
You're
don't
a
believe.
cartoon.
No,
You
I don't
can't
believe.
hold
Wait
all
a
of
minute,
these
that's not
thoughts
what I
in one
believe.
brain.
I
And
don't
because
believe-
nobody asks you questions,
I don't
you don't
believe
reveal how
a
much of an
difference is related
No,
to killing
the
Jewish
reason
people.
why is to downplay the issue so that they can believe what they want to believe. They're just
So what do
downplaying
they?
it.
So hold on. So Mordecai, what
Do
do
you
they
know how
actually
propaganda
believe?
works?
Yes, it's
Razor,
propaganda.
I can't interact with you. You're like
No, I'm asking,
you're
do you know
too
how propaganda
you're-
works?
you're too much of an NPC.
Do you know how
Mordecai.
propaganda works? That's what I'm
So
asking.
Mordecai, I want to ask you a question.
No, I didn't know. Do you know how it works?
If you're talking about somebody that's anti-Semitic, and they're saying, "Hey, I don't think 6 million people were killed," while you're simultaneously saying they like Hitler,
Let me get on the
because
other
of
side
the
of this
things that
argument.
they
I get what you're saying. Let
believe
me get
that
on the
he
other
did.
side of it real quick. Let's say I'm one of those people that say, I don't think that many people died in the Holocaust. Why do you think that? I think they're just using that number and saying it was so bad because they want to make themselves the victim so they can push us around and we can't talk about them. That's the answer.
You think they're saying
And
that?
that's anti-Semitism right there. Thank you.
Hold
Bingo.
on, wait. Okay. So you're saying that they're hyperbolizing it, but you aren't giving me the ground of that. Do you think they think lots of people were killed? Yes or no?
They don't want to acknowledge anybody was killed.
No,
because
that's
they
not
don't
the
believe
question I
they
asked you. I
deserve.
didn't ask you what they acknowledge. I'm asking you to give me what you think
Okay,
they
there is
believe
a
internally.
spectrum. There are people like Nick Fuentes who have said that the Holocaust was a hoax entirely. There are others that say it was far less than it was. Either way, it's done for the same purpose of saying they have no reason to be complaining.
Wait. The people that say it was entirely a hoax, those people obviously wouldn't find deference to Hitler because they'd also think Hitler was a mythological creature at that point. Because they don't believe in him at all if they don't believe that anything happened. If they think the Holocaust itself was a hoax, then they find find nothing to like in Hitler because he didn't actually do anything because he isn't a figure.
They believe that he fought a war and people died as casualties of war. I'm saying they don't believe it was systemic.
Wait. So you think that? Wait.
The exact line that is used. The exact line that is used.
Just to make sure I understand that. You think that there are people that find deference in Hitler that think that he didn't actually exist, that were just casualties at war during World War II?
No,
the exact line that is used by anti-Semites who fully deny the Holocaust is, "Oh, he totally didn't do it, but if he did, it's cool as fuck." Like they'll say shit like that. Nick Fuentes says that.
I don't think says that.
So how would those people both hold the view that they like Hitler and say that Hitler did nothing?
No, that's not. There's two different things. Saying that Hitler pushed back. Yes, saying that Hitler existed and Hitler fought a war in defense of his nation against the Jewish people that were encroaching on it doesn't mean is different from saying that there was a systemic ethnic cleansing of Jews.
So
Those
you
are two
think that's
completely
what
different things.
you think anti-Semites believe? Hey, this guy went to war for his
No, that's what
ideas,
they
but he
say.
Yes,
didn't
that's
actually.
exactly that's what they believe is happening in the United States. They think George Soros and like there's a secret hand, like they don't want us to ethnically cleanse Jews. They're saying that it would be a defensive battle against the Jewish control. That's
So
Hitler was a
Y'all
defending.
are cartoons.
okay,
bro.
hold on. Pause. Okay.
You don't know this.
So what's happening here is a weakness in the panel format, right? Because we have like, was it 3 people right now trying to engage with GSU, and all of them have a different idea as to the answers to his question,
Because there's multiple
and
answers.
each one
multiple
interjects and like he ends up reacting to a different one rather than being able to specifically go at him in a very in a certain line of questioning, and so that makes things really really hard here. So
I give my
so
energy to
I
Bam.
do okay. So before I do anything, I gotta go to Pace because I can try it myself because I think I have a better way of doing this. I think so. I could be wrong.
Not to me.
But before that, Pace has got to go. He's been waiting like literally forever, and I just like let him languish. And I Pace, if you're still listening, I do apologize.
It's okay to let me languish. You don't like to hear the thoughts of other conservatives anyway. But I've been playing a video game this entire time, so I haven't been really paying attention.
It's probably that's probably the best thing you could do in this conversation.
Okay,
This
so
is
But-
Let's go.
I think this is okay.
But-
So
Oh no
since
no
he
no
doesn't
no!
have anything-
Pace.
Let Pace
Oh, I
say.
thought he wasn't gonna say anything. My bad.
he is gonna
I'm
say
sorry.
something.
But if we're going to talk to this point, you brought a point up earlier at the very beginning of this, Prime, which is what I wanted to speak to. I could give two shits about Kanye and his anti-Semitic beliefs, uh, but you brought up the point here about Kanye's beliefs and whether or not he can be somebody that we can utilize as a thought format for political thoughts. And my immediate thought to that is, you said that he wasn't qualified. My immediate thought to that was, who are you or who am I to say that anybody is qualified to make an opinion on who can have a political opinion and whether or not their political opinion is something that can be followed? Because the way that the founding of this nation was, and the way that the founding of this nation should be, and the way everybody else should treat this nation, is that people should be stewards of their own ideas. And regardless of whether or not you agree with what they say, they have every right to say it. I don't agree with anything that Kanye West says. As far as I'm concerned, as of right now, based on what he says, he's no different from Louis Farrakhan. But I will defend all of their rights to say as much as their vitriol as they want to say, but it's not the place of us to decide whether or not they can say that, whether or not they can have their beliefs and their views. However, I will agree with you, Prime, on the point of specific people within the community being used as a lens to carry an agenda for Black people, since that's what we talk about here. Some people, as we mentioned last week with whatever her name was, Sexy Red, some people are not good stewards of the ideas and beliefs that we carry. And as of right now, with the expressions that Kanye has expressed, based upon how I feel with my beliefs, regardless of what he says or not, he would not be a good steward, in my opinion, to champion the beliefs of Black people as a whole. But he can champion the beliefs of what he believes in the public sector all day long. I don't have a care in the world about that.
So I'll respond to what you said. First of all, thanks for reminding me of Sexy Red. That would have gone down the memory hole if you didn't bring that up. Holy fuck. But thanks for that, friend. But Pace. So I never implied that I would restrict Kanye West from saying the things that he wants to say.
Oh no, I don't mean to say that you do that. What I mean to say is that you brought up the idea of you don't believe that he's qualified. And my contention is, who are we to say who's qualified and who's not?
You can easily do that. right? Like you can see if a person is actually read up on a subject. Like if someone has no idea, you can bring up a whole list of subjects, political subjects
That's
that
true. That may be
that
true, but politics is not a. It's not like saying, uh, I went and watched the movie Oppenheimer. It's not like saying I went and watched the movie Oppenheimer, so I have a grasp on how nuclear physics works, so I'm qualified. It's not doing that. Politics, on the other hand, is just the idea. Is quite literally just the expression of ideas into form
I
that creates government.
and anyone can express it, but like okay, maybe qualified isn't the word that I should use. So let me pull back from that. I hear what you're trying to say. Um, instead, maybe it's like who is actually worthy of listening to. I'm not sure if I want to
No,
say
no,
that
no.
either.
Here it is.
But
Here's the
but
best.
Worthy
The
of
best way to
listening to,
Prime,
I
the
would
best
use that. I would use that. Worthy
the
of
best way
listening
to say
to, I
that.
would use that.
The best way to say what you're trying to say, Prime, is who's making the most sense.
What Prime is trying to
Because
say, Pace, is you won that argument because he doesn't have a word to use because he knows that you're right. That's what he's trying
no,
to say.
that's not what I'm
Pace,
trying
in
to
case
say.
you missed it.
Hold on.
Well,
He's like, no,
No,
qualified
GSU.
isn't the right word.
no,
No,
Well,
no,
hold on.
listen to isn't the right word.
No,
Damn,
okay.
fuck, Pace, you're
No,
right.
no,
well,
no,
GSU.
Okay.
I will admit that yes, I did win this. However,
Uh,
I will say that he did get it right at the last point, or using the word "word," because that's a term that I would use, whether or not somebody's opinions are worthy of
Oh,
putting in the
wow.
mainstream.
okay.
Now
So
you're about to lose. No.
no. So look. The point is that like, whose voice should be elevated? That's what I'm trying to say, right? Like,
whoever
um,
makes the most sense.
whose voice should be elevated. In our society right now, what we decide to do, what ends up happening is that people who have fame and who have wealth tend to get elevated voices. Here's another example: Bill
For
Gates,
sure.
right? I've talked about this previously. Bill Gates, success in the technology sphere. Um, and well, he's done all kinds of shady things there, but still a lot of success there. And so, if I wanted to talk about the technology sphere, I'd really want to talk to Bill Gates. I think Bill Gates has a lot of interesting things to say on that, right? But when it comes to, let's say, public education, he doesn't have a lot of experience there. He doesn't have a lot of knowledge. But Bill Gates had an idea in his head as to what public education actually should be. And so what he did is that he used his money to push his way into that conversation and literally changed how education worked in this country for like 10 plus years because of his money. And people listened to him just because he was a rich individual. Again, with Bill Gates, the pandemic, right? Bill Gates, he ended up running the it was called like the vaccine compendium something, I don't know, a consortium or something. Like he ended up being the point guy running the U.S. response to the pandemic and like the creation of the vaccine. Why? Did Bill Gates make his money in the biotech field? No, he didn't. But he just kind of bullied his way into that. And I think he made the response worse because of that. So,
Right.
so
Well, I would
relating that,
disagree
and
with
I'm almost
that.
done. I'm almost done. Almost done. Right. So just relating that back to Kanye West. Kanye West, again, has a lot to say about music, and I'd be willing to listen to that. But he hasn't proven that he, like through his success or through anything else really, that he's a person worth his voice worth elevating within the political sphere. Now he can talk. He certainly has that ability, and I wouldn't say that he couldn't, right? But like just the fact that he is famous and rich means that his voice goes further than yours, than mine's, than anyone else's. Done.
Well, I would agree with that portion of it. When you have wealth and status, then yes, people tend to listen to you more. However, what I disagree with is the analogy that you utilize using Bill Gates as a format for the analogy. When you look into Bill Gates's portfolio, he's very quite diversified. He's one of the most intelligent people on the planet. So when it comes to talking about education, I don't know. He might be somebody worth listening to. But even in that sector, many people have been saying for decades that the people that you should be listening to in education sector are the people who have to educate their children on a day-to-day basis. And that conversation gets squashed because some people um, like the leaders of the teachers unions who are in it for themselves don't want to listen to that conversation.
I
And
want
Kanye's perspective, uh, sure, his views are not the views that are aligned with what people like you and I may believe, but there is a subset of people, regardless of how small they may be. Like for example, Farrakhan and his supporters, and not to mention that Farrakhan and people who supported things like Farrakhan, like um, got a huge push because of Barack Obama's affiliation to Farrakhan.
but they're
Even
not.
my
What?
folks uh, from from over in Texas, I know a lot of black people that have the same thoughts on uh on the viewpoint with the Jews and things like
Not
that.
even can black people face of
There's
anti-Semitism.
a lot of things like that, but they can have these expressions and they can have somebody uh making that expression politically. It's part of the conversation. It doesn't
okay.
mean that that we should vote on it, but it's a political conversation that
Sure.
they can have, and if
I
they have
I
somebody who
never
has the power
everybody
to
said
get
they can
there,
have
then
the
they
political
can.
conversation. I've already said that, but like, and just to be clear, and because you brought up the thing about Bill Gates again, um, Bill Gates failed on his own terms. I need to make this clear so that people don't mistake it, right? To say that, well, maybe we should listen to Bill Gates because he seems like a real intelligent person. Bill
He's
Gates,
about to tell a
how
story of how he did something bad while there's even experts that do that everywhere,
okay,
all
hold
over
on,
the.
hold on, no, stop, don't do that, please. Thank you. Hold on. Like, Bill Gates failed on his own terms. Bill Gates helped push these educational reforms, and then what Bill Gates did afterwards, and to his credit, he like had a third party take a look at the reforms and like what he had done to the education sphere. He hired the Rand Corporation to write a report. Bill Gates himself hired them. And the Rand Corporation came back and said, "Yeah, everything you've done is wrong," and that like, and their recommendations for like that the report came back from like is like the things that they recommended are what education professionals have been saying for decades, right? So he
Education
failed on
professionals
his.
been for
I just want
decades,
to be
but
clear that he failed literally on his own merits. Putting that out there, and then I could also talk about the vaccine response, but that's a different subject altogether. I want us
well,
to get distracted. I just had
the
I just
vaccine
thought I
response.
just had to get that out there. So, but I want to move on and like uh let other people respond. So, other people had something to say. Go ahead.
I think that it like as far I mean when it comes to like specific industries, I become a little bit more of a technocrat. Like I'm really into speaking to like professionals in the field when it comes to specific issues, but especially when it comes to issues like education, you want to appeal to people. You like it's always good to talk to smart people. Don't get me wrong, but you don't want to necessarily appeal to the most intelligent person in the room because sometimes it can become like unrelatable to what the average person with the average students like needs are because maybe school works different for you. Maybe if you never have to take notes and you retain information just by sitting in the classroom and just like um
Here.
engaging with it, like you probably can't relate to the average student who actually needs a little bit of extra tender TLC. The same thing seems to be true of sports. It like your best athletes, intuitively you would believe like, oh, Michael Jordan would be a great basketball coach or owner, and then it seems like actually he's terrible at that because the things that he's good at were kind of natural to him that you can't necessarily teach others how to be, teach others natural
I
talents.
think
Well, it
I
happened
think
with
Bam is
Trump
making a
as well.
great point, and like this is why it's hard for me on panels because I'm so fucking intelligent, and then there are certain people that interject with just nonsensical things, and I can't relate to them. So like a lot of their points are unrelatable. So I'm not able to build that bridge and even understand what their logic is headed towards because there's such a disparity in intelligence. So I agree with that, Ben. And I think that's why we
GSU.
have to listen to everybody in the room Because if you just listen to me, I might cater to other equally intelligent individuals. When I think as
CSU,
public
man.
policy position, we should take into account that everybody's not this intelligent. I think that was a great. I really think that was a great point. I'll take that to heart, and I'm gonna do more listening now because I think what Bam is saying is true. I should be more respectful that there are people that struggle with intelligence, and I should understand how to fix their problems too. That was beautiful, Bam.
GSU, your pride. You're a man born after my own heart.
Okay, so let's let some other people in. And it's like Razor. Did you have something you wanted to say? Get off your chest.
On this topic, I'm not even sure anymore. I think I've lost track of so many things. I have like 5 different strings that I can't grab them. That's right.
See,
find that one.
We should be respectful.
But no, we already made a mistake as America hiring an entertainer in Donald Trump, who we thought was going to run the country like a business, which he ran like one of his businesses into the ground. And
the country
I
was
wasn't
doing
nervous.
great under Donald Trump.
I disagree with you. Toward the end of it, by 2020, things were not doing so well. So you can't.
Yeah,
look
by
at the first couple
2020
of
with a
years.
pandemic, and then we had the biggest bull market recovery right afterwards.
Yeah, after
The
he was gone, it was
economy
great.
isn't everything, and
The
it's not a
economy is
metric of
the
our success.
Getting
And also,
Yes,
you
it
can
is.
thank
It
the
is the
pandemic.
metric
You
of
can
our
also
success.
thank the
Just
pandemic being as bad as it was because he destroyed
because
the
of
pandemic
him.
response
Yo,
team.
no, Debate Queen was saying something good. This is why Andrew Yang was important. No, private smiling, but I'm being serious.
I didn't say
Like this
anything.
is why Andrew Yang was amazing. Like we can't just look at the economic situation.
So you're okay?
I
with
agree
you-
that
so
the
you're
economic
cool with
situation
UBI, right?
was amazing under Trump though until the pandemic, but
It
I don't
wasn't.
think those things are because
It
of anything
wasn't.
that Trump did.
Well,
It was
even
just
after the
because
pandemic,
We're
when
hitting
you
Republicans
just look
all-time
at
highs right now.
reinvest while they have their own president to make the
No.
economy look better.
Yeah, I'm about to say the president, and like we give the president the credit for like our the economic situation of the country, but the president actually has like not nearly as much influence on like the stock market and like things like that as we like to give him credit for.
They only have like negative influence, right? Like their negative influence is going to be much more than their positive.
Well, they
That's
have a
a
lot of
Republican.
influence over the stock market because of a president's authority to regulate, tax, and tariff other countries. That causes a massive
Wait, the
influence when it comes to the stock
president
market.
can't regulate
Yes,
that.
the president has the power to regulate tax and tariff. Congress has the power to regulate how much spending can be done, but the president is the one that gets to regulate the taxes, and tariffing of other nations.
That's not really the biggest
You're
thing that's going
talking.
to impact the market. The market is going to be
Wait.
like the president's
That
biggest
is
impact
one of the
there.
biggest impacts of the market because right now we're in a global economy, and the global economy is all regulated based upon trade and trade deficits that we have of other nations. And if we are able to get reciprocal trade products, which tariffs and good use of tariffs can lead towards, then that can cause for greater opinions of the economy, which can show movement up or down towards the stock market.
Sure, we're in so many
Wait,
different multilateral trade agreements. Like tariffs are tariffs are a factor, but they're on the lower end of the issue. The biggest thing a president does is affecting like our economy is just like it gives people trust in the economy. Like saying like a stable, strong president makes people believe that like okay, the U.S. markets are like a good stable investment, a good place to leave my money.
But wait, we're
That
all hold on,
stability
wait,
comes from their relationship with
We're,
foreign nations, which is where we're
we're
getting
all
most of our
clear
money
here
through
that
trade.
we are all clear here though that like the corporate tax rate and the personal tax rate are not set by the president, right? We clear on
Yeah,
that,
we're
right?
clear there
You're
because
talking about
they
the
actually have
sanctions
to
and all of
pass.
that stuff.
They
That's
actually have to
different.
pass
But
that through
the
Congress
core
and
of
have
what
to
you're
sign
talking
through.
about is done by Congress.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's controlling the purse strings. That's Congress.
Wait,
Okay, I just
he
want to
says
because
Okay,
it sounds like
wait,
you said the opposite. Okay.
the president sets the personal tax rate.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's raise corporate tax rate back up to 70%, like
Probably
it
even
was,
Are
Hang
you
on, wait,
and
wait a minute.
retarded?
we can do it.
Wait,
Are you stupid?
I just want to. No, I'm
Why
not.
would
I'm
you
not giving
raise
an
that
argument
to
for or against it.
70%?
But I'm saying that like the question for people who just say like tax the rich or like raise the number, what does that number get you?
Well,
That you
well,
feel like
that's
That
not
Wait a
was
the
minute,
a,
question
that
to
was
wait a minute.
that
I don't want to hear
I
conservatism
was
right now.
I was at just talking about the corporate tax rate.
No,
The
that's
corporate
not the
tax
question
rate
to ask,
was
though, ma'am.
like
I have an
well
answer.
he's asking
Okay,
what I
well,
mean by that, and so I'm just saying that I'm only
yeah,
referring
please.
referring to corporations taxes that like back like I want to say in like the 30s and
Back
40s
back
was
in the
like at
1930s.
60
During the
and
Green New Deal.
right
Yes, and it
so
extended the Great Depression
Green
can
New
by
Deal.
10 years.
Wait a
oh
minute,
my
Paige.
No,
god,
brought us
will
out
you
of the.
let me talk? Thank you.
Sorry, go.
Like all I'm saying is that like we just need to revert it back to the like when it was during that time, because it was when like corporations were paying their equal fair tax.
It's
Like I
fair.
said that like
What
the
explain
Wait a
that to
minute,
me.
Paige.
economy
How is
Hold on.
that fair?
Okay.
How is that fair?
isn't and shouldn't be a metric of like how the US is doing. I think the like the like how we should measure how America is doing is how are the people doing? How are we doing? Are we able to get food? Are we able to get housing?
That's
Are we able to get a job? Are we able to
As
like
long as you're
do
that's
reasonable.
these
how the
basic
that's how the
things,
economy
right?
is used as a metric,
Wait a
because
minute.
the
That's
economy
not
No,
the
it's
economy
not.
no,
measures
it's
all of
not.
that.
Wait a minute. Just we've had this little
We
dialogue real
say
quick, Paige.
the
Calm
way
down.
that we
Talking about
use
the
the
trade.
economy
Let
is
on
we
let
use the
TQ get it
stock
out.
market as
I'm not talking about the stock
Let
market.
hey,
as
let DQ get it out.
the metric of how the economy is doing. But how the economy is doing is much more than just the stock market. The stock market and corporations doesn't mean, like I said, that the American people are doing well.
Okay, I agree with
What I'm
that. No,
saying
but
is
wait,
those
Paige.
metrics.
I asked her a question for a reason. Just let me have this little bit of dialogue. Because I know you're gonna give the whole conservative taxation, whatever. I don't want to do that. I just believe that there's a like I'm kind of asked you an unfair question because I don't even know the exact answer to it. There's a strong relationship for the average person to be like, oh yeah, just increase the taxes on the corporations and the wealthy. But it's like it seems as a it comes like they make the argument from a point of like it's almost like revenge. It's a way of like punishing corporations
No,
I,
it's
versus
not.
looking at. I'm just no. Let me finish. Get it out
Hold
because
on.
I want
Yeah,
you to
yeah.
get it out.
Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Because there's I believe taxation, like the reason we use taxes is because there's something we want funded in society, and we use tax money to like fund those things. So like saying that like tax like the number we should tax the wealthy or the number we should tax poor should be this number or this number, like it it has to be directly related to what we're trying to fund. Like it taxing them
Right.
70%, if that's not necessary to fund the things we need to fund, it probably doesn't need to be that high. If it's not enough, it should be higher. But I feel like as us generally, when people talk about taxation, it's always like tax the rich, like eat the rich, like it always comes from like this
Yeah.
vindictive place.
Okay.
And I don't think
Yeah.
that's super
Which
useful.
is fair.
Yeah. Okay. So I totally get what you're saying. But the thing about it is that we don't have enough money to fund things because people aren't paying their equal share, right? So if we raise taxes on wealthy people who make over a certain amount,
You'll lose all
we
of the money.
could
They'll
we
leave the
could
country.
can you
Yeah.
let me talk? Thank
You
you.
won't.
Okay.
Continue.
It will start to make up some of the difference that we're using, right? Because really when we use the IRS isn't doing its job as it is, right? They are only really looking at poor people and like as like the people who aren't paying their taxes or trying to like when like they go after or they come after you saying like you did your taxes wrong or what have you, but they're not looking at the like person who makes 5 million a year, and if he's paying like the right amount of taxes and like that he's doing everything that he's supposed to be doing, and that like all of it's legal and shit, right?
I don't think that's true. I'm
So
pretty sure the bottom 50%
no,
of
no, no,
America
no,
pays
no, no, no,
minimum
no.
zero
That
taxes.
no, that this is true. If you really like look into like how the IRS is, and that it looks at poor people more than it looks at rich people.
That's
I'm saying
actually
poor
not
people
true.
don't pay
That
Not
taxes.
even,
is
not
what
even close.
that is true. That
The
is
IRS
true.
No, it's not.
When she says
underfunded.
poor, I meant
But
she, I think
I'm
she
agreeing
means
with
like
her.
middle.
The IRS is underfunded. They do not go after big fish. They go after small
Yeah.
fish.
yes,
But they still review
right,
far more
right,
people that have
right.
more wealth. That's
So
not a
No.
true statement.
that's why it's important that we raise taxes on people who are wealthy to start making up the difference. We pay more in taxes than most rich people do. Like
No,
That's
it's not
true.
true.
That's just
Warren
not
No,
true.
Buffett.
that's completely
Warren,
true.
Not true.
Warren,
No, it's not.
It's
No,
Warren
it's not. Not
Buffett.
even close.
Listen. Warren Buffett always says that this is very true. That his like secretary pays more in taxes than he does.
That's really not in income.
And that's
Percentage-wise,
for
Warren Buffett
a
doesn't have
reason.
income.
And that's for a
Percentage wise.
reason.
Percentage wise.
Like
Right,
per
right.
capita?
Percentage, right. Percentage wise is what I'm trying to say. Yes.
Yeah.
Percentage wise per year. That's not fair.
What
That's
is
unequal.
No,
Warren
Warren
Buffett's
Buffett doesn't have an
secretary.
income. He doesn't.
But,
his
Warren
money isn't
Buffett's
like I
secretary
said,
has
but
an
that-
Warren
income.
Buffett
He
made
doesn't.
23
Can I
million
get
in
this
tax.
out? Can I get this out? Like, this is a very common thing where we poor people pay more in taxes percentage wise than rich people do. And this is facts. And you can actually go in and look this up.
Well, when you look
Everything
at the
I'm giving
statistics,
you
it
is
disagrees
facts.
with
So
you.
go
It's
ahead
not.
and look at it.
Well, it's
again,
just
you
not
can
true.
go
The
ahead-
statistics
you are.
disagree
You can
with you.
go ahead and research this, but these are what I'm telling you are facts.
No.
The statistics
It's not
disagree with
fact.
you. Over 60% of all taxes are paid by the rich and wealthy corporations. Secondly, going
That's
on to that,
all of
when
those are
you
really conservative talking points only to
those aren't conservative
enrich
talking points. That's
only
just
to
true. Just look at the
enrich
numbers.
the
But if you want to talk
capitalist
about
society.
fair tax rates, okay, I'll give you a bone. Say let's do fair tax rates. So tell me, if you're paying 15% in taxes, how is it fair for somebody to pay 70?
Can I answer
Listen,
that?
we got corporate welfare all the time happening.
That's not
There
what
we
I
go.
asked.
Thank you,
I
Queen.
asked you
You
a
got
question.
there.
If you look, I don't agree with welfare. Period. I wanted to get rid of all welfare.
Corporate
No,
welfare.
I don't care
Corporate
about
welfare.
welfare
It
one way or
ain't
the
us.
other.
It
I
ain't
want to
us.
get
It
rid
ain't
of
the people
all
who are committing
welfare.
warfare.
My
It
question
is all the
if it
corporations.
is fair,
It's Walmart. It's
fair,
Walmart.
why is
When
it
they
that it
don't
is?
pay fair
How is it fair?
wages, that we're
How is it
picking
fair?
up the taxes of
Who
all
are
the
you to
people who
decide?
are on
Wait a
food
wait a
stamps. That
second.
is not equal.
Debate
It should
queen.
not be
Who are you?
happening.
Who are you to decide to a company that is paying somebody who agreed to be paid a certain amount what is fair for them to pay?
Now we're just doing a
It's
conservative
not a
thing.
living
This wasn't the
wage.
conversation.
Hold on.
Yes,
Hold
it
on.
is a living wage. If you can go to Walmart right now, make
No,
$15, and you can live on it. You can't tell me that you can't live off $15 working at Walmart. Hell, in the state of Mississippi, in our state of Mississippi, when I first started working, minimum wage is still $7.25 here. When I first started working at a full-time job, I was making $7.25. I was able to fund my home, go to college, buy a car, and still be able to have money left over at $7.25, working 40-hour weeks. You can't
Actually,
tell me that you cannot survive off of those things. Now, secondly, when you're
Mississippi
talking
doesn't have a
about
minimum wage.
when you're talking Mississippi does have minimum wage at $7.25.
$7.25 is
Yes.
federal minimum wage.
That is
Mississippi
Mississippi's
probably
minimum
goes
wage,
by,
$7.25. It goes by federal. Now,
I'm saying because they don't have any. That's what I'm saying.
at the same rate, you're trying to say that people working in Walmart should be making the same amount of money that somebody has worked 20 years and at an intermediate position at, say, a firm and Johnson firm.
No.
Most
No
people
one ever
Meanwhile,
said
and
that.
then
No one ever
meanwhile,
said
and
that.
then meanwhile in Norway, they're
experience.
paying their people $25 an hour, and
Fuck
everything is
Norway.
fine and dandy.
We're not Norway. Norway's population that doesn't even come close to our population.
I am
secondly,
currently making.
when you take a look at all of those different.
Whoa. Okay, let's go. Let's let Like Razor.
Norway also
Go,
doesn't
and
have a
then
minimum wage. Just
Waterkai.
FYI, it's one of the
Yeah,
things that people
exactly that
Just
too.
real quick, the
Razor.
idea-
Razor.
Oh, Razor. Sorry.
Yeah,
Please.
sorry. Okay. Just to that last little bit. I currently with my current job, thank you unions. I am currently being paid, I think, $23 or $23.50, I believe, an hour.
Or rich.
And I live in the third largest economy in the fucking world, California.
Oh,
I
yeah,
still have to have. I
California.
still have to have. I still
Let
have
him
to have
go. Let him go.
largest.
Move to a
largest
different
economy in
fucking
the world.
state.
Hey,
Third
hey,
largest economy in
yo!
the world.
Knock it off. Like Razor's been waiting. Please, Razor.
Again, third largest economy in the world. Thank you. And I still do have to live with my two roommates in order to basically survive and be able to do live paycheck to paycheck. Luckily, thanks to the fact that my pay rate has been going up, thanks to unions. Thank you. I have been able to actually save more. But there's a lot of people who are not able to do that, and it's because corporations are greedy as shit. They should be taxed more to help pay for things, say like Medicare for all, which would end up giving everyone health care, so they don't have to.
Fuck. That's absolute bullshit. That's absolute garbage. You live in a
Let him
state
go.
No,
that's
Pace.
the largest economy in the world, and you live in a
No,
state that has the
stop.
highest
What?
poverty rate.
Stop.
and the highest-
Stop.
Oh my
Stop.
God,
Stop.
Pace, you gotta
Stop.
Any
mute.
state in the United
Okay,
States.
I gotta
You
mute.
live
I
in
gotta
your
mute. I
state.
gotta
That's
mute. I'm
smart.
gonna
That's
mute.
housing
Pace.
All right,
Pace.
I gotta mute. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. As I was trying to say, if we actually started putting our tax money into Medicare for all, it not only would save the average American people possibly thousands, if not millions of dollars in medical debt, it would end up saving all of those corporations millions, if not billions in taxes, because they no longer have to cover their goddamn workers. The government's got you.
There it is.
So much money is saved when you do Medicare for all, and you can still tax corporations more, and they'll keep earning more and more and more because they will have people who are actually taken care of, have more time, productivity to work inside their companies. We need these corporations to pay their fair share in taxes so that it can be going towards services that help the average American people, so that when these corporations do hire them, they're not nearly dying begging to work and barely able to do so because of medical problems that they can't fix because they're terrified of going into medical debt.
Okay,
So
the
yes, tax more corporations.
The next person we'll go to is Waterkai, and then
Well, actually, Razor got there. I was trying to say that we are subsidizing the wages that Walmart, Target, McDonald's is not paying. So we're paying for the welfare that they're getting for them getting a lower wage. That Razor nailed it.
Okay. And so let me just say one thing before we go into it, guys. Since we didn't have like a midpoint break like we usually do, consider supporting the channel. If you're here, if you're liking this, our conversations, hit that follow button on Twitch, and on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. But also consider supporting the channel. Consider subbing to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. GSU Gambit, thank you for gifting a sub, being a real one. Awfully kind of you, dude. Seriously. But yeah, thank you. Gifting subs is how we power this. You use super chat or hype chat if you want anyone to respond to something that you responded to. So super chat. Hey, fuck, GSU. I guess
no, I hit the wrong button the first time.
You hit the wrong button. Oh man, that's really kind of you, dude. Thank you for gifting 11 subs in total. That's super amazing of you, man. That's like how I power this. So thank you to GSU. If we can get others to support now, we'd actually be in a great hype train position. So consider gifting bits, consider gifting subs, or resubbing yourself. Resubs count too. All that helps out. Ton of shout out to our resubbers. But yeah, if you have like a super chat or a hype chat here in Twitch and you want us to respond to something, have a thought, want to comment on the shininess of Waterkai's head, like I'll do that for you. All right. But yeah, consider helping us, supporting this community, so I can continue bringing content like this. So we'll go on to well, actually, Bam, if you want. Oh, sorry, Bam, yeah, Bam, if you want to say something. Waterkai, thank you for giving a sub. And we're one more gift away. Hey, GSU Gambit, thank you for on the hype chat.
You gotta read all the hype chats. Bro.
Don't read it. Don't read it.
No,
I got
Redacted.
you.
You gotta read the hype chat.
I got it. I gotta read the hype chat.
nope,
Gee-
nope. I'm canceling it out by doing this. I'm canceling it out by doing this. Thank you.
Nah,
Thank
we
you.
gotta read the hype
I
chat.
canceled it. I canceled it.
Moving it up top.
I gotta read it. It says GSU Gambit is the
No, I replaced my name with it. It's not
on this
it's Razor.
panel.
It's Razor the smartest one.
Oh, okay. Well,
it's replaced.
if Razor says that, that's great too.
It
Razor is
replaced.
the smartest one of the band. Now it's replaced,
Let's
but GSU is the
go.
smartest, and then apparently overshadowed by Razor. Thank you, both of you. Razor, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Thank you, Remy LeBeau, for gifting a sub as well. And Remy LeBeau, shout out to you for gifting that super chat previously. I'm not sure if you heard me thank you before, but just want to make sure you know that I do thank you. We're at level 3 hype train, 0% done, 100% left. Can
I'll
we
be
get
back.
to a God? Can we get looking at Gambit again? Can we get to? Hey, thank you, Black American Mate, for gifting a sub as well to LSP, who was here with us previously. That's really kind. Can we get to a level 4 hype train? 56% done. 44% left. Help us out by substitute channel gifting bits or gifting subs. And hype chats count. Hype chats also count. They move up the whole thing. Make the numbers go larger. So thank you to the people who are supporting so far. We'll get back. Aiko says for $1. Just got out of class. What Kanye do this time?
We're talking about the old Kanye.
Yo, I like hyper chat, dog. I like this.
Yeah, I like it too. Yeah, hype chats are cool. Thank you, Aiko, for helping us out. We're at 58% now. 42% left. Help us get to a level 4 hype train. Substitute on give bits or give subs or use a hype chat. Okay. Bam, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Go ahead.
Good. Like I said, so the reason I was saying all of this is like I'm probably not even probably I am an advocate for a lot of the same things that Debate Queen and Razor were talking about. Like I am for a form of universal health care. I'm a big advocate for insert progressive thing here. I don't know. UBI, I would have to see it done on a lower, smaller level to see like how efficient it is. But like when we make these arguments, it's important to be coming from like a factual place because it makes it whenever you can find out that one part of what you're saying isn't necessarily true, like people think that like destroys the entire argument. So the idea of like poor people pay more in taxes than the wealthy people, not even from a percentage perspective. Like poor people generally have, like I think, like I said, the bottom 50% I think pays a net 0 in taxes, just because most people like we know around like you get like tax return, you get a tax refund, like you're saying you know overpaid into the tax system. And the reason why when you look at like billionaires like Warren Buffett and Elon Musk and Bill Gates, you're like, oh, you know, they don't pay much in like income tax is because they're such a large portion of their company they have shares, like they don't use income. If they need to, they go get a loan like against their shares if they need cash. So and then you pay their tax attorneys like large amounts of money to prevent them like to basically teach them all of these tricks. So like that's the biggest reason why you actually want to go after the corporate the corporate tax rate instead of the like personal income tax rate. And something Pace was saying, like Pace was talking about like, oh, why would you know, like, why are things equal? Why should they pay 70%? First of all, I'm sure I'm repeating something that I know, but somebody in the chat may not. That like tax isn't like at a stamped rate. Like it's a progressive. Oh my goodness, what is it called?
Marginal.
Progressive tax.
We have a marginal tax.
Marginal attack rate.
Yeah. So
like, and before you continue, we got a minute left in the hype train. And thank you, Lactoid, for the kind raid. Hope you had a great one, friend. We have less than a minute left in the hype train, so help us get to a level 4 hype train. Keep the hype train going. Sub to the channel, give bits, give subs, resub, or get the use a hype chat, and we will read whatever you have to say, even if it's straight nonsense, as we've seen already earlier today. But go ahead, friend.
I bet Lacto's followers like, you just dropped me with all these black people.
Yeah.
What is going on here?
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, like our tax rates are marginal. So like, meaning that if you whatever your tax rate is, I think the highest tax rate currently is what 34%.
38, I think.
Is it 38? It could be. Yeah, that actually sounds more right. Yeah, 38%.
37. 37. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Now we change it.
Terrible. We need to lower it.
37. So that means that basically, and I think that's over. It may be over what, $1 million, or is it lower than 400,000? I don't know. Whatever.
It's
Like
yeah.
you until you hit the threshold of like you're not paying taxes on every dollar at that percentage. Is whenever you hit the threshold for whatever that dollar amount is.
Yep.
Is every dollar above that is taxed at that rate, which
Yep.
is different. And most people in these tax rates write off tons of stuff. Which isn't necessarily like it means you're still spending that money, but it's saying that our tax write-off is basically saying you get to choose where that money goes, whether that's for like a company vehicle or for wages or business expenses, etc.
Quickly, Rolling Bear, thank you for getting that Prime Gaming sub to the channel. Shout out to other people who helped out the hype train. GSU, Razor, Bam, Waterkai, did you help? I'm not sure. But just emotionally you helped, right? So shout out to my man. And Debate Queen for previously resubbing as well. I think I'm missing someone. Thank you, Aiko, for helping out as well. And Remy LeBeau. I think that's the person I was missing. If I missed someone, then I do apologize. All right, I want to give space for GSU and Pace to be able to respond. I know Pace had a lot to say. Why don't we get
finished?
Yeah. So
I
let
know what he said when he was muted.
Yeah.
He was yelling at me. That's what it was.
Probably a lot of curses coming my way. It's fine. Let's go to Pace first. And then let's head up to GSU. Pace.
Cool.
Well, firstly, Prime, I love the attack of conservative thoughts, but nah, it's okay. Anyhow, you bring up these absorbent costs. Now, yes, we're on a marginal tax rate, which we're only marginal because of how they set up the tax system. As I pointed out multiple times, the IRS is something that the founders never wanted because of how corrupt the government is, of how they choose to go for the tax rates. As you have so many different tax rates. For example, you tax a corporation at 70% in the state of New York, and living in New York City, you have to pay the state tax, which I think New York state tax is over 8%, might be 10%. But then you also have New York City tax. Then there's property tax, employer securities. You have to also pay for workers' comp insurance. So by the time you're actually done paying taxes as a corporation in New York State, you're at 92%. How much money do you think you have left to pay your employees? If you have 20,000 employees and you're trying to pay them $30 an hour a piece and that's excluding people who are CEOs and COOs at $30,000 at $30 an hour for 20,000 employees, you're paying in at over $500 billion just to pay your employees, and you're 90% taxes in, and you want to say that is a fair thing to do to somebody.
The way you're wording that makes.
How would you like it if somebody took 90 cents of every dollar that you made?
Over 500 billion? Every dollar over that number?
No, period.
No.
Okay, then cool. Then we're not talking about that. We're talking about the way you're saying it. See, I knew you were going to go for that. Holy shit.
Wait, you think there's a 500 billion tax rate where there's a number that starts at $500 billion?
Or so, I don't know. Whatever.
They literally did this. The debate queen brought it up that it was.
No, I was talking to Razor.
I know.
He mentioned the thing up.
But you brought up that they had a 70% tax rate in the 1920s and the 1930s during the Great Depression. We did mathematics on this. Turns out that if FDR hadn't increased the tax rate and just left things alone, that the Great Depression would have been half in the time that it took for us to recover.
This is
By
It was
by
eliminated
increasing
the time it
we're
took
a
us to
little
recover.
bit past
Wages are a
the
tax
like this
deduction.
is like the
Yeah.
the new deal era. So like this
by
is a little
increasing those tax.
past
What I'm
the
saying is when
the Great
when
Depression.
government is increasing the New Deal was right in the
Just
middle
a
of the Great
little.
Depression. The Great Depression
Yeah, and it fixed
The Great
everything.
Depression started in 1929. The
No,
New
maybe
Deal
I'm wrong.
the New Deal
Sorry.
was passed, I believe, the first portion of it was passed in 1934, right after FDR gets in office. The Great Depression didn't officially end until about 2 or 3 years after World War II. It extended the life of the Great Depression by almost a decade. If we went back, we did numbers, we crunked numbers.
We crunched them.
If government did nothing, we would have
Wonder what was
recovered
happening during
we
that
would have
time
recovered in
frame.
about 3 or 4 years. If
I
they
wonder what
did
happened during that time frame that would make it harder for us to recover quicker.
you want to know what happened? Well, there was a lot of things that happened. Hoover, at the time, he was
You're not
trying
getting it.
he was trying everything in his power
Of
to
course.
try stopping. He kept putting on more burdensome regulation after regulation, trying to stop the market crash from happening, which it just needed to happen to readjust itself.
I'll
And
just
then
jump with the
we had
past.
a
War
food
was happening.
crisis.
World War II was happening.
World War II didn't happen until 33. At the same time that the Great Depression happened, we had the Dust Bowl, which was a food shortage and the food crisis. So we lost a lot of potential money coming in from those streams. But when we go back and we crank the numbers, we find that if government didn't intervene, we would have recovered significantly faster. And then the programs that FDR put in place set up our deficit spending, which is the reason why right now we're $33 trillion in debt. And then you want to tag on Medicare for All, which at a low ball doubles our debt by $33 trillion. So we're going to be at $60 trillion in debt.
Wait,
And
hold
then
on.
if
No,
you
no,
actually look at
stop. Hold on. No, stop that. Okay, are you adding our current system and then saying to our current system to what the idea of Medicare for All would be? Are you combining those numbers?
If you were to go Medicare for All, you're going to have to bring up $32 trillion worth of revenue. How are you going to do that?
So you are combining those numbers.
You're going to add that to the debt because it is going to be a debt.
Oh my God!
Patience be talking, bro.
Where are you going to get $32 trillion?
The numbers of our current system and how much it costs with the expected cost of Medicare for All, and when you take this,
where do you get the money? Because we move our
money to Medicare for All.
Okay, based off of tax revenue. Okay, just so you know, based off of tax revenue, if we taxed all corporations in the United States, we still wouldn't get $30 trillion. Right now, we're only bringing in about $4 trillion in tax revenue total right now, and we're already spending in excess every year. $6 trillion. So we're already spending in excess more than $2 trillion more dollars.
$32 trillion number from?
That's the cost. If you go look it up right now, look at the estimated cost for Medicare for All. It's $32.1 trillion. That's their low end. And if you went with AOC's numbers for Medicare for All, which was in her new Green Deal, or her Green New Deal, it was $92.1 trillion over the span of 10 years. $92 trillion.
46 billion.
So where are you going to come up with the money?
I don't think that was the case at all.
There's no way.
Yeah, this is not the case.
Look at the Great Depression. We just
Stop. Found it. Judge for the conclusions and of the 7 reports, it appears Medicare for All will result in a net decrease in the overall U.S. healthcare cost of 5.7% on average. Under Medicare for All, U.S. healthcare costs would cost approximately 46 billion. Oh, I think it's 46 billion. It says 46,000 billion. That's weird. Over 10 years.
This is the article that I pulled up for you right here on the Medicare for All site, Medicare.org. How much would it cost? You go right there. It says $32.1 trillion. The cost of Medicare for All
over 10 years.
Yeah, I just want to know why
over-
we let
so
them
where,
pass with
where
the.
does this
Wait, you just keep
money
saying
come
more
from?
crazy stuff.
How do you
Yeah.
generate this income? You say you
Oh,
want to create more
it's
taxes.
it's
If you're creating more taxes on people, and
It's
okay.
relative
how
in
do you
ways.
You know,
expect these
You
sorry.
people to
skeleton.
continue to
Okay.
be?
Oh my god.
how do-
Okay. So I don't want to. I don't want to do this, but like, look, what is said, like what Razor just said. The savings that you get, it's because we have a
You
healthcare
replace the
system
private
that is
insurance.
more expensive as it is. Over that period of time, the economy will be spending less, because there's a level of savings over that 10 years. Like because our current and I forget the number because I don't have the number on my head because I think we're going to talk about this. Like our current healthcare costs like 34 trillion over 10 years, and this is like 32 trillion. If I'm remembering correctly, which I don't think I am, but that's basically the concept. So like, okay, maybe we can move past this though, because JSU Gambit, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, this was way back. What time is it? Okay, cool. This was way back, and this was actually interesting. Something that Pace brought up when he talked about like people moving and leaving if we like raise the personal tax rate a lot. And I used to be like, this is just a Republican talking point somewhere, and I didn't believe it. But now that a lot of the highest paying jobs are remote almost everywhere, I think it's more of
You're
a thing
seeing
that
it
we may.
happen in real time.
I think it's more of a thing that we might have to grapple with because I think we're at a different point in history now than we were 5 years ago. And I do think a lot of people would be like, yo, hey, I'll get paid the same wage and work from somewhere else. If we try to go to some, I think some of the numbers that were tossed out here were like 70%, right? I'm not saying if it was like a reasonable increase. I'm saying that if it was like unreasonable. So I do think that's the thing because of the jobs have changed and a lot of things are remote. I think that's more of a thing that we have to grapple with now. I think when Republicans said it or conservatives said it in the past, it was like definitely less true. But now it's like, I don't know, man. If somebody told me, yo, we're gonna take 70% of your money,
That's
might
not
have to
how
go.
it works, though.
But
That's-
we're not. We don't care
that's
about.
not
No,
how
no,
I
it
mean, we do
works.
No,
care.
no,
If
no,
you're
no,
talking
no.
about
Wait,
individual
wait.
employees. We're talking about. We're talking about corporations.
Wait,
Moving
hold
out.
on, wait.
Not the
Wait.
people.
Razor.
Amazon's not going nowhere.
No. I think Queen, correct me if I'm wrong. You were talking about the personal tax rate, not just corporate tax rate. I don't even think you were
I heard
talking about
mainly
corporate tax rate at all.
I heard corporate.
No,
I heard
yeah,
corporate.
I was talking about the corporate tax rate, like originally, and then I also mentioned like that the tax rate difference, but that was a different thing. But originally, I
Yeah.
was talking about how the corporate tax rate should be increased.
And to be clear though, and GSU Gambit would agree,
Yeah, the
right?
highest.
Like
Yeah, the
we're
highest.
talking
The
about
highest
like
corporate tax rate ever was 52%. Go
personal
ahead.
taxes, right? Like
The
with the
highest
highest, like for the highest
tax
bracket,
rate.
let's say it's 500,000, right? And you're saying tax people who make above that 70%. It's 70% after like the $500,000, right? The
It's not, I think it's
500,000.
like 406 or something.
Yeah, I
But
forget what it is. And to be clear, I want a more tax brackets higher up because
that's what I want too. Yeah, don't put me in the same category with
exactly
fucking Mark
You are-
Zuckerberg. That's fucking silly.
but he's
Right.
not my man Gambit's successful, but he's not a billionaire. And so we shouldn't be taxing people of his level, like the same way as Mark Zuckerberg. That's crazy. So like, so if you want to put a billionaire tax, it would be taxing like the billionth and $1, and let's say that we put that at 70%.
But
that means
nobody's
they
gonna
get
have a
30 cents
W-2.
afterwards.
Well-
No one's gonna make $1 billion in
Well,
W-2.
or you
don't-
could
you
just
don't
do
need
what
to-
you could just
that's
do what was his name? You could just do what Ben Carson wanted to do, which just have one flat tax rate for everybody, and then
Or
you
you
can call
could.
that
That
fair.
was screw. That was screw
No.
the lower class.
The original New Deal only affected very few people. So I would say Rockefeller was probably the most affected, maybe the Rothschilds. But like for the most part, most corporations were not affected by the New Deal.
By
You
the
don't-
time the
Yeah,
New Deal
so
came
I-
around,
the
Rockefeller was
highest,
mostly broken up anyway.
The
You don't-
highest corporate tax rate that I have here is 94%, and that was in 1944.
No.
Yeah,
I hadn't looked
that
this
was
up.
the marginal
know-
tax rate.
I just know
All-time
Willow-
high is 52.8 in 1968.
Excuse me. So I'm
That's what the
reading the
effective,
historic.
yeah, I believe.
Excuse me. I'm reading the historical marginal income tax rates.
Yeah,
Alright.
that's income
Yeah.
tax. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I was saying, and that's what I felt like we were like mixing those two. The
Yeah.
income tax rate has been
Yeah.
sky
Yeah.
high before, but not the. I mean, 52 for corporate is
Yeah,
so. I think it's what
but-
27 now or something. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure we understand that. And like,
I thought at one point
Yeah.
it was like near 90% for the marginal
No,
tax
that-
rate at one point.
Yeah.
that was
been-
that's on personal. I think though. That's not. That's like that's
I thought
not
that was on
corporate tax
corporation.
rate. No, never. No, because we wouldn't have corporations.
Yeah,
They
they'd
would
all
all
would
go
have left.
offshore. They all go
Yeah.
offshore immediately. Yeah, you're not doing
You
that.
Again,
can't-
wait,
Hold
hold on,
even
hold on,
now.
hold on,
Sorry,
hold on,
I
hold on.
missed. Oh, 1 second before you say anything. I did miss a hype chat. I apologize. Our friend Aiko. I hope you're still here. He says federal government needs power of taxation equal to its necessities, both present and future. And this by
Yes.
Alexander
By
Hamilton.
Alexander Hamilton.
So thank you, Aiko. I hope you're still here. I do apologize. I did read your thing. But you guys can speak. Right.
Yeah, like
Virtually all of the founders
no,
disagree with
but
Alexander
not-
Hamilton.
Wait a
Stop.
minute, Paige.
But no,
I wanted to
hold
say.
on.
I just know. He even said this like 30
No,
minutes ago.
no.
I never did say it. He like you said that you like. I don't know where you made up this idea that the New Deal had a negative impact on the economy. I was about to say
The
that's
New
what we
Deal
got
did extend the depression
By
by 7
7
years.
based on
No,
based
it
on nothing.
I
I was
posted
about to
Can
say
we
yesterday.
not wait?
Based on recent
Please,
studies.
hey, y'all, please listen. I never do this. Please let's not argue for like 30 minutes over whether the New Deal was effective and how much it affected the Great Depression. How much? Like, let's.
you just talking about tax rates for 20 minutes.
No, but we can talk about that. But let's not talk.
Oh.
Please.
Is
Okay,
It
this
was
was
beneficial in the beginning, it
Bizarro
sucked in the end.
GSU?
Okay, so you just let him say, all right.
Like,
I'm sorry.
because none of y'all
Yes,
know,
sir.
man. That's not a real conversation, dude. It's not
You
real.
was just talking about tax rates. Is that a real conversation?
Yeah, that's a real conversation because we're talking
We're
about
just
contemporary.
talking about,
What
like,
might
if the Green
affect
New
all
Deal
of
was
us.
effective.
We're talking about the policies that we want to fund with the increased tax rate. We're not talking about. Let's go back this time in history and talk about
Yeah, we're
how
not gonna
effective
talk
was
about
the Green
how
New
My
Deal.
bad.
That's
I
why.
forgot. I'm the only nigga that cares about history. Got it. Cool.
No, I can't talk about history. I just don't think.
You clearly don't.
I don't think any of y'all.
It's
You
what-
prime
I
We
talking
don't
think
even
about
know
whether
how to
somebody.
use.
Prime
I
talking
wouldn't
about
say
whether
primary-
somebody's qualified to talk about certain things. I don't want to hear you niggas' opinions on whether or
Not
not the
talking
Green
about
New
opinion. I was
Deal
just gonna
would have
talk
made it 4 years versus 12. I'm not doing it. I'm not. It just
I was
asked
just
me to
gonna-
leave. Y'all are
Alright.
asking me to leave at that point. That's what y'all.
Okay, but we can talk about how 90. You're 100% sure corporations gonna leave if you.
I didn't say.
Well, they would. They would definitely
said
leave. You're
people.
seeing.
I
You're
said
seeing what they're
people.
doing
I'm talking
now.
Mhm.
If
Again,
people would too. They would. If you tax me at
Amazon-
70%,
Amazon,
I'm moving to
There's a
Canada.
benefit to being inside the U.S. market. There's a benefit from being able to have a like the types of things you built being in the United States. There's
That's
industries
true,
that
but
need
you
to
can
exist.
Hold on.
offshore that, produce it for $1,
Hold
and then
on,
sell it
hold
back
on,
at
hold
40% increase.
No, hold on. Because again, there's something you keep doing it. You continue to do it. You're pretending that when we say a certain percentage, we're saying of all of your money. That percent of all, where no one said that. No one has offered that as an idea. We're saying like once you reach a very specific thing, every dollar over that will get hit with that percentage.
Doesn't
number.
matter
You
because that
keep
money will
every-
belong
if
to
you-
me.
In other words, if
And
you earn
if you are,
$1 million, in other words, if you earn $1 million, you can survive. You can literally thrive
Doesn't
off
matter.
of $1 million.
it doesn't matter what I can thrive for it or not. What right do you have to take something that doesn't belong to you?
I'm not even sure if the corporate tax rate is marginal. The corporate tax rate may be
Your
flat.
money doesn't really belong to you, but
Actually.
If I earned it, it belongs to me. So what right do you have to
is,
tell,
right? Because it's 21% now.
what right do you have to tell somebody how much they can earn and when they earn a certain amount that they can't earn anymore?
You
Corporate tax rate. I think it's 21%. Yeah, it's 21%. It's flat, I believe. You're right.
That needs to be higher.
Yeah.
No, it needs just let's just be careful.
No, that needs to be higher.
Let's make it progressive and leave what it currently is where it is. We'll be fine.
I'll get.
I like
okay,
prime. I think
I'll
prime is
agree with you. Okay, I'll
Well,
slightly
Trump is
agree
a
with you
great
on
guy.
one. I'll agree with you on one case.
I am great.
If you add a bunch of different numbers with different brackets, let's say that the way it's supposed to with how they do for other
No.
things, corporate tax rates. If your company earns this much, you're taxed at this much. If your company earns this much, you're taxed at do that.
I think what a lot of
No.
people don't
I
know
mean, by
too,
the time
like
a company goes S corp, they're like there's not any mom and pops. Well, I mean, I guess there's probably some, but most companies aren't going public unless you're dealing with
But you don't seem to understand what actually happens when you do that. You wind up capping the benefits that you want the employer to the employee to receive when you
that's
create all
bullshit.
of these
That's a
new
stupid
taxes.
thing you said.
No, that's bull.
No, you don't pay employees employees.
When employers have more money, the statistics are proven when they have less taxes and they have more money, they're more likely to purchase more insurance. They're more
wages are
likely
tax
to
deductible.
provide higher. Yeah, of course they're to the tax.
You said that. No, you were saying that they paid 92% on taxes, and then they had to figure out what was left to pay employees.
No, what I'm saying is when you have more and higher taxes, the companies are not going to hire more people. They're going to hire less. They're going to lay off more. They're also not going to provide the best benefits to their employees because they have to spend more. For example, if you're bringing somebody into your company, you need to train them, it will cost you. Typically, right now, if I use the Affordable Care Act as a metric, because that's the best one that I know because I worked there for a while, to bring on a new employee, just one new employee for the Affordable Care Act in 2016, it cost $33,000 to train them for 2 weeks. That was the amount of money it took to train.
Is that
train them.
because of the medical costs? No,
it wasn't the medical cost. That was just how much it took for the employer to train and get that person ready to work.
I don't believe you.
No, the Affordable Care Act is
off top of
I
your
don't
head.
believe you.
I'm talking about the working the job.
Working at a company that again is unionized, so I have very high transparency in how much it costs to train me. I think maybe $5,000.
If that.
Then
that sounds high.
The numbers they give.
Yeah, that's because they did everything. This is a great company. I'm Coca-Cola. I work Coke. We do good.
But this would be a completely different thing because this is a government position. So government spends about right now $60,000 a day on housing illegals. So is it hard to believe that they spend $30,000 a day training people?
Maybe we should stop going to war.
What does war have to do?
I don't understand. I'm just saying that all the things you're talking about are tax deductible. A company's not the company isn't saying I can't hire another employee because I have to pay taxes. All that's you can write all of that off. That's all a business.
Yeah.
A company's not saying that I'm not going to hire somebody, but if you increase a company's taxes, they're going to say, hey, my taxes are increased. I think I have enough people, or I think I have too many people. Let me start
increase their taxes let's increase the company's taxes by say about let's say 5%, but in exchange for increasing that 5%, they no longer have to pay for medical costs because Medicare for all gets paid for with that 5% tax increase.
Let's stop saying Medicare for all. Jesus,
we need it.
We need public option. Y'all should say the word.
No, we need.
That's what
y'all need.
That's public option. This is a conversation not worth having.
Everything the government does turns to shit.
Okay.
Universal.
Okay. So let's try it. Okay, because we're not making any progress here. So, a public option versus Medicare. We don't have much time to talk about it, but we can maybe begin the conversation. See if we want to maybe continue it maybe next week or something. GSU, why do you think it has to be a public option?
I'm never. Now, if you want people to flee the country, tell me I don't get private insurance. Then I'm gone. It's out. We're out. Tell me that I don't control the destiny and the health of myself and my family. Yeah, I'm out. Yeah. What? Getting rid of me being able to walk into businesses and pay money and and work with private insurance and not have to be provision through the government and hope they cover what I do. That the options that we have are most are the best possible options. This is a real argument.
No, it really isn't, because there's nowhere you can have universal health.
I want you to wonder why rich people. Hold on, wait. Let me finish, and then I want to ask you a question. I'm going to ask you a question, Debate Queen. But listen, there are people that come to the U.S. to use private insurance and pay for surgeries from countries that have healthcare for all. This is true. These are just facts.
So,
The
yeah, I
ability,
agree with
the
you.
ability to pay
Canada's a big
to
example.
get expedited care is super important to a lot of people. I'm one of those people. Telling me that that option doesn't exist, I'm out. Like, yeah, for
Where
sure,
does
I'm
the
out.
option not exist for private healthcare?
When we're talking about doing
the
not
type of
having
single payer
I
Bernie's
said
talking
public
about.
option, and
Even
y'all
if
said
you
no.
have, even if you have universal healthcare, you can still get private healthcare to subsidize your universal healthcare.
Not
Not if
for
you have
not for what
universal
Bernie's
healthcare.
advocating
No.
for.
No,
Bernie's
yeah, no, you
advocating
can't.
for a
That's the
single payer
difference.
system where
That's why I brought up public option. Public option still allows you to have private insurance. But what Razor's advocating for, Razor, correct me if I'm wrong, what you're advocating for is that private insurance is abolished, correct?
No.
No.
Oh, so you weren't advocating what you were saying. Okay, cool. So you
No,
agree with
I-
me that you want a
when I
public option?
say Medicare for- no, when I say Medicare for all-
said that when I say Medicare for all or universal health care, I mean single payer option.
Yeah, I know.
And
That's what most
everyone
people
pays
mean.
into the system equally. you
Hell
know?
to the no.
But listen, and I say that private health care is abolished. Okay, because there's
Yeah,
no
that's
need
what
for it.
that statement
that's
means.
no need.
That's
for
not what
that.
I say.
Yes.
Though.
But so you're advocating for what I said, public option. You're not advocating for what you're actually saying. No, Debate Queen is right, and this is what I thought you were saying, but you didn't know what you were actually
When
saying.
I
guess you
say
just said
when
words.
I say Medicare for whenever I say Medicare for all, I mean everyone is covered by a all of their basic needs are covered in terms
That's a
of
public
healthcare.
Mhm.
You're
And
advocating for a public option. Okay, cool. Awesome. You agree with me.
That's
We agree.
not-
Hey, E-Hug, yes.
Now again, we have to go outside of the American context. Gambit is absolutely correct here, but it's
Okay,
so when you
okay,
when we
but
when
this
we
is my-
differentiate,
Go north of the
this
border.
is
Go
my
to
question.
Canada.
wait,
but
we're
this is
about
my
to fight on
question.
something we don't have to fight on for.
This is my question. How do you get your private health care?
There's a number of countries.
Through-
do it. You
through
can look
a
at
company,
Japan,
No.
you can look at Germany.
I'm saying traditionally in America, how do
I
you
get it
get
through-
your private health care?
You can
I
do
get
this
it
through
through
a
my
Money
company.
into a group
through
plan,
my work.
and that group plan
Through
has
your
other people
work
that are
job.
spending money
Okay,
to it
so
that
you
have the
get
bulk of money.
So you have to have a job in order
No,
for
you don't
you
have
to
to have a
have.
job. You can buy
Yes.
it all. You can buy it
Oh
individually.
my
Yeah,
god!
you can buy Cobra, everything individual too.
Oh,
Yeah, you don't
I know
have to have
that's
a job
but-
for it.
Oh my god!
Yeah, but
Okay,
it costs more.
okay.
No, it
Yeah,
doesn't.
but you don't have to have a job. That was her question was, do you have to have a job? The answer to that is no.
To have privatized health care the way that we have it now, most of the time the only way that you can get private health care is by
Which you'll
having
be
a
able to
job.
afford.
And
Yes.
That's how
right,
most people can
Most
afford it.
people
but that's
get it
not
through
how
their
you can
job.
only have it. If you were
right,
rich, like
but
say,
I get,
you
but
were from
yeah,
a wealthy
I
family.
get if you're rich,
You didn't have to
pay
be rich to
everything
have
out of
private
pocket.
health care either.
You
It
can
helps.
you can pay
really
out
helps.
of pocket, right?
No,
I
I'm not
don't
even
But
talking
like
about
the
that. You can pay for
average
insurance.
Joe,
Hold on,
the
wait.
average Joe, like cannot afford like health care the way that we're paying out of pocket
I have
for our
one.
health
Hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
I don't think you
debate.
understand
Hold on,
the difference
hold on,
in
please,
cost
please.
between prior to 2016 and before then. The difference in cost, it jumped up over 60%
Yeah,
in
no,
some states.
all of us agree on this, but I think Debate Queen was trying to make a point after this. It is true that most people get their health care through their work plan. It is possible to pay for it separately, but let's put that aside. But Debate Queen, what was your point after that? Because we all agree that most people that have private insurance are getting it through either as an employer or an employee. So I agree with you on that. But what was the point after that?
I forgot.
See, y'all made her forget.
No, so wait a
You
minute. So
know.
the differentiation that Gambit or that needs to be made, like why Gambit's correct, but it's like it feels weird when you're talking about it in an American context, is because the public option the public option in the American context generally speaks to like Obamacare, which was Romney Care, which is better than nothing, but still not a like
Right.
it's not a
Obamacare is
system.
Right,
absolutely
right. Okay,
Anecdotally.
okay.
Wait a
That's what I was
minute.
trying to say.
I said 6
Hold on,
words.
man.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Let
sorry.
Bam
Yeah,
finish
hey,
something.
we're gonna go to Bam now. We
Yeah.
can go back to you later, DQ. Go ahead, Bam.
That's fine.
That specifically like that deals with like a limited like it just doesn't do a good job, but there's still people that go without insurance. But when we talk about Medicare for all, what Bernie Sanders his big advocacy for You're talking about a form of single payer healthcare that doesn't exist anywhere else on the planet Earth. There's no country
No.
that has went as far like extreme to a truly single payer system.
Yeah,
But it
there are a
seems
lot of
what's
single
necessary.
payer systems.
And they
it's not-
But he
almost
wants
suck.
to very, but and his is very specific.
Bam.
Yeah, let Bam
Yeah.
continue.
There's not like there seems to be a lot of successful healthcare models that are what is considered universal healthcare, and they may even call themselves single payer, but it's not truly single payer. Look at Germany. You can look at Japan. You can even look at Canada to a lesser extent. Canada is pretty close to single payer, but they still have forms of. I think dental is still private. You can still get private dental insurance, and then I think the UK is probably the next most extreme. I think the UK is pretty close to single payer, but like we make it this all or nothing fight that it doesn't have to be. You can have a system that everyone pays
Canada.
into that creates like a really healthy healthcare system, and you can still have an affordable private option that employers are allowed to offer. But what ends up happening in reality, if your public system is good enough, a majority of the people will opt into it. But let the public system prove itself to be viable, and seems that people tend to make that decision. But
You know why
you can't
single
cut off
payer is
private
not
insurance all the way.
the reason why single payer
Okay,
is
so
it's not a good idea is because of the constitutionality of it. Single payer removes choice from the American citizen.
People don't care about that.
The
Okay.
the
I disagree with you.
the thing that
I
happens
completely
with
disagree.
private insurance, and the problem that you get right now with how they increase prices, government gets
Here's your
involved.
doctor.
The government gets involved. Well, I'm not a doctor, but I did sell the Affordable Care Act for 5 years and trained
No, I'm
750
And
people
thank
how
you
to
for your
no,
service.
I mean,
Thank
Because
you
also
for your
wouldn't
service.
think know a little bit
doctors
about
also wouldn't be the best for this at all.
no,
No,
I,
they
no,
wouldn't
what
either.
I, no, what I was saying is, I'm pretty sure I know because I
You
know
were just
the
saying
the
words.
argument is going. I think I know what the
What
argument
I'm
was going to
so
be.
So anecdotally,
what
and
I'm
going to
saying
Queen and
is
Pace, I'll say, let me go after Pace.
Oh no,
Okay.
debate queen and then Watercolor.
yeah,
Okay, after debate
so
queen.
so there's 3 countries that have single payer healthcare. That's Canada, Taiwan, and South Korea. Now, what you were also talking about, like the Nordic countries in the UK have what's called the Beveridge model systems. So slightly different, right? But Canada works and Taiwan it works and South Korea it works. So it's not to say
if
that it
Canada
doesn't
works, why do they come here to get out of their
uh,
waiting
Come here,
list?
yeah. One of my best friends in software
I
engineering
would like to
moved here from
confront
Canada
this.
because of all of
listen,
everything
we
that we're
can
talking about.
we can invite a Canadian on here. I got friends in Canada
I
we
got
can
friends
invite
in
on here
Canada too.
to talk about
Let's
this.
avoid Canadians
You
if we
know,
can.
but
Just as a
like
general
you
rule.
know, like the
Um,
system
Good call.
works. It works though. You know.
If it worked,
It
they
has more to
wouldn't
do
have
with our
to come here.
outcomes.
let's go to sorry,
What
are you
was
done?
I
DQ, then I'm gonna go to Waterkai.
The system works. It's still worth a try. I believe that we can do it. We are if we say we're the richest country in the world, we're the best nation in the world, then we can do this. With saying that like we can't or that we should like have like keep continuing to like have corporations
you a
make
question?
billions of dollars like off of our healthcare, like and then have like shit get
Yeah, so
denied
they
all
should
the
just
time. Like that shit is not cool. And like
Wait,
the
debate queen.
system needs to change.
somebody creates a
Let-
service and then you shouldn't
Oh,
have to pay
wait.
for
I
it. That
want to
makes
ask the
perfect
debate.
sense.
I want to ask debate queen a question.
Let Kai
Because what
go.
Pace said is true. We are removing choice. And I
Yes.
don't know why Razor. I
I
don't know why you
disagree.
took. I don't know why you took.
We're
I think
not
the finished
removing
product
Hold on, wait.
choice.
was
It's the
Wait,
There's
illusion
choice
of
in this world.
choice
I'm
based
actually
on
about to ask the debate queen a
capitalism. That's a
Wait.
capitalistic thought
I'm
that
about-
we have
I'm-
choice.
Wait. I'm about to ask you a question. First off, you're
We're not
getting
losing
gibberish
choice.
right now. But no, let me ask you a question. Okay. I'm a person that says I think everyone should have healthcare as a right. And I'm saying that, hey, we should have an option that people can opt into if they would like to use the state-run or a state-funded
Yes.
healthcare system, right? And I
Make
also
sure the
say,
public option
I
is
also
heavily
say,
funded.
hey, I particularly don't share the same sensibilities as you, and I would like to also be able to have my own private options. So I want
Yes.
choice. I want you to have the ability to opt into the state-run system, but I also want the ability to opt out of it and have other options.
That's
That's the point
everywhere.
Your
they don't like.
perspective, no.
That's the
From
point they
your
don't like because
That's everywhere.
but hold on, wait.
no,
The
it's
Bitcoin-
not
the
everywhere.
que-
Right
hold on.
now,
Hey. Jishu, get it out. I do want to get to
Yeah.
Water Kai because he has been waiting very patiently.
Got you. Yeah. So, Debate Queen, the question I'm asking you is, if you will have health care that you can opt into, the state run, if you would like, and I would also have options of private insurance if I would like. What's wrong with that system? Why do you want to abolish my
Because the
ability
system-
to choose something that's not state run? Go ahead.
because the system isn't working and it will continue
We
to
don't have
not
that right
work.
now. We don't
And
have
then
that right
that's
now.
exactly it. It will continue to not work.
We don't
And
have this. What do you mean by
How
continue?
does it not work?
The talking point that essentially like you're getting rid of choice is a lie because you're still going to have full of choices. Like you're still going to be able to choose your own doctor. You won't be able to
No, you won't.
you don't have to worry about
Sorry, hold on.
having to pay for your
Debate Queen,
medications or pay
DQ,
for
DQ.
like
DQ.
your
That's
like
not what he. Sorry,
even,
DQ. DQ. That's not what he was saying. All right. So I just want to like move past this. So he is talking about choice within a marketplace in which you can choose a private insurer and you have a public option.
I get that.
right?
I get that. But I'm still saying like you're still thinking that you like it still eliminates your choice
he's
to
not-
like
he-
even
yeah.
do the most basic things
No,
at the end of the day.
You're not understanding what he's talking about choice. I'm talking about the doctor
Regardless
of
of
that.
you choosing whether or
That's not the
not you
choice
are
he's talking
buying
about.
into the system
that's the
or
choice
not,
that
or you
matters.
try to essentially like get your own private health care, you'll still run into the same issues that you have now, even if you still get to choose the private option, is what I'm trying to get
okay.
at.
Maybe
Sorry.
what
That's
hold on.
that's no way what I said
GSU.
or what GSU was saying.
Maybe what she's trying to say is that like it's pointless having a public option type system because you'll still have private options and you'll there'll be people within those who take those choices or who might be forced into those choices somehow, and like the system will still be bad for them, right? Like their outcomes will still be bad under those private options. So maybe try to work.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
exactly what I'm trying to say.
Now,
I
what
want
did Kai want
to
to
answer
say?
that question after Kai. I want to actually answer Gambit's
Okay,
question.
Gambit
Yeah.
and Watakai and Bam.
I want to hear Watercat. I just want to say that I don't think any of that addressed the question that I was
So,
asking. I think
I'm a little
it shows.
confused on Queen's
Yeah.
point. I don't know if she's removing a private option because in all instances,
No, she wants.
even in the UK and in Canada, you can still use a private option even if there is a public option. So like with myself, and I'm going to say something anecdotal, I work somewhere where I have private healthcare that's fully covered by my job. I was on disability and I lost Cobra. I could not afford to pay into Cobra because I was not working. I ended up getting an infection in my hand to where my hand swelled up double size. I went to the free clinic because I could not go to my doctor, and they were able to give me antibiotics. They signed me up for Obamacare. That's where the public option helped save my hand, because they said if I did not come in within a day or so, I probably would have lost a finger had I not got the antibiotics. So to have that option for everyone and for everybody to be able to qualify for that if they don't have private insurance, that should be the way it works. Everybody should be able to have health care. You should still be able to get a private option.
Well,
No,
the
but
point
but I
is-
think
the point
Debate
you
Queen
can't-
is advocating we shouldn't be able to have a private option.
Yeah, I
Well,
wasn't getting that. From
Yeah,
Queen,
so
but
the
I
reason,
wanted to
getting
the
that.
actual answer to Gambit to what you're saying is there. So the way the public option can't work is it can't be something you can opt out of. Like it has to be something you have to pay for regardless. Because if you can choose to pay for it or not pay for it, like in
It
every.
doesn't work.
But that's not what I was saying.
Wait,
That's
I'm
not
just
what I
let me
was
answer
saying.
your question. Just let me answer your
You're
question.
not answering my question.
I promise I am. If you give me a second.
I was saying we would pay
Let
for it.
him-
Let
regardless.
him give it a try. Let him give it a
finish.
try, and you can tell him why
Yeah.
he's wrong. Bam.
Okay. Yeah. The reason, like, for the public option to be affordable, basically, you need as many people as
That's
possible.
not what I said.
No, I'm telling you, you don't even know what I'm saying. You need
Yes, I do.
everyone to buy into the system. You need
Yes,
everyone
and
to pay
I'm
into the
saying
system
everybody should.
because so. But I'm saying,
Yeah,
I'm saying
now
that.
you're stuttering.
I guess he's
No, I'm
That's
not.
what I said.
You keep cutting me off. Just let me get your answer out. Then I'll let you talk. You
No,
need
you didn't let me
everyone-
talk. I just talked.
Okay.
over.
You need everyone to pay into the system, because if you allow people to opt out, private insurance for a healthy person will be cheaper. Like a person who doesn't go to the doctor,
I understand
private
all of
insurance.
this.
Oh God, you're still talking over me. Private
I-
insurance will be cheaper for a person, for a healthy person. So if they could decide to opt out of the public option, which is the word you said, then that means that their money's not going towards it. Then that, like, healthy people will all do so, which will leave the public option with only the sickest people, which makes it unaffordable to maintain. It'll be like a worse option overall. So the only way that these options can actually exist is if you limit the number of private insurance companies that are allowed to exist in the country. You can have 47, but you can have like a couple of private options,
No.
and you have to require everyone to pay into the public option. So that everything remains affordable, and if someone
That
on top of
eliminates
what they
the
pay
idea
for,
of choice.
if
I
someone
give
on
you-
top of what they pay for the public option also wants to pay for private insurance and have both, then you can do that. That's the only way the system can work on such a large scale, though.
Okay, bam. Yeah. So, okay. I get to respond to him, right? Okay, listen. I was not advocating at all. When I said opt out, I'm saying that I have the ability to pay additionally for private insurance. Nobody, well, maybe I shouldn't say nobody, because maybe there are people. Nobody that I've talked to that advocates for a public option talks about being able to divest their money away from the public funding of that option. Everybody usually
In
is
the
saying,
American sense, that's what it is.
I definitely
no.
wanna do that.
It just
Yeah,
people that
Pace,
talk
no.
about public
I
option.
definitely want to do that, because that
Screw you, Pace.
that was the point that I made in the very beginning about how it is the reason
Yeah,
why
no.
people make this argument that it's unconstitutional is it completely removes your ability to choose whether or not you want to pay for a program that you are not
wait,
using.
You're arguing against
You're
something
gonna
that-
be using it.
Until you need to use it.
Wait.
And then you're gonna be
hold on, wait. I just wanted to make sure that everybody understands that what me and Pace are saying are distinctly different.
Oh, I
Maybe
did.
it's likely,
No, wait,
maybe
yeah.
it's likely,
That's why I
Bam,
said
that
screw
you've
Pace, not
talked
you.
to people like Pace before, but that's
But
not
it's
what
a
I was
majority.
saying.
That's
I
a
just want
majority
to.
of people.
I don't think it's.
In
Most people
America,
advocating for the people that are advocating that they shouldn't have to pay for the public option will also advocate the public option should exist. Pace, do you think the public option should exist?
No, I think you should
Yes,
have a
yes,
public
exactly.
option.
My point exactly. That's all I'm
No,
I
saying.
think you should have a public option that people like you mentioned earlier about opting in. I think you should have that as an opt-in where you can write into your taxes that you want to opt into that. But if you don't want it, you don't got to pay for it. Done. You don't use it.
Do you pay for schools even though you don't have kids?
I don't like that either. My taxes
Yeah,
should follow
that's
my
what-
child.
yeah.
Ooh.
We're going down
I've constantly said, let your
Right-wing
money
libertarian
follow your
ideals.
child. Why should I
Can I
pay
just
for
clarify
why
that
should
real
I
quick?
pay for something when I don't have any kids? Why
Because those
is the
things
For the
government
betterment
constantly
of
reaching their
society.
hand into my
Right,
For
pocket?
the betterment of society.
Because when more kids are educated, it's less likely that niggas are coming to your house to rob you. That's why you
Same.
pay for school even if you don't have kids.
Same
When you
reason why
don't,
wanna
when you
get
don't pay for the
passwords.
when you don't pay for the general education of the public, you're advocating for a less educated state, which more niggas will show up at your doorstep to rob you. This is why we pay for these things, even if we're not a part of it. It's why I advocate for the public option, because I want everybody to be as healthy as possible, because it makes society helpful, even if I don't want to use that as my personal insurance. This is why we advocate for UBI. This is why we advocate for a lot of stuff. But Pace
I'm
isn't on the
agreeing with
left like
GSU.
that.
GSU.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see,
no,
I
Pace isn't on the
disagree with
left like
that.
that, so he doesn't agree with these
I
things.
disagree with
Okay,
that
so I guess
completely
I guess
because
it's
of
just my
the
language.
the
I guess
cost
my language is just a little
absorbency
bit
of
off.
it.
I guess my language is a little bit off with GSU. It's because whenever I say Medicare for, of course I mean just people, everyone's covered, and you're saying public option is it's that, but you can also pay for private stuff, right?
Exactly. That's what
Okay,
I
that might
advocate for.
Which
see
is
my
what I said
language
as
is
well.
my language is a little bit
And
weird.
That's
I
why I
apologize.
clarified with GSU. We seem to agree with each other.
Okay,
We had an
that's-
understanding that there is still a private option, even
Yeah.
if there is a public option, and everyone that can't get private should be able to get the public option, and
Yes.
tax dollars are going to go into that. Done
Yes.
deal. Pace doesn't like it. We get that. Queen, are you saying that there should not be a private option?
I'm saying that there should not be a private option.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
that
That
is
is
where we have
bad.
our
That
difference.
is where we have a
That's where we have our
non-starter.
difference.
And see, my argument
And
is,
and the
is
reason for Canada, I'm sorry, like because you're saying why do people come from Canada? Like the United States has a problem with getting people access to healthcare. It's not our outcomes. Our outcomes are fantastic. We're way too rich. Like if you can afford to pay for the heart surgery, like the best place to get a heart surgery is in the United States of America.
Yeah.
So like people may
Because we
come
have
from other
private.
countries. People come from other countries. I mean, it's just because we're a really wealthy country. So like people come from to America to get operations and stuff, but it's because they can afford to pay for them like out of pocket. It's not because like
Which
the
is what-
American system.
You keep government out of it, and it will get cheaper. Well, before
wouldn't.
government got involved in
No,
it,
it
people could
wouldn't. No, it
afford.
wouldn't.
Yeah,
to
because
buy
all these
healthcare.
corporations are gonna no.
Yeah,
They
no.
could afford to buy healthcare before
No.
government kept getting involved in it,
So
and
you're
then
telling
people would choose to do things like, for example,
So
and
Pace,
under
you're
the
telling me that the insurance company is
We're
going
to
to
the
do that.
01.
The insurance company is going to lower premiums. They don't want people paying too much.
the
The insurance company is
insurance
going to
company.
regulate this.
The insurance companies, what they're going to do is they're going to create competitive prices. Now, when you have the government saying that
No, they
I'm
won't.
going to subsidize you no matter what, like what they did with the Affordable Care Act, I'm going to subsidize you. You have to cover these things. You have to cover children's insurance. You have to cover women's insurance, even if you don't have anybody on your plan that are those. And I'm going to tell you that
women's
No, he's saying
insurance?
the
Wait,
Foxes
Yes.
cover the hen house the best. The
Wait,
Foxes can cover
wait.
the hen house.
Wait, Waterkai, wait,
saying-
hold on. Wait.
Say
Hold
women's
on,
insurance. I'm saying women's care. Yes, reproductive.
Gambit,
We think that there should be gender insurance and males shouldn't have to pay into the
No,
fund.
what I'm saying is it's called
I don't have any females around me.
In women's care, under the Affordable Care Act, it was under Section 2501. Under the Affordable Care Act, if you don't have any children and you're paying your insurance plan, your insurance plan still has to cover children's insurance, even if you don't have any children on your plan. If you're not a woman, your insurance. No, that's not what I'm talking about. When you buy insurance and you're paying into a group policy, all that money is going into a pool and it's covering other people.
Wow, it's almost like that's what we do with taxes.
That's not what I'm talking about. But when you have an insurance plan used to be customizable so that you're only paying for like Liberty Mutual. You're only paying for what you need. But
that was still happening.
No,
regardless of the time period,
that's not what I'm
company
saying.
is offering the plans that it has, and
that's
all
not
of
what
that
I'm
money
saying.
that all of their customers are going to.
That's not what I'm saying now. What I'm saying is what caused the actual increase of all plans overall by these massive margins was it didn't matter what plan you got. All plans cover those types of things. It didn't matter whether or not you were going to the doctor to have your kid get looked after. Your plan covered it anyway. Your plan covered children's dental anyway, even if you don't have any children. So you're paying that additional expense for expense you do not need to acquire. You're paying for those things. You're paying for women's services. Women paid more for health insurance in general than men did because they used it more often. Men paid more for life insurance than women did in general because men had riskier jobs and died earlier from riskier activities than women did. That's the way it works because what they were doing was they were accounting for the cost concerns. Women had a lower deductible than men did in health insurance because men barely used theirs. So women would have most of their coverages charged more often than men did, and they used it more often, so they paid more. Just like if you go and you're a smoker, you pay more for life insurance and health insurance than non-smokers do because you're at higher risk for using the insurance. That's how insurance is supposed to work. You should not be putting a blanket across it and forcing people to pay for services that they aren't going to use.
So you're just describing how they get put into a pool and then being mad about it. That's what it sounds like.
What I'm saying is, look, when you have an insurance plan, all the money is lumped together, and then they use the money to pay for services. That's how it works. What I'm saying is,
that's what our taxes do.
It's when I pick a plan in the private sector and the government comes in and says that my plan has to include services that I don't want to use, and that's going to cost my services to be increased in cost. That is not okay.
So you think so Pace, like things like sickle cell mostly affect African Americans. Would you find it reasonable if white people were like, yo, we don't really get sickle cell. That shit don't really fuck with us like that. So I want to not pay towards the funding of sickle cell because that's not really something that we racially have to deal with. Would you would support that argument?
Yeah,
It's
he
not a
was.
racial argument. What I'm saying is that you when
No,
you
no,
are
I'm saying, wait.
Just
when
you.
you're buying a plan and you
Yeah, I
should
don't
not
want
have to pay
to have to
for
cover sickle cell
policies
in my
that you
plan.
don't have to use. Now, the thing is, if sickle cell is something that more than likely affects black people, but it's not exclusive to blacks. Paying for women's preventative care for as a man, you will never have to use that service. So why in the hell are you paying for it?
No. But I'm
No,
just no.
no,
Wait.
society.
Hold on, wait. So I'm still asking you the same question.
My answer is
Wait. Hold on. Let me ask you the question first. What I'm saying is that you're saying that we need to increase the granularity of plans so that we can opt out of certain things that we either feel don't apply to us for whatever reason. So let's say I'm a person, I'm going to get private health insurance, and I'm like, yo, sickle cell, I don't believe there's a reason to believe that would impact me and my
no,
family.
that's not what I'm saying at all.
No, I'm not saying that you're saying that. I'm asking you a question, right?
I'm not
saying
answering it. That's not what
if
I'm
I'm
saying.
a person,
I don't agree with that.
I'm not okay. You don't. So you don't agree with it. So if I have certain medical procedures that I don't want covered, you're saying that it has to be 100% unlike like a chance that you won't have to deal with this, rather than if there's some great percentage. So if it's 100 versus 99, you're saying, well, because there's a 1% chance you have to cover it. Is that your argument?
Yes.
So
What
what
I'm
about
saying, what
kids?
I'm
What if
saying
you might get a girl pregnant?
is for certain. If I get a girl pregnant, I have to, and I want that child covered under my policy. I have to go back to my policy, amend my policy, and then I have to pay extra to add somebody onto that policy. That would add the child on there, and then the child care could be included into that policy.
That's
But if
so
I have
much
no
money
if I have
being
no child,
wasted.
if I have, that's not being wasted because you have to add for per person on the plan. You pay extra premium. That's how it works.
You pace though.
So if I'm adding
Like,
a
if
child
you
to my plan, I'm
pace,
paying
Hold
more
up, Pace.
premium.
pace.
Prime is
If you
talking. Hold up.
if you only had people, right, when it became evident that they would use that service, then the premiums go out the roof for that individual, right? Like the whole point of insurance is that
hope
we
that you
don't
never
know.
use it.
We created a large pool of cash for people to use for different health and life outcomes that we can't predict because we can't look into the future. So maybe you will never have a child, right? And if you want a child, then I hope you do. But like maybe you'll never have a child, but you put it into that pool because maybe you will in the future, or maybe someone else will. Like we need that large pool so the premiums can be manageable. But if that pool is just filled with people who we know are going to use it, right?
That's not what I'm talking about. The pool is not the problem. The problem is the structure of the plan. The pool is going to be the same no matter what because the premiums account for the pool. The structure of the plan saying that that my premium is now more money than it would have been before the implementation of the ACA. The plan structure is now saying that I am covering things under my plan that I don't need. My premiums are going towards all of the group funding anyway. So if somebody else has a child and their plan is in there and they're in the same group policy that I'm in, and my premiums and their premiums are going into that and their child is on that plan, that's fine. But if I have a plan and I have no children, I'm not a woman, my plan should not force me to have additional premiums because of that. It's clear that none of you work in the insurance industry, but
I work directly.
I've worked with it for sure. So this is the question I want to ask you, Pace, which is almost directly related to what I said much earlier. Let's say you live in a society where only the people who have kids is not enough money to cover all of the insurance and funding that would be needed to take care of kids. So let's say you lived in a society where if your plan existed, the health care of children will be degraded such that it'd be really bad to have, it'd be catastrophic to have kids. Would you want to live in that society where you can opt out because you individually don't have kids, but the entirety of the society around you degrades because you aren't paying into a system that will uplift everybody? This is akin to somebody saying, I don't want to pay for the military. And then a lot of people divesting from the military and then we get our ass kicked in wars because the military doesn't have enough money. So you should be able to understand how, even if you don't directly have a kid,
Trying to make
funding
those
these
things two
things
things
is
convergent is not is
it's the
totally two
exact
different.
same.
Totally
The
two. No, it's not.
military loses
No, it's
money.
not two different things. Insurance is not a right. Number one, insurance is a privilege that people should have the option to purchase. The military is something that I'm forced to pay into. I don't have an option one way or the other. If I have the ability to purchase something that I want for myself, which is the choice that I'm talking about, I have the ability to purchase something for myself. I should be able to pay only for the services that I want to use.
We're 2
I don't
steps ahead of
use the
this
No,
military.
conversation.
I don't
no
want to use the
other
military.
services.
No,
If
I
you
don't.
don't
I
want to
don't
use
want to use the
if you don't
military.
want to use the military, hell, I wouldn't mind having tax dollars be able to be stripped away from those types of things. I wouldn't mind that at all
We would be
because
able
I
to fund
want
it at
people.
all
I
if
want
people could opt
people
their money out
to
of the military.
have
If you could
the
opt out of
ability
the,
to
But you
if
agree
you
that
could
determine
this
where
is.
their money
out
goes.
of, if
Hold
you
on,
could
wait.
opt out of
You
paying for the
agree?
military,
Hold on. You agree that you might be taking a principled position, but it would be catastrophic to
No,
implement.
what
Do you
I
at least
agree
agree
with.
that this would be a bad idea?
No, because this is exactly the idea that it was before the ACA took place. Before the ACA took place, when you bought an insurance plan, your plan did not cover women's care at 100% and children's care at 100%, regardless of the plan. Before the ACA came into effect, you could purchase a catastrophic plan and not be penalized for it. Before the ACA came into place, you could purchase bronze plans and not be penalized for it.
You saw what happened
I
in
don't think
John
these
Q.
things are true.
Yes, they are.
Bronze
Because
I'm pretty
plans
sure
in
it's
John
not.
Q.
yes,
I'm
they
pretty
are.
sure
Because
it's not.
Denzel Black.
the ACA considers catastrophic plans and plans like that not essential health benefits or EHBs. It considers those as
No, no, no.
non-qualifying. So you would still be penalized for purchasing those plans. And those plans, any plan that you purchase, regardless of whether you're a woman or have children, must cover it under the ACA's clause. That's 2501 under the ACA's clause. Before that was the case, hell, you could purchase a catastrophic plan, which is what young people typically tended to do because young people were betting on their good health, and they could spend $100 a month on a catastrophic plan and not have to spend $300, $400 on a plan that they may not use.
I'm not going to bury my son. My son is going to bury me.
Denzel.
Yeah, like I said, I was just talking about that bronze plan. Like that's the perfect movie if you want to talk about the issues of insurance. Like just put it on John Q for somebody and just prove it. Like, oh, okay, yeah.
what
insurance.
movie is that again?
I will.
John Q.
I will admit that I don't know if any of you've been in the military, but I will tell you that TRICARE is some of the best healthcare out there in the game. Like y'all don't even understand if y'all weren't TRICARE kids. Like
Yeah, but their problem is
y'all
their
don't
services suck.
understand so good. Like you didn't have to like worry about like really getting a big bill or if anything or like anything or like didn't have to worry about get all your pills covered. You can go to like see your doctor regularly. Like it was great. It was great. I just want a system like that.
Oh yeah,
Like
and
I
that's the other
experienced.
the
You
other
They
thing
know.
with
didn't.
Universal with Bernie's plan is like they have the like no copays and no deductibles. Like I don't think any other country does that. Like medicine is cheap, but it's not just
No,
free.
my
And
ex-girlfriend went to Ireland. She ended up with some weird fucking thing that happened to her. She was able to go to the doctor, not even as a citizen, get meds, get treated, everything for free, no copay.
really,
Boom.
that's
In
crazy.
Ireland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She
I
was
didn't say it.
backpacking through Europe
Yeah.
and she got sick.
For a lot of people, you don't. In a lot of countries, you don't have to be a citizen. You'll get the healthcare any which way.
Not even a citizen.
Okay. All right.
That's
So
beautiful.
we've
We did it.
we
Kinda.
went over time there.
A little bit, but I'm glad we were here for it. That was a very
We made it
productive
work with no
conversation.
topic though.
We
made it
made
work.
yeah, we did actually. That only happened because of like the kind people here.
I think we
and-
kind of got away from the Ice Cube topic though.
No,
Uh,
we
It
weren't
really
really
a
on
topic.
that.
That
That
was
was
the
just a
point.
starter.
We
That
was
was a
just reading.
starter.
Yeah, it was just starter.
Oh, just an appetizer.
I liked him in Are We There Yet and Are We There Yet too. That was a good.
Next
those are good
time
movies.
on
Prime is
Before-
Prime is trying to finish it, y'all. He's trying
Yeah.
to close
I'm
this
sorry.
out.
So
His time is up for the week.
Wait, Bam. Prime is trying to close this out.
to my
Take that shit off your head.
to my audience, we're going to continue on with Open Walk On panels. So stick around for that. We love to have you. So we'll have more content here. So stick around. No need to leave. And this is where you can jump in. So if you wanted to say something, then that'll be your opportunity. Exclamation point open in chat to figure out how to be a part of this. Okay. And consider supporting the channel. We had some kind support previously. Shout out to people who did. But if you enjoyed this conversation, if it infuriated you or whatever, you just like being around here, if you find yourself coming back often, consider supporting the channel by subs to the channel, gifting bits, or gifting subs. Thank you. Okay. Let's go to we're gonna give outro to all these great people. We didn't give an intro previously, but we'll give outro. And then but stick around, we still have more content. Bam! Thank you so much for coming through. Thank you for supporting the channel and all the ways that you do. You support the channel in a lot of ways, actually. And yeah, thanks for being a real one.
Hey, thanks. Hey, I want to do. It's like 30 seconds. It's gonna be cringe. Let me do it. Just let me get it out, okay?
Please do.
No, stop him. Everybody
No,
stop
I'm not
him
doing-
right now.
do it.
No, it's not. It's not
Just
razor
because he
crunch,
said
man.
it, stop him.
It may be something to do with that sexy red. I don't want to hear it.
No, it's a better song.
Oh no. Don't let him sing. Don't do it.
So
Go ahead.
long, farewell to you, my friend. Goodbye for now until we meet again. It's been
It's
great
just
to
in
play
between the
and
lines
sing
theme song.
together in the box,
ABE.
and now it's time to say goodbye. So long, farewell to you, my friends. Goodbye for now until we meet again.
That was really nice.
Well, that was not horrible.
You know,
I don't know who
I
that
almost went in
is
for
or where that's
the
from.
chorus if you
Nostalgia.
would have like did that a second time. I was
Ah,
gonna be like,
nostalgia.
I was gonna
Let's
be like,
go.
oh, I know this chorus. I can hop in on the chorus. Oh nope, he didn't do it. He didn't do it.
I'm still trying to realize
I-
where did that come from? I can't remember.
Out of the box.
That's because you lost your childhood somewhere a long time ago.
Okay.
Shots
Out of the box
fired.
had the like black Native American dude with the dreads, and then a little.
I remember it now.
Yeah.
My
There,
childhood, my
I don't
childhood
remember
is
this.
still strong.
you remember,
Kai.
Peter. You remember. You can fly.
Okay. All
My
right.
childhood
So
is still strong. Cartoons every day.
thank you, Bam, for that interesting rendition of that song. And you got a nice voice. So shout
Beautiful.
out to Bam. Let's go to Debate Queen, who was fighting a few people on the panel today. We'd love to see the fight. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. It's always fun. You know, I always look forward to Thursdays. Good to be with my people. You know, I'm streaming over on Twitch. I'm also 3 subs away from meeting my goal of 5 new subs, and that also would unlock more emotes if someone wants to, you know, throw 3 subs my way, wants to be a nice little oiler. That would be helpful.
Not blue
But yeah,
ball.
what?
Blue balls.
Uh,
Get stuck
But-
at one.
yeah, so come over and follow me, support my channel, support Black creators, especially Black woman creators who look like me. So yeah, thanks again, Prime. Appreciate you.
Absolutely. And let's go to our friend Pace. Pace. It's been a hell of a day for you. Thank you for
It always
Thank
is.
you for
It
that GSU, by the way.
It
Hey.
always is. First, I have to make an apology to Razor. I should never have raised my voice to Razor. You can't raise your voice to somebody with cat ears, especially after I defended your pimp named Slickback attire last week. That Prime was so vicious against. And secondly, I'm going to toss this bone over to GSU and to see if he would agree with my closing point here. While I am not in favor of having a public option like this, I do have the position of people being able to opt out and put their money into a government sponsored flexible spendings account that they could use their money as they see fit for their medicines as they see fit, as opposed to one generation funding another generation's healthcare. Use example, our generation that we live in right now are funding the generation that's on Medicare right now, and their generation is significantly wealthier than ours is, and we're funding them right now. Whereas that service may not be available when we get to that age, so it will be better for us to have our money diverged into a savings so that we can have it when we need it. And that's my ending.
Okay. Let's go to Pace. No, I just said Pace. Sorry. Razor, you guys are all the same. Razor, thank you.
A high bone and somebody of my skin complexion look exactly the same.
You got a Mitch McConnell moment there?
It got sandbagged.
I see a bunch of non-whites on my screen. I don't bother loading names. Let's go to our friend Razor, who is also very kind to the channel. And I'm always happy to have him here. Thank you for jumping in, Razor.
Hey, no problem. Again, thank you again for inviting me. Sorry, I was a little bit late this time. Usually my Thursdays at work are very quick. I'm usually home enough to do different things. But yeah, these are always fun. I love when I can just kind of go off when I can go off, especially when something does get me heated. Like this topic, trying to understand how it would save billions, possibly hell, possibly trillions, when it comes to medical costs and shit. I really do appreciate this little platform. It definitely keeps me motivated to at least, 'cause I'm working on a schedule in order to force myself to actually stream more often, at least an hour, maybe 2 hours a day, give or take a couple of days off, for chill time, to where I can actually do content. I can actually work on content creation. Like I really do want to get that. I just been having some fucking weird mental issues lately that are not letting me do it. So keep track of me. You'll see me eventually get out there with some hot takes, some warm takes, some cold takes, just takes in general, and playing fun video games that you can just chat with me whenever.
Hey,
Yep.
next, thank you so much. Leave the water Kai. Thank you for coming through and being such a positive force here.
Been a blast. Trying to figure out what Sherpa died on GSU's head, but I'm gonna stop racking my brain about that. At some point, public services are gonna come around and take care of that on my dollar, and that's perfectly fine. I'm cool with it. This has been a blast. Thank you all for having me here. Thank you, Prime, for having this space that allows people, especially in the open, to gain some exposure. You were doing some of the greatest work in this space. We appreciate you. Even if most people don't understand that, and you hate Black people, and that's fine because we're always late. I'm cool with that because at least you still put us on. You can catch me on Wednesdays. I do my own panel with probably far worse topics than no topic. And on Thursdays, I'm here as often as Prime will allow me. And I've appreciated that thoroughly. Thank you all again.
Thank you. All right, and last but not least, we have our friend.
I got a promotion, by the way, today.
Oh,
hey,
congrats, bro.
Yeah.
Congrats, man. That's
One G more a month. Let's go.
Okay.
That I will spend here.
Oh, we'd love to see that. Spend a little bit on yourself, like a Starbucks coffee every day or something. But then the rest, yeah, sure.
New
that
tank
difference can
tops.
come here. Or tank tops too. Whatever it is. But yeah, what do you like? Are you like a team leader now, or like a manager, or?
No, I'm just a step up from where I was before. So
don't tell Prime to answer that.
clerk.
No.
Prime is trying to figure out, like, are you the enemy or are you still with us?
I'm always the enemy.
Be careful.
Unfortunately, I work for the enemy, but I am not the enemy. I'm a force of good on the inside.
That's what they all say.
Well, I know what
Exactly,
GSU Gambit
believe
is.
me.
He's a class traitor because he is part of the enemy ranks, but he comes
That's
through.
right.
He supports us from the lower end of the spectrum. So shout out to my man. GSU for always being so kind. And like being one one of our best participants. When he, like once he's fired up, other times he just like doesn't even pay attention. But when he's fired up, like one of the best participants and like can cut to the heart of the matter in a fun, interesting way. So shout out to you, man.
I know, like everybody said, we love this space. It's always pretty dope. You know, sometimes I have to go a little hard on y'all, but it's always in love. We got people that we got to entertain as well. But yeah, man, yeah, this is always dope. Happy I could make it this week. We went with no topic and it worked out pretty well. Cause y'all know if y'all bring up the GOAT, I'm coming for you. So yeah, it was pretty dope, man. It was pretty dope. I can't leave y'all with something as beautiful as Bam did, but when you get a chance, just go read the third verse on All Falls Down by Kanye West. You'll understand why he's the GOAT. You'll understand why he's socially conscious, something that probably didn't know. But yeah, I was happy to be here. I may come back for the open later, depending on what the topic is. I may jump back in, but I got something to go do real quick.
Gotcha. All right. So we'll end this out quickly. We're gonna go on to Open Walk On panel. Anyone here can join us. And Pace, apparently there was someone who said they wanted to challenge you. So put that out there. If you have time, if not, that's fine as well. But yeah. Thank you so much all for being here. You can come join us in Open Walk On panel. If not, that's okay. Thanks for your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion, my community. I know they appreciate you as much as I do.
One second.
Have a good one.
One second. Most important thing that we all forgot to mention. If you go to Prime's chat, you write exclamation point BBC. You hit enter. It'll give you some great information. Prime is going to update it to have my Twitter account, but just go follow me on Twitter. No, it's fine. Yeah, but yeah, BBC's in chat and
send me the update information. Do it so I'll do it right now on the stream. Okay, thank you.
Gotcha.
All right, have a good one.
All right, awesome.
That was wild. Damn it, Pace. Why you?
All right. Okay. Hey, we're here. So that was great. All right, so I gotta update that command. I really do. Because actually our friend Gambit paid for that. He paid to have that command in the first place. And then update that. Shout out to my man Bam for being great. For if you don't know what I'm talking about, like there's a certain command in chat. Thanks all for being here. Yeah, we'll have our Open Walk On panel. And hit that follow button in case you haven't done so yet. If you've been enjoying our content, enjoying the personalities that we have here, consider hitting that follow button and or subscribe to us on YouTube, hype chats on Twitch, and super chats on YouTube. Always appreciated. So we read them out. But as for now, we have Open Walk On panel. All honest members like you, yes, you're staying at home and participate. Join Discord server and go into the robot waiting room to be let in. This link for your content. Love to have you. All right, so we'll stick around for a little bit, see if people want to join. And yeah, we'll figure it out from there. All right, so let's see. Who is around? Who is around? I have it over here. Got one person. So that's me in the room in the VC. If you'd like to come join us, please do. We have one person who said want to join. Hello, Vigilante. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine. Yeah, I asked Pace if he wanted to join us, but I don't know if he will. It's kind of up to him. But yeah, what did you want to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to address his universal healthcare removes freedom line of logic, because factually speaking, it doesn't. Because of the system that we have now, it actually limits the amount of choice that you have, especially when it comes to doctors. So the real line of choice is: would you rather have the freedom of who pays for your healthcare, the freedom to choose who pays for your healthcare, or the freedom to choose your doctors? Because in a universal healthcare system, like you guys were talking about, it opens it up to where you can choose your doctors freely, not limited to just who's covered by the insurance that you're paying for, that your work is paying for you. And then, so that is my biggest problem with what he was saying.
Okay. So like you just like disagree with his like view of like what actual freedom is, that like the market ends up restricting our freedom. Maybe in like ways like the market makes it like if you can't get the healthcare and or the healthcare is so expensive that you're in debt, like what freedom did you actually have? You know, like if you are in deep in medical debt, like are you really free? Like you had a choice between different private options, but those private options made it so that you can't do anything else in your life. Like you're like enslaved to that debt. Were you really free?
Exactly.
Yeah. So I mean, like I'm not the one to defend this. I sent him a DM, so hopefully he'll join us. Because I would like to hear his response. We also have our friend Aiko here. Hey Aiko. Well, he can't hear us because he's deafened. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have that sort of perspective. I'm a big Medicare for All fan. I kept myself out of that discussion. I think you can have Medicare for All and have some limited private insurance. So if there is like procedures that are not covered, like something that the government healthcare doesn't cover, then you can have private insurance cover it. And I believe that was in Bernie Sanders' plan, that you could have you could basically have both, right? Like if the government for some reason is failing in some area, refuses to cover a specific some medical procedure, then you could add that in. Let me get our friend Aiko on screen. Hey Aiko, thanks for being here.
Oh yeah, no problem. How's it going?
Hey, thanks for being around. Yeah. So, is there something you wanted to add?
Well, I was really interested in the public option versus Medicare for all sort of battle, because I think even the people who are very much against Medicare for all, for their own personal reasons, I think they speak to something that really should be a part of the broader conversation on this, which is what steps will the public like accept in one fell swoop? Because I remember the arguments in 2010, 2009 through 2010 when Obamacare was being passed. These arguments were happening like big time, and I feel like the public was definitely ready to accept the public option. We just didn't get to do it because we had Lieberman in there sort of messing things up. But if we had done it, it would have been a great step forward. I think it's something that we can do the next time there's Democratic trifecta for sure. But I think even as much as I like Medicare for all, if I could snap my fingers and have it, that'd be great. I don't think, I don't think it's a big disruption, right? Because if you're going to take that item on your paycheck that goes to FICA, and you're going to turn around and turn that into a tax that funds, or not FICA, sorry, the stuff that gets taken out of your paycheck for private insurance by your corporation, which I think is what Debate Queen was trying to get at the whole time that conversation was taking place. I think the reason that she wanted to go there was because she was just saying, well, that line item is going to change from insurance to taxes. But when people look at their paycheck and they see that tax number grow that fast, a lot of people who are paying those taxes might not have insurance themselves, or they might have very scaled back insurance that wouldn't be available in Medicare for all system. And I think that something like that would be so disruptive that politicians would be terrified to do it.
I
Um,
wanted I would I'm gonna deal with you in a second.
Yeah.
I go I really
Okay.
really
All
want
right.
to.
I'll be back.
Plug a
Yeah,
camera on in
Sure.
a second.
With your liberal nonsense. Hey, if you got a camera, please
Yeah.
turn it on. If you got a camera, turn it on. It's helpful to the stream. You do so.
Oh,
So
what's good?
hey,
Clean
thank
shaven
you.
vigilante. Gracious. You look 10
Hey,
Yep.
years younger.
since we have you for a limited amount of time, someone wanted to talk with you and challenge you on a position of yours. Vigilante, tell them what you want to say.
Okay, so Pace, I want to address the whole Medicare for all or thing removes freedom
Oh, I see why my
because
thing isn't working. I'm
realistically
still
speaking,
on
can
StreamYard.
Can you
Yeah, get off StreamYard.
Yeah, can you
you
hear
hear?
us?
You can't use your camera
Yeah,
in two
I
places.
can hear you now. I was wondering why I couldn't get my
Okay.
camera to turn on. I forgot to exit StreamYard.
Okay. So realistically speaking, the question here really is whenever we're talking about Medicare for all versus private insurance, the question here realistically is would you rather have the option to go to whatever doctor you want, which would be Medicare for all, not limited by what who your insurance covers, or would you rather have the choice of who pays for your insurance? Because that's what we have now. That's with private insurance. So it's would you rather have the freedom to choose who you go to or who pays for your healthcare?
Well, firstly, Medicare for all would not give you all the doctors in your system because doctors have to choose and opt in which systems and which insurances to cover and which ones are going to give them the most money. And they found that, generally speaking, private insurers provide them with the most money majority of the time because most people who are going to these emergency rooms and things, they get their bill and they don't pay it. So in my case, I would much rather have the option to be able to purchase the insurance policy that I want and be able to use it in the way that I want to use it. I would much rather not be forced to go to the doctor that Medicare tells me is available to me. Because, for example, if my Medicare or Medicaid PPO plan tells me that a doctor's accepts it and is in my network and they're over an hour away, that's a considerable drive for me and a considerable amount of money. When I could have a private plan that may be able to service me right down the road because they're a small facility that isn't in the larger networks.
Okay, but what you're talking about is how it works in the system that we have now, how Medicare works in the system that we have now, not how it works in a system with Medicare for all. In a system with Medicare for all or a public option, you could still have, or in the public option, you can still have private insurance, and really all that does is allow you to skip wait times. But
Well,
it
yeah,
does
you'd have
not
a huge
limit
wait time,
it,
but
but it does not limit who you can go to. Because
well,
with a
you would have
Medicare
a
for all
much larger
system,
wait time. Go
I
ahead.
mean, you might have much larger wait times, but that's it, and it also depends on how the system gets set up. That's a totally different problem. But it does not limit you in who you can go to as a patient, as the way that it does in the current system that we have now. Yes, in the current system that we have now, doctors can opt out of taking Medicare and shit like that. In a public option or a Medicare for all system, that would not be the case. So that is very much so a moot point.
So what you're saying is that when you do that, you essentially eliminate the doctor's ability to opt out of that choice entirely, which would mean that the only way to get coverage faster or to get a doctor that would take you faster over the waiting list would be to pay and absorb an out-of-pocket expense, which I wouldn't want to do. So under that and only that, I will have no choice but to choose Medicare for all because I don't have an option in the choice there. But what I make the proposal is that when you are throwing government involved in that, and you can say that yeah, you have a choice, but you don't know that because you don't have any actual evidence to support that because all the evidence shows that if we did go to Medicare for all, nothing would change right now. We'd have larger, except for that we would have larger waiting lists, and more doctors will be less willing to perform services because they aren't getting paid uh, appropriately because nobody's actually paying these emergency expenses and medical bills. I would much rather have it right now if we kept this in. Well, I don't like the Affordable Care Act because that was dumb. But I would much rather have it right now where people could take the money that they're paying into Affordable Care Act and Medicare right now and be able to have a sponsored plan or a sponsored health savings account or flexible spending account where they can put that money into that account, and when they need to go to the doctor, that will cover their expense as opposed to taking the money, and the money that you're taking from me is actually paying for somebody uh, who's going to the doctor that's 70 years old, and the money
Please.
that's going from me, the that money, in order for me to get that back, I'd have to live to be 192 years old.
Rich,
I think we do have evidence though now about how it works because we have Medicare now, so we can look at how it works. And the way it works is you have the basic Medicare coverage, and then you can get private insurance on top of that. One of those
Supplementary,
plans is
not private.
yeah, one of those is called Medicare Advantage, and my mom's on
Yes,
that. And
I
so
I deal
she
with it every
gets
day.
her. Yeah, I look at her choice of doctors, and she's got a plethora of choices, and I'll take her in, and we just had a diagnostic that cost $5,000, and she paid a $20 copay for that. And she had her big choice of doctors. We ended up going to the best hospital in the Southwest for her condition, and I we definitely have a great choice of doctors. And of course, her network expanded when she added the supplemental insurance. We pay an extra $200 a month for that. We think it's worth it. You have that option. So even though if you were on Medicare, if we extended Medicare as it is, but to like drop the age down to 18 or whatever, and then let CHIP handle the rest, then we would have choices. I mean, we have choices now when we're on Medicare.
The problem that I have with that is this problem that I made earlier is the cost of affordability as it is right now for for Social Security and Medicare expenses right now.
Mhm.
The money that I have put in right now has already been spent on the generation that's using it right now. In order for you to be able to supplement my generation, and say we're all going to be using it at the same time, in order for you to be able to supplement my generation, you'd have to raise taxes at a rate so high that I wouldn't be able to live off my income because you can't generate enough income to pay for it right now if the money that I'm putting into it right now is already been burned away. And
Well,
as I
you're
said, my
assuming
big
healthcare prices as they are now in America. But if you
Yeah.
look in European countries, they spend half what we do on healthcare because single payer insurance gives you a better bargaining position from a central location. That's
Yeah.
one of the
no,
reasons why so many countries do single payer.
no, they spend half of what we have because they don't have an absorbent regulation and lobbying system that we have.
No.
The FDA is a huge
You're saying you're saying
blocker.
Europe is underregulated? Europe,
No,
like the
I'm saying
EU.
in the medical industry right now, the FDA in America is a huge reason why we have so many shortages and so many
Regulations are
issues.
written in blood.
Uh, Regulations need to be removed
Well, we have
to make
dozens of
things
healthcare
easier.
programs that are a sort of a patchwork that each all have their own
your
set of
camera out, bro.
regulations. So
Yeah,
in that
but
sense, I would
the
argue that
FDA
we're overregulated. But those
the FDA
regulations would
still
go
has things
away if we had only
in there.
one single payer.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't, because you can't make that claim, because we have regulations on the books that people have been advocating to be removed for decades, and those
Right.
regulations are still there, and the government will never remove those regulations. They don't
What are
believe
the
in removing
regulations you're
other
talking
laws.
about? Which regulations are you talking
Regulation
about?
regulations that I've brought up before, like the Davis-Bacon Act, the Richard Wagner Act. You have other regulations in relations to taxi medallions, regulations in relations to minimum wage, regulations in
Taxi
relationship
medallions, did you say?
to union labor. Yeah, they
Us?
passed. They did that in 1927, I
Yeah,
want to
I just
say.
don't know what that is. What's a medallion?
It was basically it was think of it as the version then of a license to operate the business, and then they created
Oh, I
a
see.
law because too many people, particularly African American people, too many people were in that sector competing. So what they did was they created a taxi medallion law that says that in order to operate a taxi licensure, you have to own so many different taxis, and then you also have to
Yeah, I
spend
know what
about
a
four hundred
taxi
thousand
medallion is.
dollars.
I just don't know what it is in healthcare.
No, I'm not saying healthcare. I'm saying that
Oh,
regulations in general,
Regulation in general.
oh, I
government
see.
does not like to go back and remove any of those things. So to
Mhm.
say that
Well, I
Usually
agree
for
with
a
you
good
about
reason.
medallions for sure.
moving to that type of system, reduce
Although
regulations,
Uber
is
has
just
killed the
not true.
medallions.
Wait, hold on. So
Uber
you,
has been a life sin in that regard.
Mhm.
I will admit
Yeah.
that they have been a life sin in that regard because they
Yeah,
found a way
medallions are dumb. I
around it.
agree with that. There
okay,
are
so
But
you
times when
mentioned the
Uber,
there's
Davis Bacon.
overregulation.
Okay, so you mentioned the Davis Bacon Act. So that's the act that requires employers to pay overtime to contract workers. So you would rather overtime not be paid to contract workers.
no, the Davis-Bacon Act, what it was done specifically at the time that was instituted in, I believe it was
Workers.
18, oh, what was it? It was 18,
Davis Bacon Act was 1931.
was it 1931? I'm thinking of a different one then. But what they did specifically with the Davis-Bacon Act was they passed it into law because what was happening was lower income workers were working longer periods of time than uh, well, typically whites, as it was passed to stop blacks
Mm-hmm.
and Hispanics and Japanese from being able to outcompete, and it was passed into law to prevent them from being able to outcompete, so that the employer will be more likely to stop all of that type of work and give it only to whites. So I would remove
Oh, it's another
those
one.
type of
It's another
things.
one of those type of regulation and rules that are bad on the face, but end up being good later on. Cool.
No, it's not good later on because it's still limiting because overall,
How?
uh, because say for example, if
If I work
if
10 hours, if
you
I work 10
if
hours a day, I want those extra 2 hours to be paid extra.
you want those extra 2 hours to be paid,
Yeah.
yeah. But what I'm saying is what they were doing before then was you had these people and they were working and they would allow themselves to be paid lesser amounts in
That's
order to
dumb.
continue working. So they would
That's
be able to
dumb.
work as much as they wanted to, but they set that amount. It wasn't that they said, "Hey, I'm going to continue working," and then the person said, "Oh,
Okay.
you're only going to get this amount." These people volunteered to be able to get paid those certain amounts, so they were able to work an unlimited amount of hours. Now, with the system that's set in, the employer is less incentivized to do that because they pay time and a half, and they cap your overtime hours at a certain
That's
amount.
not
Whereas
good for that's
before,
not good for mental or physical health.
Yep.
To
I'm
Which
work
not.
is
I
why
that
we
don't
many
have
Okay,
care
to
but
have
about
if
the
we're
mental or
laws
physical
limiting
health.
how many
I
hours you
care
can work
about
in
a
a week
person's
before it's
I care
overtime.
about a person's ability to work as many hours as they see fit. Whether it affects their mental or physical well-being isn't my concern. It's
That's
what
a
they want.
problem. That's a problem.
Okay, so but
No, it's not a
I'm still trying to
problem.
figure out what regulations you're talking about within the specifically in the context of healthcare, right? So, Davis
Well,
Bacon Act is about labor. You talked about other
well,
things that are
But
not.
yeah, we got to go back to like
I
healthcare.
mentioned I mentioned in healthcare in the passing of the Affordable Care Act and how it worked. If you go back and you look through the lines of text in Section
Yeah,
2501,
I'm very familiar with
it
it.
goes
That's
it goes on
so.
talking about. the different clauses and how they're supposed to be regulated, is what is an essential health benefit and what isn't an essential health benefit and how it regulates it.
That's right.
Those regulations caused medical expenses to be increased. Remove those regulations out of the way, and then you may have a an ability to move on with that type of thing. But so long as there are still lobbyists in the way, and so long as there are still insurance companies that are being subsidized by the government to do these services, those regulations are going to stay put, and they're going to continue to raise rates. I want those regulations removed, the government out of the picture, so that you can have more competitive rates. So long as they're being subsidized, they have no reason to lower their rates because they're going to get paid regardless.
A fan of
So
capitalism.
the
never know how
regulations in the
capitalism works.
ACA, I know what the major ones are. I'll just list them out because
There's
I
10
do.
major ones.
Yeah, I'll give you 5 of the ones that have made a big difference. So one of them is, of course, everyone talks about this one, and it's the pre-existing conditions clause, right? That you can't stop someone from being insured if if they've had an illness before, and that they have to have coverage. A second one that is massive and not talked about enough is the benefits cap, the removal of benefits caps. So it used to be that if you got an insurance plan, it might say, okay, we'll insure you for a maximum of $50,000 per year. My sister had a condition when she was in her 40s where she had to get a triple stent put into her heart. They tried to go in through her leg. It took 5 operations before they could get it done. Without this operation, she would have died. By the time they finished that 5th operation, the costs had hit $1 million. Before the ACA, she would have had 1 surgery. Once it failed, she would have been far beyond her cap, and the insurance company wouldn't be able to give her any of the other 4 operations. She would be dead today had it not been for that particular provision that you cannot cap benefits. So she had over $1 million worth of stuff done, and insurance company paid $1 million. And she paid up to. She paid whatever it was until she, hit her limit in terms of what her out-of-pocket expenses could be. The third one was the under 26 provision, which helped a lot of people put their kids through college without their kids having to go off and pay their own insurance, which makes it that much more difficult to stay in college back when you'd get dropped at 21.
Mm-hmm.
And the 5th one, which I think addresses your concern about corporations, Pace, and that is it put a 20% cap on gross profits per year that an insurance company could make. Keep in mind, that's gross profits. So that means they have to pay their employees out of that 20%. They have to pay all of their rent and air conditioning bills and everything else that a company, needs in order to run out of that 20%. And anything that's left is net profit, which means that they can't make really terribly large price inflating profits that they could have done before the ACA. Those are and then there's the premium cap, which stops lower income people from these are the subsidies, where you can get very inexpensive premiums on high quality insurance.
So I will say that they probably should have capped the net profit, not the gross profit. That is probably what caused what he's talking about, is them capping the gross.
I think it's fair that if you can run a leaner ship, you should be rewarded for that as a corporation. I don't have a problem with that. So capping gross profits is better. And here's what happened, especially in the beginning years, they started charging too much for their premiums, and they started getting gross profits that were more than 20% because that's what they were used to. And they had to turn around and cut rebates back to their customers every year. And so
they're still doing some of that right now too.
Yeah, you'll still see people getting rebates for their Mm-hmm.
And now, see my position, and I've been writing these for a while, and I've been going back and revising them when I was running for Congress in my state on healthcare reform and how I would like to see it handled. I would much rather, because there are some benefits in the ACA that I like, but a lot of it I don't like. I also don't like the length of it. It's way too long, and way too broad. It needed to be much more narrow. What I would much prefer is ways in which to incentivize insurance companies and other insurers and corporations to incentivize lowering cost and causing competitive market prices. The way that I believed in getting there, firstly, was with FDA regulations. FDA regulations have caused many problems. I just dealing today, since I work with pharmaceuticals. I was just dealing today with many customers that are calling in, particularly about drugs like Wegovy and Mounjaro, which have been out of stock in the United States recently, but also have been blocked by the FDA for the usage outside of what the FDA recommends, as if they have it as if they should be consulted for that. And so it causes problems for insurance companies and how they can break down the cost for that, where it might cost $10, now it's going to cost $1,000 because the FDA says you can't use this drug that the way that your doctor says that you can use it. I would remove that out of the way, but I would find ways within the market, uh, generally by putting ceilings on how much insurance companies, or not so much insurance companies, but how much medical facilities can charge on certain things. I would like to get a breakdown of how much money actually goes into creating the MRE machines, how much money is actually necessary to put a stunt in, how much money. I like to get breakdowns on all of those things, get quantifiable figures, and then put caps and limits on to the amount of money that can be charged for those services. Because uh, if we can prove that medical facilities are overcharging for services that they've already paid off, for like the MRE machine or X-ray machine, and we can prove that they've already paid that off and they're overcharging for those services, we should be able to find ways to incentivize them to reduce that down to a competitive market cost. And my proposal would use less government authority, less regulation, by tossing insurers a bone. I think my original proposition was somewhere around um, a 2% income tax break or something in there. That would, if they could reduce their prices in the natural market to the competitive rates that we see through government subsidization of products, then we can give them these particular tax breaks, because it would allow government to remove their hand out of the operation and make it more affordable for people to use their services. That's the way that I want to see things done. I don't want more government overreach. I want government to come up with solutions that allows these companies to incentivize cheaper rates at a competitive level, so that we don't have to put more tax dollars and funnel into subsidizing these companies. Because as it is right now, these companies are continuing to increase their rates because government's going to continue to pay for it.
Okay, so you started off great there, and that's probably the first time I've agreed with anything you said on this panel, and that is that we need to, one, make hospitals publish what everything costs and all that, and like, because like there are a lot of problems with the way that it's run. Like at a lot of hospitals, it's literally like $30 for a fucking one pill of Tylenol, and that is a major problem because Tylenol does not cost that much, and it's quite literally price gouging. But
Yeah,
your proposal of how to fix
That's
it
bad.
is not realistic. Realistically speaking, fixing the price gouging in the medical field through the market is not going to work. That is not how capitalism works. It's how a lot of people like to think that capitalism works, but it is not
that
how
is
capitalism
exactly
works.
how it works.
No,
When they
Look at
yes,
no.
it is.
the price
When
gouging at
they
your
are
local
not make
grocery store, broski. The price
well,
gouging at
the price
your
gouging at
local
local
grocery
grocery
store
store
is, yeah,
comes from
it's the
inflationary
same.
rates. But what I'm saying is
No,
when
there's price
like
gouging there
Insulin,
too.
take
insulin,
take for
insulin.
example the car crisis that we had with with General Motors and whatnot. They weren't producing the vehicles of the standard that the American citizens wanted at the time, and people stopped purchasing it. They went over to the competitor. Toyota was a major one. They stopped purchasing it. and that company was going under. And then what
Pace,
did they do? They
pace,
lobbied and got government to bail them out.
pace.
And
Real
the
fast,
same
I
thing
have
would
to pause.
happen with go ahead.
So I I do have to pause you for just a little bit in order to let you know you're talking about commodities, things that you can definitely have more competitiveness with in terms of items that can be created and shit, and comparing it to something that people need to fucking live. There are people
Well,
who
that's
can't
it.
afford their insulin, which costs I think like $30 to make an entire vial, and get fucking price gouged for $500 for a single vial of the shit. They will
Until
die
now.
without it.
Well, if you
Well,
were
yeah,
if you were
until now, that's
listening,
what it
that's
was.
what I'm
But that's when it happened.
that's that's what I'm talking about is and if you
Oh,
allow the market to do its job, those types of companies that are doing things like that, they would go out of business. We saw this happen, but what happens is these on the backside, these corporations, the pharmaceutical company, which is a massive one that both Democrats and Republicans, independents, libertarians alike have been on agreeing with, these pharmaceutical companies, they lobby on the backside and they get more government funneling into their system. If if
Sounds
the
like
government
capitalism
stops,
at work.
so actually, I
no,
do want to
that's not
correct
capitalism.
Pace on the
If the
price of what it
government
costs
stops
to
getting
charge
money,
insulin
if
because it's actually $2, $2 to $4. Insulin
well,
costs $2 to $4 to make.
Oh, thank you.
but
I thought it was like
what I'm
$10.
saying
Thank you.
Yeah,
is if
but
the
they
government
change
stops
it.
subsidizing, if the government stops giving these people money, they will have no choice but to bring their prices down because nobody will pay for it.
Sounds like we need to completely get rid
Uh,
of certain
what
things that let corporations pay off our
Yes, government
people.
subsidization.
we're literally
Not this
talking
time.
about things that people need to survive, dude.
Yeah.
That's like making them like that's not going to work because you can't just stop buying things that you need to survive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
You can
can't
stop
just stop
buying
buying things that
cars.
you need
You
to
can
survive.
stop
But
buying certain
what I'm
phones. You
what
can
I'm
Yep.
saying
stop buying different
is
toys.
the
You can't stop
overbloated
buying
price of
medicine.
this. What I'm saying is the overbloated price of this comes from the involvement of government subsidizing these programs.
Yeah,
You
he's not
kick
saying
government
that
out of it, they have no choice but to be competitive with their prices.
he yeah.
If they don't want their competitor to say Johnson and Johnson's competitor as I don't know, what's another pharmaceutical company?
No, yeah, I
Um
no, I get what you're
uh,
saying. You're just saying that like the government distorts the market. And he's not saying that other people won't buy insurance, right? He's not. He's saying that if you have a pure market without government interference, that naturally the market will sell at a price that people can actually pay.
Not without government interference, Prime, because there should be some regulation. Like I said to Icor earlier, I
Okay,
do
fair
agree with
enough.
some of the principles that are in the Affordable Care Act. Pre-existing conditions is one of them. I do agree with those things, but what I'm saying is have as little government involvement when it comes to the funneling of money to these programs, and instead have government focus be on ways to incentivize competition that brings rates down to a naturally competitive rate where people can afford it. That's what I'm saying.
That's never gonna happen
It
because
happened before, and it can happen
corporations
again.
love money more than they love helping people.
But to
So,
see,
Pace, when you say before, like what time period are you talking about? Are you talking about pre-ACA or are you going back further?
even further than pre-ACA, I'm
Like
going.
how
I'm
far
going
back?
back.
Like
I'm going back. I'd say we didn't really start seeing this massive spike in the uptick until around the mid '70s, early '80s. So I'm going beyond uh, uh,
so
mid '70s backwards.
you would then go pre-Great Society. You'd go to
Yes,
like before Medicare and Medicaid and all that.
yes. And I would go there, and that's before government started funneling this money into these operations and organizations. When government is funneling money into things, we always see the price begins to inflate every single time because the supplier, who would be the insurance company in this case, the supplier is no longer beholden to the person who is going to purchase their product, then they're now beholden to the government who's going to funnel the money into them. If you allow the demand for the product on a natural market basis to be the guideline, they will have no choice but to compete with other people that are producing the exact same product to make it, number one, the highest
But
possible quality, and number two, they have to try to find a way to offset the cost that it's going to take to take their competitor out of business. And as it is
the,
right now, the insurance
the problem
companies
with that
and pharmaceuticals
is
have
that
a
there are
monopoly on the system because of government intervention.
okay. So the problem with that is the fact that there are a lot of medicines that are not able to be made third party, and that's due to the way that
Patents and
our
stuff like that,
patent system works.
which
And
I would try
so
to
insurance is more
limit
of
the
a
regulations
problem
on
with the
that too.
patent system than the actual healthcare system itself, because that also gets look. I agree that the patent system needs to be revamped because there are a lot of problems with our patent and copyright laws, but that's an entirely different conversation.
But all of those conversations come together to create the best possible version of healthcare that I can see. The thing that's preventing healthcare right now from being the best that it can be is a number of factors with government involvement in the market and oversaturating and inflating the market with and then going behind the system and trying to unify everything is creating a monopoly which allows them to set and control the prices and rates. And once they can do that, it doesn't matter where you go. It doesn't matter if you have universal health care at all. Once they control the rates,
With
period, that it doesn't matter
universal
because
healthcare,
now
you don't pay
you
anything.
have no competition.
Okay,
You're
so with
not paying
universal
any
healthcare,
you
you don't
don't
pay
think
anything outside of what you pay with your taxes,
you
which
don't think you're paying
you guys
anything,
were
but your taxes are
no,
going to be increased so
yeah, your
drastically high
taxes pay
that it's
for
not
it.
going to be affordable.
Your taxes still pay for it. No, but realistically speaking, it is actually affordable. I can send you I can either send you the study directly that the Koch brothers that was funded by the Koch brothers, or I can just drop it in the side chat because there was a study that was done that showed that Medicare for all overall over a 10-year period uh, costs significantly less than the system that we have now, and people would actually be saving money versus losing
How
money.
much would you have to
Yeah, but
raise
how do you
taxes
get that
to implement?
implemented?
That's my problem. Yeah, that too. The implementation of it and how much would you have to raise taxes to do that?
Well, there's a couple different ways on how you could raise the taxes. You could just raise the top taxes in the top marginal tax rate. You can add. You can
FICA.
do it on the
You could just
trading.
you could just put it in the
Uh,
FICA. So the amount of money
yeah.
that normally comes out of your insurance, that in theory, the same amount of money or a similar amount of money would just go into the FICA line instead of the insurance line of your paycheck. Which, by the way, if you're getting insurance through a corporation, I think you were getting at this earlier. When you ask, like, where do you get your insurance from? You get it from work most of the time. And when you're getting it from work, the reason why your insurance at work is so cheap is because since the 50s, we've had Eisenhower's plan for insurance was to give tax breaks to corporations and to incentivize them to offer insurance to their employees. And those tax breaks usually come in the form of about 80% of your premium. So you're paying about a fifth of what your premium normally costs. But that other 4/5 is paid for by the federal government. So to a large degree, we've already funded insurance to the tune that could pay for Medicare for all. If we were going to do it, that 80% would just have to be increased to 100%, and the amount that you would normally put in your paycheck would like still be coming out of your paycheck, but it would be coming out in terms of in FICA instead of in insurance. That would
Yeah.
be the smoothest way to implement Medicare for all.
No, we're not doing it.
Yes. Now, and if we want to adjust the whole
Oh,
funding thing, because
thank
you
you,
I don't think
GSU.
I don't think
But
it can be done. GSU is going to tell us why we can't get it done because too many
well,
people won't accept it. Like they won't.
well,
Exactly.
firstly, I want to say Thank you guys for giving me the time to come here and speak with you. It was really good.
Mhm.
You're vigilante. You are a very respectful individual, and I appreciate having this time to speak with you. But I do have to get going. First, I have to use the bathroom. Then I have to tend to my animals. They're telling me it's time to go to bed. So, thank you guys for the conversation, and I hope we can continue it a later time. Um, I have a 3-day weekend, so maybe I'll join in on something later on.
All right.
You guys have a
Thanks.
good one.
Thanks for coming by.
Later.
Mhm.
Yeah, we're not going for this no private insurance stuff. Not happening.
Well, okay, yeah, I pointed out before that if you're on Medicare, you can get private insurance. My mom, for instance, has Medicare Advantage through a private healthcare. What is it called? I forget what it's called, but she has private insurance on top of her Medicare.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
and people are free today to not accept Medicare if they want, but if you've earned it through, your whole life working and paying your FICA taxes, it would be a little bit foolish to choose not to take your Medicare.
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to engage. Thanks for being here, GSU. Well, actually, before I do so, does anyone else have something to say? 'Cause I'm gonna engage with Ico, and it's gonna involve a lot of me getting annoyed at liberal nonsense.
Wait,
Why
is
am I
I'm
so
actually
Prime, are you-
gonna I'm actually gonna bounce. Also come see me tomorrow when I talk about Islam. So yeah, come do
Nice.
that. All right,
I
bye.
do. Yeah,
Yeah.
I do
I
have
am
to
going to
bounce.
bounce as
I
well.
have
Yeah.
work in the morning.
Yeah, I
Okay.
didn't have long to address that point anyway, so I'm going to bounce too. You have a great
And
night.
thank you for the info you sent, Vigilante.
Wait,
No problem.
everybody's afraid of me? Everybody's running?
Pretty
Mhm.
much.
No, it's literally like about almost 10. I wake up at 4 in the morning.
Nah.
So
I mean,
Oh, it's almost 1 a.m.
listen-
and I have to work at 8.
yeah,
I used to get up at
when
7.
I'm dealing with an intellectual superior, I run too. Yeah, so I understand.
I'll deal with you later. Okay.
I understand.
You're
Trust
all
me, it's-
you're all awesome. Give Prime money so he can keep doing this and invite me on more. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks all. All right. So back to this. Oh guys, you can't still join in if my mouse will start working then. Exclamation point open in chat. If you want to join in and be a part of the conversation, we'd love to have you. Okay. So I can fight both of you, right? That's
Yeah.
great. You're both filthy liberals. And don't worry,
we're
right?
both correct. How did you
Progressive
say
Daddy
correct? You
is
said a
here.
different word.
Progressive Daddy is here to put you. Oh my god. Oh, that burns. Please tell me that's not real. Gambit, tell me.
Yes,
That's
these
not
are my eight value numbers.
Gambit, no, that's not real. That's Wix. That's not yours.
It's definitely
Economic access, yours center right, not center left.
51.9. And I don't know what ridiculous question.
Yeah, that
they
makes you
might
like a
ask.
Mitt Romney or something.
Okay, all right. We're not doing this.
Oh my god. All right.
I'll shut my whole phone.
I don't. Yeah, this makes it hard for us to be friends, but I'm gonna push past this. Okay, I'm gonna push past this.
Link me to that one. I want to see how I turn out.
Oh my.
Just
Yeah,
wanna
DM it to
retake
me.
it.
that's.
We can all make it our screens.
It's definitely going to infuriate me. But anyway, yeah, so our friend Aiko, you said previously that, God, I'm trying to remember the thing that specifically I want to address. You
The
talked
difficulty of passing Medicare for all, even though it's the superior policy option.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
not
yeah.
superior.
First of all, we didn't
Yeah.
have fighters trying. Like President Obama, let's not forget, did not want Medicare for all. We can understand this. That he was a fucking liar when he said he'd even consider Medicare for all. And then he was also a fucking liar when he said that he'd consider the public option. He did not want it. He put
It
a
wasn't up to
footnote-
him. Public option wasn't up to him.
Hold on, no. Don't say that. Yes, sure, it wasn't. Like it wasn't. He couldn't write the bill because he's not in Congress at that point.
Yep.
But
Yep.
he
And the strategy that you're referring
as
to is called leading from behind. That was like famously the way he described it, which
a-
is he lets Congress do whatever it does, and then he either signs it or vetoes it.
Well,
yeah.
this shit is 70 questions.
That's different than Biden, who's very active in lobbying in
Also
Congress.
convenient because then he can pawn off to Congress as if he had nothing to do with it. His point man to deal with this, his chief of staff, was a medical paid by medical insurance companies. Like I think he became a lobbyist at some point with them. I forget exactly his career trajectory, but he has received an incredible amount of money from the private insurance companies, and this is his effort for public option. Yeah, I don't think so. Like this was sabotaged from the beginning, and let's not pretend that most of the Democrats who are working supporting it, who are pertaining to support, wanted public option to begin with, right? They were also paid by the private insurance companies. They also received their money. So I hear you when you say, yeah, how could you get Medicare for all passed? Of course not. Of course, it's impossible currently with the current makeup of Congress. But the public option was also equally impossible.
What was equally impossible?
Public option.
The public option. I don't think the public option was impossible. I think if we'd have had the numbers in the Senate that we had at the beginning, if we could have gotten to 60 without Lieberman. So if we'd have had 61,
There's
I think we'd
always
have
a
public
bad
option
guy.
today.
No. This is what I reject. There's always a convenient bad guy on the Democratic side. So Lieberman could be that bad because he's an awful human being, an awful human being.
I agree.
But
So is his son, by the way.
Oh, really? I'm not.
His
even aware
son
of this.
was running for Senate against Warnock, and at one point was ahead in the race, and it was like the positions that he was taking were like awful. Like he was basically GSU's chart over there. Called himself a Democrat, but he was 52% red on the economic axis. Yeah, that's Lieberman. Yeah, for sure.
Lieberman Lieberman's a Republican. Let's understand that. Like, let's not even play around. Yeah, so Lieberman's a fucking Republican and pretended otherwise. But fuck, what were you saying previously that I wanted to react to? You just said something.
The chief of staff you're talking about, by the way, Rahm Emanuel, was went on to be governor of Chicago.
No, not governor. You mean mayor? Mayor.
I mean mayor. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yep. 8 years.
What are you putting on your screen, GSU?
Well, no, I put my picture up.
Okay.
Well, you put everyone's picture up.
You were saying it's equal. You were saying for a public option. Oh yeah. There's always a bad guy. So Lieberman was that bad guy there, and oops, we just didn't have enough. But let's not forget there are other conservative Democrats. They don't want to be the bad guy. They are happy to have someone else take the fall. Now Lieberman's not there anymore, but they got Manchin, they got Kristen Sinema, and that's good enough. But if there wasn't someone else, like Chris Coons from, I think Delaware. I think Chris Coons from Delaware. I could be wrong about that.
You just call it Chris Coon?
Chris Coons. Yeah, Chris Coons.
Chris is a coon?
He's of the Coon family, yes. But he specifically is a conservative Democrat, and he would vote against it. Absolutely. And like just like in the House, there are a bunch of conservative Democrats who would all of a sudden remember they're conservative once it was actually on the line. Once there's actually a chance of this thing passing. So I reject that. That like, oh, Lieberman was the fail point. If it wasn't him, it'd be someone else.
I mean, I lived through it, and it was extremely frustrating for us when it was happening. But also, like, okay, if that same drama fell through with the Inflation Reduction Act, but the Democrats managed to get it passed. Like, there's a lot of stuff that you would think. I tell you what I thought would never pass, but did, was the 15% global minimum corporate tax that for the OECD that we ended up we signed it in treaty form, and then it got confirmed by the Senate. So now it has statutory law. Like these are the sorts of things that just shocked me. So these things can pass. I think that if you can overcome certain resistance, like keep in mind, like there's a difference between Manchin and Lieberman in that Manchin is sort of a bonus senator, right? Because he's in a red state. If you don't have him, then you have a Republican. But if you have somebody like Lieberman who's like Connecticut or something, you absolutely could get a more progressive candidate to win that office. Like we didn't have to have Lieberman, so you have to evaluate all of those like in a different way. Lieberman fucked up a lot of shit that was in that original bill. They really did think it was going to pass, right? But then, I mean, what you're saying sounds a little bit conspiratorial. What fucked us up was Kennedy dying.
No,
and I don't think that was like, it wasn't like centrists went and murdered him or, gave him some sort of like secret illness or whatever. He just died and then he couldn't get past.
I've never said anything conspiratorial here. And again, if you want to jump in.
No, what you're saying is that there are Democrats who are pretending to be for this bill, but secretly wanted Lieberman to fuck the bill up. And I don't think that's true among like the thought leaders in the party, like the major, like. Okay.
Let me ask you something then.
Okay.
We see bills like come out of like the House all the time. And from like the Progressive Caucus. Now you know as well as I know that everyone in the Progressive Caucus isn't actually progressive. That they just kind of use that to get points, right? Without actually following through. But when the Progressive Caucus, like, progressives, put out legislation, a lot of these people who aren't progressives sign on to that legislation, say, "Oh yeah, we'll do it," but they know it will die in the Senate, or maybe now that we don't have the House, they'll know it won't even go up for a vote, right? So there are advantages of simply saying you are for something when you are not for that thing, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. But the idea is to get those things done, and because the political winds like change all the time, there are times when you get a Republican trifecta, there are times when you get a Democratic trifecta, and that's when, in terms, at least at the statutory level, that's when the big changes can potentially happen. You've seen Lincoln, right?
I've seen Lincoln. I know.
Yeah, have you seen the movie Lincoln? Okay, you should watch it. It's about the passage of the 13th Amendment.
The one where he was fighting the werewolves?
Yeah.
You know what? Those came out the same year. Like there was 2 Lincoln movies that year. It was hilarious. The one where he fights the werewolves was really fun to watch. But no, this is just called Lincoln, and it's just about how Lincoln got the 13th Amendment passed. The whole movie is about him lobbying Congress, talking to Democrats, talking to Republicans, and basically he had to cajole people. He had to threaten people. He had to bribe people. Not, essentially bribe. That's what earmarks are, right? He had to say, like, I'm going to do this for your whatever, until he could get enough votes to get the 13th Amendment passed. And I highly recommend that you watch it, Prime, because it'll school anybody who watches it on how
Wait a minute, stop that. I know exactly how Congress works. I know the earmarks. I know how I'm gonna say I don't know exactly how to do it because I haven't been part of Congress.
Sure.
So but I have an understanding of all of this. What I'm saying is that especially since we live in a completely different era, we have someone else in the room. It's not simply like we have senators, we have representatives who should rightfully have NASCAR jackets showing who is sponsoring them, because these are the people they work for.
I agree with that.
The private insurance companies put a massive amount of money into Congress, into lobbying. They're extremely effective. And so we have a group of, so they would call them blue dogs, themselves blue dogs previously, when that was more popular to be a blue dog. But those people are still there. We don't hear
There's
about that.
There's a small contingent of blue dogs like that are kind of rising again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, that congressman that that beat Sarah Palin in Alaska
Buddy, sorry.
as a blue dog Democrat, and she's trying to get like a caucus of those people together.
Who beat who? You cut out for a second.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was her name is Peltola, Mary Peltola, and she beat Sarah Palin.
No,
So
yeah,
she's
yeah.
they have one congressperson in Alaska because it's
Yeah.
such a small state, and she represents the entire state, and she at statewide beat her in the runoff, which was like a few months before the main election, because there was a runoff because the previous person had died. When the seat came up again, she beat Sarah Palin again. So she beat her twice statewide that year. And she's a blue dog Democrat, which means she's not going to vote with Democrats, on everything. She's not progressive.
Yeah, exactly. So the point is that there are others as well. And there are people who stymie any attempts of any progressive legislation, like Nancy Pelosi. I think Chuck Schumer gets a lot of money from private insurance companies, but I don't know. I can't say for sure. So
I'd be shocked if he didn't. He's in New York.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't think it's shocking. I don't think it's conspiratorial to say that these people who get paid by the private insurance company, which would be in jeopardy if a Medicare for All plan happened, if a public option plan happened, would exercise that power in that point in time. To say that simply was the political wins. Well, the political wins were, the Republicans were for public option. There was an incredible amount of support, yet it didn't happen. It simply didn't happen. Why? Because of everything I've just said.
Yeah, I do think that. Okay, my number one domestic priority. My number one priority in politics is Ukraine. I'm almost a one issue voter on this. But if you were to tell me just on domestic priorities, I would say that my two biggest priorities are voting rights and campaign finance reform. So they're both like electorally minded. If you had campaign finance reform, it would be considerably easier to get politicians to support something like the public option. And in a variety of other instances too, you would be able to do it because they wouldn't be like corporate controlled or whatever.
I would agree.
So, and also I think it's possible now because there are a lot of people on the right who are frustrated. Like, you've got DeSantis's war on corporations in Florida, right? Because they're too woke or whatever. So now might be a time to say, hey, left and right, why don't we get together in this one instance and reduce the power of corporations to influence politics? I think it's possible. And if you did that, then maybe you could improve, you could have a better shot at getting something like the public option in.
I would agree. Gambit, you still there?
Yes.
Okay. You're against Medicare for all, but for a public option.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Correct?
Hold on 1 second.
Sure.
Sorry, if you're waiting on him, I'll look.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I had 3 seconds left in a chess game. The guy was trying to flag me. But no, go ahead.
Okay.
You said I'm for public option, but not for abolishing private health insurance. Yeah, that's me.
Yeah. Okay. So, in a Medicare for all situation, and I believe this is Bernie's plan, you could have actually some private insurance, and that anything that the government doesn't cover, private insurance can cover that. So, like for instance, plastic surgery is a classic example. If the government's not covering that, then you can get insurance for that.
I would be for the private insurance being able to cover things that the government covers as well, not exclusively the things that they don't cover.
So you're saying a public option, indeed, yeah. So and I think you asked why not have both or something in the last panel. So here's why I am. If we had the public option on the table and we could actually get it, I'd take it in a heartbeat, right? No, I wouldn't have to think about it. I would just fucking do it, all right? But why I think a Medicare for all type situation is better and it's really actually a Medicaid for all. It's close to a Medicaid program than a Medicare for all program, but whatever. But why that's superior is because it takes power away from the private insurance companies. It destroys most of them. Most of them would disappear. And uh, if you leave them in place, then what they will do, because they have a profit motive to do so, is to undermine the public option. You would agree on that part at least, right? That like
No.
it is if a public option was to be instated tomorrow, it would be to the benefit of the stakeholders and the C-suite of private insurance companies to undermine that public option. Correct?
Saying that there is a possible motive and saying that that motive would have to be acted upon are different. So I agree with you, like that, like there's a possible motive for me to go rob the guy next door, right? But that doesn't mean I'm gonna act on it just because there's something that could theoretically be beneficial. That's all I'm saying. But I agree with you that there's a possible motive, but I don't agree
And that motive
that has
is in the
that
billions, right? And that motive like is profit in the
regardless. Yeah.
billions. Okay. So, all right. Well, at the very least, we can agree that that motive exists. All right. Fair enough. I think that as we saw with attempts like the ACA in and of itself, when their profits were threatened, they pulled out the lobbyist machine and they went to work. They went to work on the ACA, especially as the ACA took forever to pass. It gave them a lot of time to weaken that bill because there was money on the line and it was in their interest. So there's no reason for me to think that given a public option, a cheaper option, a quality option, or either a cheap or free option provided by the government, that they wouldn't do the exact same thing.
I think
So
it's a
I
bit
would.
different. I think that if you tell me that there's a policy option that exists, and if you fight against this, you could have more power if it doesn't become implemented. I think that's a different mentality and situation than this thing exists, fight against it, and like you see what I'm saying? Like I think pre and post implementation is a different animal somewhat. I think there are conservative people, conservative companies, conservative ideals out there where they just think if we radically change the existing system, it's gonna be some unintended consequence that makes it much, much worse than what we consider. And I think those feelings are very strong before something is implemented. I think they still might exist once things are implemented, but I think those things will be dialed down on a lot. So I think a lot of people that are resisting change, I think that's a different like situation than actively fighting for a change to the system.
So we can. So what? Okay. So we can see this already in a debate where we can hear you. Mute yourself. Um. We can.
He's muted though. Oh, that's
No.
the big
Yeah.
one.
Now he's muted. Yeah.
I was looking at Aiko. My bad.
Okay. Sure. I can't tell them apart either. But
Bastard.
but we can see this in other places that don't even have the private insurance market. Well, I think Canada might have some private insurance market. But anyway, in Canada and the UK, that even when you don't have the massive we can hear you. Oh my god, debate, but we can hear you typing.
Oh my
Mute
goodness.
yourself. So
Yo, he's upset.
yeah, right. Even when we don't have that massive lobbying group, there are still efforts by those who will profit from it to undermine the public system. So we see in the UK it being defunded, the NHS being defunded, being made worse, being degraded at this very moment. And they actually do. They actually have a private insurance market now that I think about it. Yeah, they do.
Is it because So I think it's a hard thing to unravel. Is it are those attacks happening, one, because there are people that just don't ideologically agree and they're fighting to get rid of something that they don't want? Is it happening because companies are specifically saying, I would make more profits if we abolish this?
I don't
I
know
don't know
why.
how we untangle the web
I
of
don't know how it has to be
which.
one or the other. Like if there are politicians who ideologically disagree, then those will be the politicians that benefit from the insurance lobby, or however that works in the UK. I'm not sure how that might work there. But
Well,
yeah,
no, I guess because when your point earlier was, if we implemented just the public option,
Mhm.
the companies would be greedy and fight to erode it because they could make more money elsewise if that policy didn't exist.
Uh-huh.
And what I'm saying is, with the NHS situation, it's hard to understand, are the people they're rejecting it, are the politicians they're rejecting it, or are the companies being very greedy? If
The-
it's that the companies are being greedy, my assumption would be there's wide public approval of NHS and the things that are being removed, yet there's still action to remove it. And I don't know if that part is true.
Well, it's UK is a little bit more complicated in that the parties are one thing, but then there are political movements in both to all parties that sort of split within the party. For instance, the Brexit movement, it was like, it was like the Tories weren't for Brexit entirely. There's a big section of them that were, but there was a section of Labour that was for Brexit too, and they kind of united to make that happen. But for the most part, NHS is very popular. If you'll notice that when Brexit was being advocated for, there were big signs, and like on the sides of buses, you'd see stuff that says, "Oh, if we have Brexit, then all that money that we're sending to Europe, we can put in NHS, and then we can fix NHS," right? Which never happened, of course, because it was just that was just hopium at that time. But the fact is that the Tories have been in charge for 13 years. They came in, David Cameron, in 2010, and over the years have been chipping away at NHS. So if you look at the state of NHS in 2010, and then you compare it to now, people would love to go back to 2010, at least in terms of NHS. They might be voting for the Tories for other reasons because they, hate immigrants or whatever, but they're not. They don't want NHS torn down. Nobody does.
Yeah, so as my understanding, and I don't claim to be an expert on the UK, so just be very clear. But like I've like seen people discuss like the differences, and that's our friend Aiko was just talking about, and like disabled people who had a bunch of critical services that help support them, right, so that they could live more functioning lives. Those things are gone. Slowly but surely, they're being defunded. Less funds for doctors and nurses, and even like maintenance of the buildings. Like it's just being, um, this has been an effort to degrade it, and then they say like, oh, okay, well, look at this private market. Look how good things are over there. I mean, like you can get a lot of care there. The care comes awfully fast. Well, yeah. I mean, like if you've lost doctors because you can't pay them anymore, if you've lost facilities, if you degrade the services, then that private market looks a whole lot better. So like there is like a movement to make that happen. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering if that movement is organic, because I think I don't know about the approval over time of those things, but I think it's waning, right?
I think there. Well, you would also. It might be waiting. I'm going to look it up. I'm just going to like Google it and try to find use some numbers there. But if it is waning, we also can't completely disentangle it from the fact that the NHS is declining in itself, right? So like it could be the fact that the NHS there's a drop in approval, but that follows the drop in quality that was put in place, which would be the plan in the first place, right? It's to degrade the NHS so that more people don't support it. Well, I'm gonna look for numbers.
I mean, I have my suspicions too in terms of how this works with electoral politics. I think we're going to see the Tories pushed out of power. I think we're going to see another Labour prime minister in a couple of years when they have their next elections, because the approval for Tories is way down right now. And I think that with a Labour government, you could see a restoration of some NHS services over time. I think that will also not be fast, just like the decline has not been super fast. And then, we'll see what happens to NHS approval after that. I can tell you on this side of the pond, ACA approval has been going up steadily since about 2012. And now it's getting to the point where it's almost a third rail.
Overall satisfaction with the NHS fell to 29%. Satisfaction is I don't know exactly what they mean by satisfaction, but I'm just gonna read you the sentence. Overall satisfaction with NHS fell to 29%, a 7% point decrease from 2021. This is the lowest level of satisfaction recorded since the survey began in 1983. More than half, 51% of respondents were dissatisfied with the NHS, the highest proportion since the survey began. The fall in satisfaction was seen across all ages, income groups, sexes, and supporters of different political parties. The main reason people gave for being dissatisfied with the NHS was waiting times for GP, general practitioner, and hospital appointments, 69%, followed by staff shortages, like I was saying before, 55%, and a view that the government does not spend enough money on NHS, 50%. Of those who were satisfied with the NHS, the top reason was because NHS care is free at the point of use, 74%, followed by the quality of NHS care, 55%, and that it has a good range of services and treatments available, 49%. So I'm still looking for more numbers there, but yeah. Why is there?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm looking at a chart right now for NHS. Approval is at 39%, which is an all-time low, and its all-time high was 2010. It was at 70% approval. 2010 is when the Tories came in, and so from when the Tories came in until now, it's dropped from 70% to 39%.
Yeah.
I mean, you couldn't have a better perfect set of numbers than that in terms of illustrating what happened and how it happened.
Hold on, what happened? I'm sorry, y'all. What happened? Who are the Tories and what did they do?
So the Tories are the Conservative Party in the UK, and they came in 2010. David Cameron was there've been 5 prime ministers since then, and they've all been Tories. And NHS was at 70% approval in 2010, which is when the Tories came in, also an all-time high. And now, towards I think what's going to be the end of the Tory party in the next couple of years, it's going to be, or the end of their reign, like for prime ministership at least. It's going to be